how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back outside in the Soviet Union. Monkeypox, comrade. Monkeypox indeed.
To me as you come.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Rise Above. It's Friday night. You know what that means. Let's say hello to my co-host, Mr. Andy PG.
Good evening, Realm. How are we?
And let's say hello to our other team member, Sensei, our metaphysical expert, Mr. Master Lee in the Guardians.
Salutations, everybody.
Salutations, Master Lee. How's it going?
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting in the realm of cratiness.
No, we had said that tonight was going to be customer services, and it is. We will open the phone lines a bit later on, but in the light of what's happened this week,
We're gonna have emergency broadcast.
it's going to be a bit of an emergency broadcast, I think. We'll come on to that in a minute. We'll come on to that in a minute. Let's just slow down because there's a lot to get through. How's your week been in the Guardians?
Nice and busy. Busy getting prepared for what's to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should hold a seminar, Master Lee.
Funny you should say that. I might have one of those on the cards. Okay.
I just need a venue. Just need a location.
Yeah.
Or something maybe.
An event. Anyway, no, enough said about that. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Oma Beats can't join us tonight. Unfortunately, he's come down with monkeypox. He won't be able to make it. No, only joking.
He hasn't been drinking PG tips, has he?
I don't think so, no. But he is nursing his friend who has had an injury, so he can't make it tonight. Yeah, Joe's injured.
We've got Magix though, right?
Magix is on the way.
Yeah,
Magix
he's coming
is
to
on
the
way. Don't worry
studio.
about that.
You don't need symptoms, do you, for monkeypox? You don't need symptoms. Oh, that is a symptom. But you haven't
You
got
might be
symptoms.
able to
Say symptomatic, boys.
asymptomatic monkeypox.
Asymptomatic, yeah.
Bollocks, you've ruined my joke. I was going to crack that joke later on. I've already got a meme for that. Yeah, asymptomatic. I must say, I mean, obviously we're not going to be talking about monkeypox all night. How are you going to, say, how are they going to fake a monkeypox pandemic if people haven't actually got monkeypox on their face?
Well, they don't need to. It's just.
Oh, we've already established you
It's
don't.
consumption of the mainstream media. That's
You
it.
don't
There doesn't
need,
actually have to
you
be a
don't need
disease.
a real pandemic for there to be a
No.
pandemic. Yeah.
Just
okay.
pretend.
Yeah, just pretend. So, right, okay, here's a good announcement. Next week, I'm very, very excited to say we have got What the Flock TV coming on the show. I know that he watches the show. I know that a lot of other people that watch the show have been consuming this guy's material. I've obviously been late to the party because people have been
Yeah, me too, man.
recommending this guy to me for a long time. Last week, I properly sat down and looked through his material. Now, it has been said that this guy is like the English God Vag. Now, that's a big one.
That's a fucking big one.
But all I'm going to say is...
Big up Wim, by the way.
Yeah, big up Wim.
Big up the original.
I'm going to say that this guy is like the English God Vag. Do you know why? Because he goes so deep. He goes so deep and so esoteric in his studies, right? He hasn't got all quite the graphics that Wim's got, but he's got his own style, and I really like his videos.
That's all right. Not everyone can copy everyone else.
Yeah.
Big up Sheep Farm. They're in the chat tonight.
Shout out to Dom and Chris. Lovely.
Got your ashtray loaded there from Chris.
Yeah, fully. Oh, I've got to do this full screen. Fully loaded gaping gobs ashtray here from Chris at Sheep Farm Studios.
I'm sporting my Rise Above ashtray here.
Yeah, we'll talk about merch in just a second. Actually.
Before we go any further, I must do this because I've been meaning to do this for about a month now. So I've got a mate who's got an Instagram page who I'd like to plug.
Go for it.
Guys, it's called At the Woodlog, all right? If you like all things made from wood, and he's done a few things at my little forest home and stuff like that. Yeah, he's a good mate of mine, so yeah, check it out, At the Woodlog. That's all.
We always like to plug people that are doing organic things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's willing. He's looking for work. He's making stuff for people. He's making little picnic tables for little kiddies and stuff like that, and selling them.
Lovely.
Yeah.
We like that. So as I do every week, I do plug our other channel, which is just called Rise Above. There's a lot of content on the other channel which you don't get on this channel. Shorter, edited content, interviews, vlogs. Little trips out and
all
about.
the tasty bits.
All the tasty bits, and I also edit down the show. Oh yeah, we've got the new bite size guy Rick has started dropping bite size videos. They're going to be up there tomorrow. So yeah, if you want to share some Rise Above wisdom and knowledge about it, it's best to do it off this channel because it's cut down into more palatable bite size chunks.
In case people can't do the full 4 or 5 hour streams.
Yeah. I want to say thank you to our sponsors, which are RevGear and FightStorePro.com. If you want to get any sportswear, you can use the discount code of RiseAbove10. You get a 10% discount on RevGearEurope.co.uk and FightStorePro.com. So a big thank you to Alex for sorting this out with a load of T-shirts, which we will be doing a special on tonight. We're also sponsored or in partnership rather with the Roots brand. If you need to get any detox materials, any CBD, any nutrients, this is the site to do it
So just
from.
mentioning these, you when we first bought these up, you gave me a few of the Root. What was it? The tablets.
Zero in tablets.
So just in case the viewers probably don't know this, I've been working as a tree surgeon for the last few months, and I had my tree felling exam and assessment. And I saved those little capsules for that, and I fucking nailed it, mate.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, really good, yeah.
It's like you
actually work.
You have like in the background.
I just felt really clear.
Yeah, really clear.
Really
like
clear.
an underlying, like just good base level of energy in the
Yeah,
background.
I don't drink coffee either, and I was like fully energetic. I wasn't feeling lethargic, anything like that. So yeah, it is really good stuff, guys. So check it out.
Yeah, so if you do purchase any of the stuff from this site, and they've got loads of really good nootropics and nutraceutical products, right? It's therootsbrands.com/rise above, and it does help us out. We get a kickback every time you purchase something if you use the referral code rise above. And believe it or not, this is actually really good stuff as well. Right, we have got a proper nice little promotion on T-shirts tonight, ladies
Yes,
and
we
gents.
have.
If anyone buys a T-shirt or a hoodie during the show tonight, you get another T-shirt free from RevGear. It will be the original design, either in grey or midnight blue. So any T-shirts that are purchased throughout the show, you will get another T-shirt with the original logo, free of charge. Buy one, get one free.
2 for 1, guys.
2 for 1. So that's riseabove.news/shop. Let's just put a little graphic up for T-shirts, because this is the way that you support Rise Above, guys. We don't do Patreon or anything like that. We don't actually want to ask for donations. We would actually like you to...
Yeah, we're not beggars here.
We'd like you to purchase something that you're going to enjoy and get some use out of. And Rise Above merchandise is the way you can support us. Buy one, get one free T-shirts tonight.
And we got other bits coming up. We've got ashtrays in the works from a man.
Yeah, I got ashtrays, fam. Look at these. Ashtrays, if you want one of the ashtrays, these are the 4 designs, or 3 designs rather, I've got at the moment. Original, Whole Rabbit, and Reject the Covid Union. They're £20 each, including postage. They are handmade by Custom Resin 420. You can see his work on Instagram. He is working with us to make all of this lovely resin merchandise. They're £20 including postage. Basically, you just need to PayPal riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. I'll put it on the screen right now. This is our PayPal. Then these aren't on the website yet, you see. So
Fresh off the press, guys.
fresh off the press. God, we got
Fresh
so many
away from the press.
got so many graphics here. Let me just put the... Yeah, it's on the bottom of the screen right there. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. That is our PayPal. So if you want an ashtray, I've got 3 of these left, 1 in each design, and they're £20 included postage, and I'll send them straight out to you. They will be on the website soon with all of the different designs. This is just the first run. I've almost got like the intro bit out of the way.
We got people waiting on the line already.
Oh, right, they're waiting on the line already. Should we just start off with a call?
Yeah, I mean we can do. Yeah, guys, if you're on Skype here and you wanna chat, then just call in.
Yeah, obviously we are doing a monkeypox special tonight, and
we need a code for monkeypox.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. It's got to be Bill Gates related.
We'll come up with that.
Yeah,
I can't believe I
Give us
haven't
a
just
few
come up
minutes,
with it
guys.
straight off the tongue. It's kind of disappointing.
Also, mimetic sorcerers. We'll be looking forward to getting some live memes sent in from all the regulars this evening.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before the email starts getting battered with memes. This one here is from Deep Bait Memes. And as you can see, I mean, what should we say about this one? It is a field of sheep. We've got Zelensky in the middle there, with some Azov paratroopers looking over the sheep, and rise above has got the sort of the weird position of the shepherd looking over the sheep, and obviously like Sloth, who's like Deep Bait Memes is a sort of like chief, mascot for his memes. He's stuck in the sheep pen as well. Yeah, I think it's quite poignant. That's a good start to the show. Great start to the show. This is also good. Who's this from? I think this is Rise and Shine. It must be Rise and Shine or Sagehead.
It's got an NPC in a goldfish bowl.
Yeah.
Floating around.
I like it.
Flapping around. As usual, guys, if you buy some merch during the show, like Lance said, we've already got a 2-for-1 on t-shirts, but I'll be giving you a shout out.
Is someone bought already?
Yeah, big up to Jennifer Paval. She has bought some merch here.
All right, Jen.
A couple of t-shirts, a White Rabbit t-shirt.
Unless you email me and tell me different, you'll get your extra t-shirts in the same size as the ones you bought. If you want a smaller size, because I've got to say, this box of t-shirts that we've got from Fight Sport, they are extra Asian sizes.
Extra Asian.
I put on the extra large, and it was like skin tight. I was like, oh. So the medium and the small in these sizes, I reckon, are right for kids. Because people have asked us, because they're literally tiny, right? So if you've got kids and you want a Rise Above Kids t-shirt, email me, and I'll just take a photo of it. It's very small. I don't want to ask how big your kids are, but obviously these are like small and medium Asian sizes, and they're sort of like really tiny. They're not for adults. So yeah, I might as well sell these as kids.
Yeah, she's ordered the Digital Sun charcoal hoodie as well. Good choice.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Jen. So, as always, right, I suppose this is the bit of the show before anyone calls up where we've got to warn people about Al Gore, because it's quite important.
Yeah.
I'll just put a meme up. When we talk about Al Gore, if you're not familiar with Rise Above, we're talking about Al Gore and his rhythm, the algorithm, which is constantly listening to everything that we're saying. Al Gore loves this show, watches every week, constantly learning our lingo to try and catch us out. So if you do phone the show tonight, obviously you can't say the C word.
Or the V word.
Or the V word. We try to steer away from saying the names of any diseases that are involved in the people's pandemic. Just as a matter of, it's just good practice, isn't it?
Because we get jumped on for medical misinformation.
Yeah, we don't want to strike for medical misinformation. We don't want Al Gore giving us any problems. What do you reckon to this meme in the Guardians?
Oh, here we go. Oh, who was that? Someone just tried calling in then.
Did they?
I had to look twice then to see if it wasn't real. Looks more like reality.
It looks more like reality than reality does. I like the little one-wheel bots that are around Al Gore as he's getting mauled by your dog. Absolute quality. Yeah, really nice. Okay.
Master Lee is in some great memes.
Easily the most memed member of the team. Easily. Meme master. All right. Okay. Well, we'll start before we get on to monkeypox, which is the big story this week. We'll start with this one. I thought this was particularly good. The shooting, the mass shooter, the white supremacist mass shooter that apparently gunned down lots of African Americans in Buffalo, right?
That's right.
On the left is a picture of him that he posted on his own social media. Right?
Sporting some divot wear there.
So this story is presenting a bit of a problem for the old mainstream media, because obviously, as it's described in the middle here, it's supposed to be a conspiracy theory about a certain battalion over in Ukraine that apparently is neo-Nazis. So when the Buffalo supermarket shooter wore the Black Sun Nazi symbol on his body armour, and the Azov battalion in Ukraine has the same Nazi symbol on their flag.
Fully on show as well. They're not shy about letting
So the
people
mainstream
see this.
media has to explain away the fact to keep their NPC believers in the dark. And you've got Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, that's just a coincidence. The idea that Ukraine has a Nazi problem is just a conspiracy theory, comrade. And we're glad that we're giving Ukraine another $40 billion.
When we're in a crisis.
And the NPC stormtrooper who just got fooled by Obi-Wan Kenobi is like, Yeah, it is just a coincidence. The idea that Ukraine has a Nazi problem is just a conspiracy theory, and I'm glad that we are giving $40 billion to the Ukraine. So yeah, I think that really sums it up with where this clown show is going. It's now becoming blatantly obvious that Azov battalion are actual Nazis, and their ideology is actually spreading, and it's influencing other right-wing extremists, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, etc., etc. Yeah, this is happening, and it's not good.
Lance, I've just sent you a link on Messenger,
Yes.
and it's a word hippo. It's how to say monkey in Latin, and you've got the noun and the verb. I don't know if you want to have a quick look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Are we on to Latin etymology?
Ooh, I like that. Simia.
Simia
Look
pox.
at the verb.
Ape.
Monkey. No, read it out.
Ludifico.
Yeah.
Ludificor. Delude, hoodwink, hoax, make a game. Oh my god.
Interesting.
Right, all right, yeah, we'll save that. Okay, we'll come back to that. That's another little monkey for the pile. Yeah,
monkey
Master Lee's
hole.
been monkey hole. Master Lee's been bang on the research tonight. Wait until you see the
Fuck me,
document.
the merch is going off the...
Who else has bought
Loads
merchandise?
of
Call
people.
people out. Everyone that's getting by.
Away. Yeah, he's bought a Covert Union t-shirt. Reject the Covert Union. Big up yourself.
Big up Neil.
Who else we got here? David Munn. He's bought a Digital Sun charcoal hoodie. Who else we got? Kieran Jansen.
Big shout out to Kieran.
Yeah, everything exempt t-shirt and a everything exempt hoodie.
Fucking hell, these t-shirts could have gone after.
Who else we got here? No, that's the same page.
So just remember, if you buy any garment off the website tonight, you do get another t-shirt free with the original logo. It will be either in midnight blue or grey. I can't say you've got to get a choice because you won't. You'll just get what you get. I'll send it in the same size that you bought the t-shirt or the hoodie in, and that is just for purchases that happen inside the show.
Got Chris Jenkins. He's bought a Rise Above original logo tee.
This is all going into the pot for the up-and-coming announcement, which I can't even talk about. I know Homer Beats is watching. I can't talk about it. He'll beat
Big up
me
Homer Beats.
Yeah, big shout out to Homer Beats. I definitely can't talk about it because he's going to beat me up.
Big up to all the team making it happen.
But if you love Rise Above, don't plan anything for the second weekend in September, 9 to 12. Just don't plan anything. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, probably going to get in trouble for saying that. But I don't jinx things. I forecast and then it happens. That's how things work around here. So yeah, this is really twisting people's brains. This one. It also turns out. Do you remember the Christchurch shooter in
New Zealand?
New Zealand, the guy that gunned down loads of Muslims in the mosque. Do you
I
remember he had-
actually did some research into that.
Yeah, it looked dodgy. I don't know. Anyway, do you remember he had all the white writing and the insignias and the sigils on his assault rifle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it looked like fucking, what's the computer game? Call of Duty.
Yeah, he referenced Azov battalion.
Yeah.
I believe Anders Breivik in his manifesto referenced Azov battalion.
Lance,
Yes.
check your messenger in a minute. You're going to be getting some more monkey holes.
Okay, more monkey holes. All right, Andy PG.
Yeah, I'm on it, Lee, I'm
you
on
keep on track of that monkey hole because obviously we are going to do the emergency broadcast in a moment when we get to it. So, yeah, we can see a pattern emerging, right, of these actual white supremacists, not the people that get accused of being white supremacists by idiots all the time. The actual white supremacists like these guys. This is spreading, and the Azov battalion seems to be very central in all of the manifestos of these people that do like mass shootings.
At the forefront, guys.
And this is where the money's going to when the aid is going to Ukraine. You know, no one knows if it's buying food for.
I mean, just actually think about this dynamic. You've got the Christchurch shooter, you've got the Buffalo shooter, and now you've got Azov battalion all the way over in Ukraine, all with the same symbols on, all of them with the black sun.
Yeah, but
it's the same death cult, guys.
But this guy, right? Apparently, he travelled through Europe and he met up with all of the white supremacists, all of the right wing.
He's been
officially
militias, indoctrinated.
But when he went to Ukraine, it is all in this thing. Yeah.
Big up to Cara. She's bought a Digital Sun Stealth t-shirt.
T-shirts are flying out tonight.
They are, absolutely. Oh god, yeah, Master Lee is on it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. So here, now this is interesting. I came across this thing from the ISD, the Institute of Strategic Dialogue, digital dispatches. Now, on the face of it, this is quite normal, but when you start to look into it, this is obviously a counter intelligence maneuver. This ISD, whatever you want to call it, it's basically firefighting the truth coming out. If you look at some of the things here, the Great Reset conspiracy in Australia. So, right-wing extremists are worried about Lord Schwab in Australia. The ongoing effort to link the Buffalo shooter to Azov battalion.
Interesting.
Like, what? How pro-Kremlin influencers are attempting to link the Buffalo shooter to Azov battalion.
What's a pro-Kremlin influencer?
People that are, well, myself and Deep Bait Memes were debating this guy on Facebook about Azov battalion, and he just constantly kept saying that we were being paid by the Kremlin, and he was serious. I think he was serious. He honestly thought that we were Kremlin shills.
Guys, no one's paying for anything here, right? We sell T-shirts, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, look how hard we have to sell T-shirts just to keep going, man. Just to keep going. Right. So yeah, this is firefighting right here. The manifesto's front page contained the black sun, also known as the Sonorad. This is an extremely common symbol designed by and for the Nazis under Heinrich Himmler. How is it extremely common if it was designed for the Nazis under? That's quite specific, isn't it?
Yeah.
What, is everyone a Nazi? How common is it to be a Nazi?
Well, in clown
Yeah,
world,
it's extremely common. It's extremely common if you're stood in the middle of 20,000 Azov battalion. Yeah, it's a very common symbol. It's everywhere.
Did you see UK column this week?
No, I didn't.
They've been going in on the Ukrainian Nazis.
Really?
It's quite interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Last time we mentioned UK column, they actually sort of posted about us because I think
Did they?
Yeah, I can't remember what the subject was, but we shared something.
if I'm honest, I haven't watched any of their material in a good couple of months. I've been slack. I've been doing so much at home.
They do good work as far as I'm concerned. I think this meme here on the left from Sagehead is amazing. Like a zombie apocalypse, dancing under a Black Sun 5 Pento Jizzle tower.
This is the wet dream of the dark occultist. Look, masked up NPCs dancing around the Black Sun cult.
Like a maypole.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Fucking hell.
Food for the moon key.
Yeah. A moon sacrifice. Now, let me just get rid of these. Sorry, Andy. Let's get these graphics so you can probably appreciate this one. I like these bell curve memes, right? Whenever they come out, they've always sort of like evolved into the next thing. But this one is really good because we talk about instinct a lot and intuition. Or inner tuition, as Inner Guardians coined it. And if you know about the bell curve, it's what IQ is apparently controversially measured on, right? Most people sit in the middle of the bell curve. Around 100 is the average, okay? And so this is all to do with instinct. People of average intelligence say, I'm going to need a source for that. People on the lower end of the spectrum generally say, mate, I'll just trust my instincts. If it worked for me, grand. It works for me, simple as. But people right up at the top end of the spectrum, they say the same thing, but just with a different wording. It's perfectly rational to trust in your deep instincts since they evolved through generations of evolutionary pressure.
Absolutely.
They're saying the same thing. They might be wording it more eloquently.
When it comes to personal protection, there's always a lot of focus on what happens to the victim in terms of those that don't survive. When in actual fact, the attention should be on those that do survive. And that could also include things like even pandemics or resets. The focus should be on those that survive.
Yeah, not those that have already perished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where we should be focusing on, or every individual should be focusing on that, on those subjects.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, mate. That's a great point. Sam Carno's got it on the screen right now. Rise Above Official is the Telegram group. If you want to stay in contact with the Rise Above family throughout the week, and it's very active in there, hundreds and hundreds of posts a day, and everyone's chatting with each other, join Instagram Rise Above Official. So what do you think about this, Inner Guardians? Do you think this is accurate with the way that people look at their instincts? Is it the average normie in the middle that doesn't trust his instincts? Is that fair?
Yeah, I think, well, for the most part, they're completely disconnected from their intuition. They're more in tune or aligned with their instincts. Instincts and intuition aren't the same thing.
No. They're like, I agree. They're more in tune with their reptilian mind.
Well, the instincts is more of a sort of base nature of survival, whereas
Mm.
intuition is more from the higher self.
Intelligence. Intuition is
Yeah.
wholesome intelligence.
Yeah. But we all have it. It's just a case of whether you tune into it or not, or you've been disconnected.
We spoke about this shows and shows and shows ago. I mentioned that, you know, a deer in the wild will, you know, it's got intuition. It can go up to a plant and its intuition will tell itself whether the plant's safe to eat or not. Whereas humans, we have to go and look it up in a book or, you know, trial by error. The instincts and intuitions that we should have just been beaten out of us like transgenerationally till we're just literally just fucking zombies now.
I mean, if you want to get really technical about it, the intuition actually lives in the 6th and 7th senses, as opposed to the bottom 5.
So you're actually accessing a higher sensory level of perception when you're tapping into your intuition.
Yeah, well, our 6th and 7th senses are kind of laid dormant, mainly because they're just not used, and people don't tune into them. They operate on a slightly different frequency. They also connect us to our higher selves, but we can all access them. And most of the teaching that I give and deliver is all about accessing the 6th and 7th senses. It's nothing to do with, you know, being sort of supernatural or paranormal or psychic or anything like that. We all have them. It's just a case of whether we use them or know how to use them.
Sure.
And there's no real education to access them. In fact, quite the opposite. I would say through indoctrination and miseducation.
Lose them, yeah.
Yeah, they're sort of in a sort of sleep. Yeah.
Laying dormant, as it were.
Yeah.
Guys, big up to Andrew Lindsay. He's bought some Rise Above merch.
Remember, t-shirts are buy one get one free tonight. If you buy any t-shirt off the website or hoodie, I will send you an original logo t-shirt free of charge, courtesy of Rev Gear.
He's got a white rabbit and khaki t-shirt. Good shout.
Lovely shot.
Martine Shalevis. Sorry if I've butchered your second name, from the Netherlands. Women's t-shirt. She's got the Black Geisha. Who else we got?
Brilliant choice.
Paul Nelson, Rise Above Digital Sun Stealth t-shirt. All good choices, guys. All good choices.
Yeah, buy one get one free. Makes the most of it. Only while the show is live. As soon as we turn the show off, the offer ends.
We've got Paul Baxter. He's bought a Raffamet t-shirt and khaki.
Yeah, so if you're watching this after 2 a.m. on Friday the 20th of May,
GMT,
the t-shirt offer is over as of 2 in the morning on Friday the 20th of May.
Victoria Harris bought a Geisha women's t-shirt in black. Sorry, white.
How many have you sold?
And
I better make sure I've got enough free t-shirts.
a Var logo t-shirt as well.
Oh, right, okay. So he's got some different colours on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Loads.
All right, let's see what's on at the movies this week. What have we got?
Simon Baker, Digital Sun Stealth t-shirt.
Shit, you guys are going to kill me with this free offer. I'm not going to have any left for the... almost said it then. Right. So at the movies this week, we've got Sheep Wars: Attack of the Coviots. This is by Diego Tequila, one of our new fledgling memesters. Excellent work there. And on the right, Sagehead.
I like that. Wolfenstein, yeah.
PS4, New World Order. Is that Dan Andrews on the left?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure either. Look at Omar's face, where he's like a Sith Lord. He's proper demonic, doesn't he? Heavy. Yeah, really good work. Right, so apart from this Boris and Master Jimmy...
Oh my God, Boris Savile.
Boris Savile. No, Jimmy
Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Gosh. And the one on the left, right, I don't know if you remember something that Chris said last week when we were talking about Zelensky, and we were just talking about like how the media is proper idolising him and just taking the piss out of him. And Chris came
It's
up,
gross, actually, what they're doing.
Disgusting.
It's just cringe, man.
Chris came up with the idea of this action man, this Zelensky action man. It comes with a free false flag inside. Operation Piano Cock. So that's a Sagehead one. That's inspired by Chris from Sheep Farm. So maximum respect for everyone.
He did Jimmy Johnson.
Arsholt.
Assholt.
Asholt.
Assholt.
So Arsholt, get in touch with us. I'll send
Yeah,
you a
man,
t-shirt.
that is really good. Really, really good.
No, that's proper work.
That's one of the best I've seen, actually. I think that's
really
really,
good. I mean,
good.
if it wasn't I don't know even what to say about
It's
it.
kind of freaky. Get off the screen.
So
I don't like
it's
him looking at me.
like dealing with me. Socio-political. He's on his way over right now. Mr. Magic's dropped this one to me earlier. This is the World Demonic Forum.
Look at Hillary's face. Look, she's absolutely fucking satanic, like demon.
Oh dear, quality. Right, okay. Let me just get this off the screen because I don't want to race through the memes. I might need to save some for later. Yeah, we'll save. Oh, no,
We've got an absolute back catalogue of memes here.
I've got to show this one, right. So the steelworks in Mariupol fell. The last of Azov battalion were kicked out. The military sources confirmed that Ukrainian Navy Admiral, I can't even pronounce what that says, attacked and sunk 4 Russian patrol cruisers in the Black Sea. Let's get a round of applause. This fucking cornerstone. And on the right, we've got Cornerstone Rambo. He's like the ghost of Mariupol or something, I don't know. This is deep, it means.
Those of you who don't know, we refer to Jeffrey Epstein as Cornerstone.
Because that's what Epstein means.
That's
in
what
Yiddish.
it means. That's it.
Same as yeah. So
Same
like,
as Zuckerberg is Sugar Mountain. Yeah.
Sugar Mountain. Yeah. You got to say what it really means. That's
You've
why
got to tell the truth, guys. What we do here on
that's
Rise Above.
that's why they're called these things at the end of the day, isn't it? So, okay, I think it's time to talk about the big,
Yeah.
the fucking monkey in the room. Who would have thought it? Okay,
So Bill Gates has pulled monkey out of his ass.
let's start off with this. Let's start at the start.
Started waving it all around the mainstream media.
The start of this story, because in the Guardian has sent me an absolute bombshell, which we're going to expose in just a minute. And no one else has been talking about this. No one else has seen this document so far. So I'm really, really excited about what we're about to uncover. It's probably going to get us taken down. Now, I don't know if anyone knows at the moment.
I've got live memes from Sage out
Right,
here.
just put that one on the back. Put that rabbit on the back burner, comrade. Right. So I don't know if you know, the Wuhan Holocaust Organization and the World Demonic Forum are about to get together to sign the pandemic treaty. You heard about this in the Guardians?
Yeah, just
In the
bear with me.
garden?
I'm eating watermelon at the moment.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
on mute.
You've heard about the International Pandemic Preparedness Treaty that Lord Schwab and Tedros are basically they're meeting
Yeah.
about in 2 days, I believe.
Yeah.
And we've heard Health Chancellor Gates warning about the next pandemic. We've got to do something. We have to do something because Soviet Union, it really pulled our pants down. No one was prepared for it, although it was literally his job. That was Health Chancellor Gates' number one
You
job.
had one job.
One job. He even told us that was his job. He told us
Yeah.
like 20 years ago,
Yeah.
I'm making everyone ready for the next pandemic. Well, apparently we weren't ready. So here we are. The WHO is going to discuss a global pandemic treaty and the World Health Assembly on May 22nd, 2022, which is in 2 days' time. And here, this is so funny. I can't believe I found this. This is from Forbes, right? Now, is Forbes pretty much a high-level mainstream media outlet?
Yeah, it's a propaganda outlet. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But it's highbrow. Forbes is highbrow.
Yeah, very highbrow. Yeah,
Would
yeah.
you normally
It gives
start-
you like the rich list and all of that, which we all know is bullshit anyway.
Would
but-
you normally start an article in Forbes with the sentence, you know the 1996 movie Independence Day where much of the world united... Look at the sentence. You know the movie 1996? Is that how you start...
We're not having a conversation.
Is that how you start a sentence in Forbes?
No.
So basically, they've started off this article by comparing the current situation with the 1996 movie Independence Day, where Will Smith punches an alien to death.
That's right.
Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to Earth. Suck this. Right? Now, first of all, I think it's pretty laughable that the first sentence is comparing what's going on to the 1996 Will Smith movie Independence Day. Now, we all know what this means. It's like, it's what everyone's saying. I mean, they're talking about here in the Commons, what are the implications? This is basically, I believe, what the reason for the original Soviet Union was for. It was to set the scene for this pandemic treaty or preparedness treaty.
Don't forget, guys. When they're in a state of emergency, when a state of emergency has been declared, then that's when they rush shit through.
So let's do some dates, right?
So
Look
if
at
they
this here.
sign this,
This is from the House of Commons, and remember these dates because this is going to link in with some dates that we're going to uncover in this bombshell document Master Lee's uncovered, right? In March 2021, a group of world leaders, including the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, announced an initiative for a new treaty on pandemic preparedness and its response. The initiative was taken at the World Health Organization, what a surprise, and will be negotiated, drafted and debated by a newly established intergovernmental negotiation body. Okay? So it's if we didn't have enough intergovernmental think tanks and whatever they are.
Social engineers.
Let's make some more of those, okay? Just in case. What is being proposed? They're proposing a treaty that will foster an all-of-government and all-of-society approach, strengthening national, regional and global capacities and resilience to future pandemics. This includes greatly enhancing international cooperation to improve. It's just a load of waffle, okay? Now, onto the scene. In the last week, today's the 20th, in the last 5 days, monkeypox has appeared. Out of nowhere. Now, what are they saying? This is just a little snippet from the mainstream media. Monkeypox, the WHO convenes emergency meetings as UK cases double. Doubled from like 4 to 8 or something like that. The World Health Organization to convene emergency monkeypox meeting. Germany becomes the 11th country to record cases of this tropical virus. The World Economic Forum annual meeting is rescheduled. Oh, look at this. This is from the 20th of January. The World Economic Forum has rescheduled their annual meeting to May 22nd, which is in 2 days. So, for no apparent reason, they rescheduled their meeting.
For May 22nd, that's a Sunday. Of course they're doing it on a Sunday.
Yep.
Moon
Forbes. Yeah, Moon Day's next.
My birthday's Moon Day.
Is it?
23rd, yeah.
The WHO is going to discuss a global pandemics treaty at the World Health Assembly on May 22nd. Oh, what a surprise. Okay, so we've already had this, the WEF and WHO have come together on this date of May 22nd, and they postponed what they were going to do in January. Okay, we can see some dates aligning here. Now, this is when things start to get really funny, comrade. The 19th of May here, the Express says that a new pandemic warning issued after 250 million people die of monkeypox in a horror wargame simulation.
Can I just interject there? How many people died in the original Soviet Union simulation?
What, Event 201?
Yeah,
66.
66 million.
Right. Did 66 million die when it actually happened?
Not yet.
Right, so... But why the fuck even report this horse shit?
Right, now, I looked into this simulation here, and I found that it was apparently done by someone called the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. I couldn't find the document as hard as I tried. I really wanted to find the simulation document to bring it to you. I couldn't find it. What does it say here? The monkeypox outbreak is now the largest ever seen in Europe. Wow. Right, here come the memes. Wow, 410 people tuned in on a Friday night. This is Rise Above. We are talking the monkey in the room, the emerging monkeypox pandemic, apparently, right? So, monkeypox is chasing Britney people. Okay, we get that.
Steady there. Steady.
This film poster on the right, this is from Anti-Covid, an original 2020 classic, Inglorious Monkeypox. Anti-Covid, Bill Gates, Tedros Ghebreyesus, and Albert Bourla. Oh, Albert Bourla, who's that? He's the CEO of Pfizer, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the memes are already literally off the scale. There are so many monkeypox memes, I could barely keep a track of it today.
Magic's in the studio.
Magic's is in the house. Big up Magic's.
Your brother.
So, yeah, in the last 5 days, I would say, roughly 5 days, it's like monkeypox mania, monkeypox magic.
Big up Auntie Kovic, she's in the chat.
Big shout to Auntie Kovia. Now, I'm just looking at this one on the right. Go and get your ape shot to legally go ape shit, only while wearing a mask. Line up your shot.
Is that like a crossbreed of Jacinda?
I don't
the
know.
Horse teeth blended with a chimpanzee andino fucking virus.
Just go and get your ape shot, comrade. This is The New Normal by Sagehead. So good. This is also by Sagehead. His people queuing up for the new monkeypox shot, which is blatantly going to be coming out soon. I believe 13 million doses are already being frozen.
13 million, eh? What a number. Now,
this is all fun and games. It's all fun and games. The profile pictures are already coming. I've had my monkeypox Britney Spears concert ticket. Monkey see, monkey do.
I'm on the monkey tour.
Right, now, I'm going to just put it out there. Let's just assume that people are really getting monkeypox, and that's a big assumption with what we've experienced in the last 2 years. Let's assume for a moment that people are actually getting monkeypox.
Yep.
I'm going to put something out there. I have an idea about where this might have come from. On the right-hand side here, I have a list of the ingredients for a certain remedy that we were nicknaming the gift from the stars, from the Oxford University.
Similar to a Vauxhall Astra.
Was it Cambridge? Okay. AZ. Could it be that if you inject replication-deficient chimpanzee adenovirus that's been produced in a genetically modified human embryonic kidney cell, you know, like a genetically modified organism, do you reckon if you inject that into yourself, there might be some consequences?
Who knows? You've got to trust the science, Lance.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the science right here. For anyone that says this isn't true,
the law of correspondence.
If 100% is true, I know this is true because after my dad took that serum,
Yep.
I pulled this piece of paper out and I told him to read it out to me.
I remember you saying, yeah.
I said, read out the ingredients of what you've just
Didn't
taken.
you catch him reading the ingredients on his own, like the next morning?
Later on, reading it again. He'd like gone through. He had his reading glasses out. He'd gone through the whole thing. He didn't read it before he took it. I said, read it out. And yes, there's an invasive David Icke protein hidden in a chimpanzee adeno virus. So, listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting it out there that a lot of people have injected. Oh God,
That's from Master Lee.
I see there's some good ones coming in. What do you think about this connection in the Guardians? Am I reaching here?
Not really. I think we're kind of stating or showing the obvious, really. If you're going to inject something into the system, it's that cause and effect hijacking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Problem,
Now,
reaction, solution.
I mean, I've got to say, before we get into the detail, because we're still having a bit of a laugh with this, right? If you told me a couple of weeks ago that they were the next thing,
They were going to call monkeypox.
monkeypox, we're going to call monkeypox, I'd have said, nah, they're going with AIDS.
Too soon.
Go with Adrian. Adrian works. Adrian's real hard hitting. Yeah. Look, like it's already happening. We've got Adrian on the table. Hyacinth Bouquet's right here. She's ready to party. But then to call monkeypox within a space of 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, but look, right, these things evolve. So what was the origin of the original pandemic? Bat soup.
Fucking
But
Wuhan.
but how long did that story last for? Not long.
Months.
Maybe-
Yeah, no, it was a good.
maybe 4 weeks.
I remember in the early days, Owen Beats came round there and he'd seen some documentary about it being from a pangolin. And he's trying to convince me, no, it's from a pangolin. It's like that's some sort of like anteater or something. I was like, mate, that's just one step away from bat soup. No.
Well, look, they'll evolve this story. So they'll start it off with, say, monkeypox, but give it a few weeks, possibly months.
Right. Should we have a look at the symptoms?
They'll do a full spectrum spread. I mean, look at how they switched. I'm not sure how to say it. What's the code word for con?
Oh, just people's pandemic.
Yeah, so they switched the names, didn't they? So remember, originally it was Crown,
Oh,
and then they
no,
switched
look,
it.
Didn't they switch it from Coviet to Crown? Because first of all, it was Coviet. First of all, it was
No,
District
no.
91.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No.
Or was it the other way around?
Was it the other
First
way
through
around?
it was the
Yeah, it was Crown.
Crown virus, and then they changed it to
Con.
Divic 91, 1984.
Maybe they changed it back because I noticed when they stopped recording deaths and started only talking about cases, then it became Crown virus.
Here we
again.
go. This is Mandela now.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about.
It's irrelevant in the short term.
Anyway,
but
right.
I see what you're saying, Muscly. Yeah. They have to. It's not going to last for long, and they'll change it to something else. Don't forget their tactics. They have to they can't stay on the same thing for too long. They need to cram
So
as
they
much
have-
fear
they have to
down the
start
throat
off-
as physically possible.
They have to start off by blaming nature. Remember?
Yeah, obviously, it has to come from an animal.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely convinced that roughly 6 months ago, this monkeypox thing was floated. I'm absolutely convinced that we talked about it on the show. It was coming out someone had come back from this certain place in Africa, which was the last time monkeypox was recorded 10 years ago or something. Absolutely convinced. But it seems like these stories might be on a cycle, and they're just seeing what's going to stick. We've got a comment in the live chat here. Who said it? Doesn't monkeypox have the same symptoms as Adrian? And I saw some pictures today of someone dying in bed with Adrian, and he had like boils.
Really?
Yeah. So let's have a look. This
And
is
the
what
same as
apparently.
I think it was you that said it. Radiation.
Yeah, low
Radiation
level
burns.
radiation burning. So that's a monkey with monkeypox. Let me find a picture of someone's. I had a picture here of someone's hands apparently with it. Okay.
Fucking Cocoa Pops.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Oh, so remember, right, how these stories evolve. So originally it was people dropping dead in the street in China. Right
Yeah,
through
like
to
whilst they
all
were
the
trying
way-
to draw money out, literally
yeah,
dying.
all the way through to not having any symptoms whatsoever. It's all about the testing. Remember I said last year, it's all about the testing. It's got nothing to do with the symptoms.
No, they want to sell all the tests for it.
Well,
and all
I
that.
said I cannot wait for the first person I see on Facebook claiming to tested positive for asymptomatic monkeypox. That will be a day to behold when you first catch someone saying, "Oh, I've tested positive," and they haven't got like welts.
Nothing,
They
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
got
yeah.
Well,
welts all over
when it
their
will
face.
start, right? That will start when they say that if you test positive for monkeypox, you get, I don't know, 13 days off work paid.
Get a free banana.
Monkey nuts.
So yeah, I think we just actually need to take a moment to appreciate this one here from Auntie Covia. This came out like 3 or 4 days ago. This was the first one. Kellogg's limited edition monkeypox Who flavour, 333 grams. Look how pink they are. Nice pink monkeypox. But yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. Like, oh yeah, I've got monkeypox, but you don't have any monkeypox on you. It's like, you can fake Covia. Oh,
So
yeah.
what is monkeypox? Is it like similar to chickenpox where you just
Yeah.
get a skin irritation and then
Apparently,
you're scratching?
it's closer to smallpox,
Right, okay, which is quite bad.
which is quite bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The,
But
the only. Sorry,
Go on.
go on.
no,
No,
sorry,
the only thing, right, that the general population have had 2 years. Well, I say the general population. I'll say the smaller part of the population has had 2 years to do a lot of research. I would hazard a guess that most people probably didn't know what a V was before 2020, and germ theory, terrain theory,
yeah,
and all those
absolutely.
subjects. So they're going to be having to sell this to a slightly more educated audience. So it's going to be interesting to see how they pull this off.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree because I think that the previous narrative of Adrian and Hyacinth would have actually been a lot easier to pull off.
Yeah, I do,
Because
yeah.
it was rooted in actual fact, because people were actually having those
Yep.
diseases. The symptoms were the same, and it sort of went hand. It went
hand in hand with
yeah,
the
it went
Div
hand in hand.
1984.
I thought that was the perfect combination to carry it on.
Because don't forget, it has to be deliberately confusing. All cult information from the Sun cult and the media they put out is all deliberately confusing, so you never really know what the fuck to believe.
If there aren't literally people in the streets or you see people that have got these welts on, I would like to see how they're going to do this, how pull this off. Maybe it will have to be like in a Guardian says, the story will quickly mutate and so will the symptoms. So
Right,
you
look,
will literally
right,
have
come on.
asymptomatic monkeypox.
Come on, right. So, how difficult will it be to have Tom Hanks appear on television with boils all over his face?
Yeah.
I'm so glad this obviously is all being recorded. It's immortalised. I have a feeling that this episode is going to age really, really well. Because there are certain episodes we do on this show where I you just have this feeling like go back and watch this in 6 months' time.
Yeah,
It's going to be a classic.
So you need an actor, you need a musician, you need a singer,
And some makeup artists.
and yeah, I'm sure Boris Johnson's quite happy to have a few boils put on him.
Yeah, right.
How difficult is that? And then remember, it's all fed into the mainstream media, and they repeat it 24 hours, 24/7.
I can't wait. I really hope now the more we're talking about this, I really hope they run with this one. This will be fantastic. Right, what else have we got here before we go a little
I'm
bit
just
deeper?
going to quick give some shout outs for merch.
If anything, Tom Hanks has already done it in Philadelphia. He was walking around with marks all over him, wasn't he?
Yeah, pox. I must say, and it came out in the comment section a second ago, it does seem funny that we keep coming full circle with these sort of archetypal narratives. Hyacinth Bouquet apparently came from a monkey, right? The COVID, it had the link with Adrian and Hyacinth Bouquet. Now we have monkeypox. Pox also are a link to HIV. It's a monkey. It seems to always be a variation of the same thing, coming back again.
What was Ebola?
Was that to do with the monkey as well?
If I remember correctly, I think it was.
I mean, look at this. Monkeypox cases are under investigation in Canada as outbreak spreads across Europe and US. I've looked at the numbers. The numbers are like 8 people have got it.
Again, it's all Commonwealth countries, guys. The same shit.
Yeah, it's like people get like boils on their skin in developing countries. Like, oh, they have bad skin. Yeah. Monkeypox. But I'm still sort of really
Great picture of Falcini here.
Yeah, brilliant. Who's this guy? Oh, Bob. Is this Bob Moran?
Yeah, we've seen some of his work before.
He used to work for like the mainstream.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
he was a mainstream cartoonist in like the Guardian.
Yeah,
and look what he's doing now.
He's anti-COVID.
Is there any images of radiation burns?
Let's do it.
That might resemble.
I'll get some up.
Pox, boils.
Do it on here.
Burns.
Yeah, do it on here. Let's get some pictures of radiation burns up. Let's go full rabbit on this because we need to pick this apart. Do some shout outs for merch.
Yeah, let's do some shout out for merch. We've got loads to shout out. Big up to Claire McMore. She bought a Digital Sun Stealth t-shirt. Who else we got here? Rach Shewan. She bought Ra logo t-shirt in black. There's loads, man. Who else we got here? Saba Jessel. Digital Sun Stealth t-shirt.
So
Stephen Smith.
That's the worst.
Everything exempt t-shirt in red.
That's a pretty hardcore case of
Clara Warren,
monkeypox.
we've got your order as well. She bought two t-shirts for kiddies.
Remember, t-shirts are buy one get one free tonight. Anything you buy off the website, I will send you an original logo t-shirt of the same size, free of charge.
So yeah, she's got everything exempt in khaki. I love the khaki.
I can't see anyone's here that. Oh dear, some of these pictures are disgusting.
Lewis Reynolds,
turn
reject
this
the
off.
COVID Union t-shirt. Mate, you sure we're gonna have enough, Lance?
There's a box of 100 there. So I can't see. I've just typed in radiation burns. Let me type in low-level radiation burns.
We got Ben Dent Davis. He's bought a White Rabbit t-shirt in white.
Now that just well.
I mean, there could be also a connection with the Britney Spears and maybe certain types of frequencies and
Combined with the Pento Jizzle.
Yeah, I mean,
infrastructure.
I mean, we've got to keep an open mind about this. Anything is possible.
If we start seeing this happen to, a cocktail. If someone's basically taken a pharmacological cocktail, which is also chimeric in nature, which means it has the more than one different type of organism in it, because it's got chimpanzee and human HEC 9293 embryonic kidney cells in it. So it's a chimera, and you've injected that into yourself. Well, who knows what's going to happen? We're about to find out. Okay, and here's one from Auntie Koviet. Good news, despite the monkeypox outbreak, the Jubilee is still going to go ahead, comrades. It's all good. Don't worry. This is Rise Above. We'll look after you.
Lance, just hit up your Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
We've got 2 live and direct from Sagehead. Yeah. Very good one, actually.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're from me. Yeah. So go up one.
Oh my god. Can we see this on the screen? AstraZeneca. I can't even say it. I can't say it out loud. So I'll put this one in the Telegram. This is the new profile picture for all of the crew. I want to see everyone rocking this profile picture on your social media. wicked. I can't see what I'm doing. Change the screen.
We got one more. Hang on, this is a good
Look
one.
at this one on the screen. 2 weeks to look at that. I'm just literally turned on Facebook and we've got.
Get that one up.
Let me zoom in on that one a bit more. Massive.
Big up, Ted. This is great work. She's got the transition from ape to ape.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Got the male NPC sporting a skirt.
So we're actually Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definite backwards evolutionary step.
Anti-nature.
Okay, let me take that one back. I can see what's going to happen. We're going to have so many windows up here, it's going to make the computer crash in a minute. Big shout out to everybody tuned in. This is Rise Above. Let me get rid of that one. Okay, so we are talking about the current thing, which happens to be monkeypox. I still can't believe it. It's so good. It's a real special time for everyone here in this greatest apocalypse ever, as we step inside the next era of the people's pandemic.
The other thing to consider as well is that I would say for the most part, 2020 caught everybody off guard.
Yeah.
But could they pull off the same degree of surprise to the sleeping population?
Well, it's not going to be a surprise anymore, is it?
I think they've got them right where they want them. In all honesty.
Well, if you look at that image I sent of the three monkeys,
That's on your Facebook as well, Lance.
Okay, let me find that.
I mean, it says it all, really. Everybody will know this image when they see it.
Oh, right, okay, yes, this one.
Bring that over.
Monkey see.
See no evil,
yeah.
hear no evil, speak no evil.
I mean, it could quite possibly be the government's new motto. They always do things in threes, don't they?
Oh,
With
absolutely.
their slogans.
Love that. That's really good. Okay. So,
Cognitive dissonance.
no, I think there's going to be a high level of that's the next story. A high level of cognitive dissonance. Right now, let's rewind a bit. Where are we at? 1 hour in.
441 people tuned
Are you all
in.
set up over there? Should we say hello to Magix? Are you set up over there?
Is your
Yeah,
mic on,
hear me?
Mad?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
All right, Madge, how's it going?
Hear me now.
Somebody's put in the chat about the Chinese year.
It is the year of the.
Divok?
Is it the year of the monkey?
Oh, no,
Oh,
it's
please,
not.
no. It's not, is it?
Have a look.
Have a look.
Jamie, that. I thought it was the year of the pig or something. I bet it's the year of the monkey. Oh, shit. Of course it is.
Gotta be, really.
Big shout to whoever just brought that up. That's a brilliant shout.
I mean, you do realise, right, for us to have a chance of surviving this, we're all going to have to pull together. We're all going to have to chip in with the work, research.
No, absolutely. What is it?
It is 2022. No shit.
It's the year of the monkey. Chinese year of the monkey. Thank you very much, Rise Above family.
Gosh.
We're
Brilliant.
It is. It literally is a Chinese year of the monkey.
amazing. So, how do we prevent the next monkeypox pandemic? I reckon. Should we have some music from Magix before we come back with the
Yeah, let's do it.
the bombshell from Master Lee?
Yeah.
I think we should. All right. So yeah, it's Friday night, everyone. It's Rise Above. It was supposed to be a customer services show, but we kind of make.
Well, we can get a bit of that in as well.
Yeah, we'll take some calls. We'll take some calls in the second half after we've picked apart this bombshell document that Inner Guardians has found for us, which is about the monkey simulation. Wait till you see some of the dates in this. So Magic's in the house. It's Rise Above. sounding. Sound of the Magics. Alright. Fuck it, a new one. Yeah. The deepest web was woven, and not every man got chosen to tread this path of a shogun. Tied as training to combat the cloven hoof, emboldened armor and golden truth. Swinging swords of untold proof, and that's ultimate. So when you're holding back, double L home phone like a laundromat. Predetermined before the womb, word scribe on the wall of a tomb. Ouroboros eternal circuit, infernal flames of raw gonna burn you. Boil the curdle, the shell of a turtle. 33rd degree epidermal. Fire dancer, master traversal. Ascend any metaphysical hurdle. Subvert the spectrum like purple. DPM, decrease visibility. Camouflage your thermal internal. Optical nerve with increased agility. Shame attack, occult ability. Cause and effect, distort history. A dark sorcerer, broadcast misery. Shaolin voodoo, smooth delivery. Deploy catalyst converter. Defect metaphysical murder. Inject sick lyrics, them herder. My word's gonna take them further. Yeah, for the casual observer. If they're a sheep, I'm a herder. To a shepherd, I serve them in a burger. Large fries and a full fat slurper. Magics. You like that one? Could have got gosh, couldn't I? Come on. I got more. Magics. Give me a light that works. Already got it. Big shout to Eye for an Eye, Sam Carno. Shout to our admins. 23FTP, everybody else tuned in. Carl Taylor, Lewis Reynolds. Shout out to Clara Warren. Yeah. 20 years of close observation turns a hobby to pro-occupation. Like a stakeout cop surveilling, round the clock, watching and waiting. I was patiently contemplating, ideating enemies, perpetrating. Study them and imitate them, think like them and anticipate them. Flashback to 001, when I saw the towers come down. That moment changed my life. Shit, I can still feel it now. Had a conscious shock and a high-pitched sound. Levitating while stuck to the ground. Shivering black, darkness around. Reactivation switch was found. My first taste of the catalyst, savoured that with the tongue of an analyst. Flavoured Mac, expert panelist. I spat back the spells of a cabalist. First time my essence was tested. Revealed reasons I manifested. Mission objective, pre-selected. Contract clauses fully respected. My first thought can't be sequestered, understood or fully digested. Until 20 years are invested and everything I know is fully rejected. So I said challenge accepted. And the rest is history. I won't stop till the triads are erected. It's double L and I mean this literally. Cause I'm a lifelong student of the occult, and I'm searching for verses locked in a vault, and I'm yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, and I'm burning pictures in deep catacombs. Yeah, learn that prophecy buried in dirt. That's why double L heavy with words. Draw for the sword and I bury them first with the samurai tongue that's severing nerves. Focus, intent, remember. Execute manifesta. Fires the system that he present the form. In the guardians, in the protector. In the guardians hidden within. Magics. This is World War 33. This is World War 33. My name is Double LMC. And your silent weapons can't hurt me. Tell Kissinger, tell Zabrinski. Wicked sound of the Magics. Shout to Lee Walsh. Shout to Buddy. Stuart Rogers. To what I'm talking, most are oblivious. They're like, L, why so serious? They're like, L, why so serious? We oppose all covert forces. They could come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above, that's a mental fortress. The most deep in the walls of enormous. Built of college of multiple sources. They couldn't storm us, not climb at the power of glorious corpses. Yeah, don't come with the eye of Horus. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbits way across the borders. That's right, we are the vertical rising forces. Yeah, control the miniature tour right inside the Taurus. We've been going on militant since day one. This is Rise Above. Since day one we've been going in. Since day one we've been going in. Since day one we've been going in militant. Yeah. Since day one we've been going in militant. Not same, oh so different. Sounds of the Magics, no equivalent. Rise Above. Ready? This MC does it differently. And cohesion, together resist that lesion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Oh shit. Yo. Hey, this beat's all over the place. Solidarity and cohesion, together resist their lesions. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic, I'm steaming. Forever seen psychotically reading, documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leaving yearning for rhetorical preaching. Peeling back, layers of deception, mirror tracks, untrue directions. Peer through, cracks in perception. Say my prayers and face my reflection. Face my reflection. Face my reflection. Magics. Past 10 on a Friday night, it's Rise Above. Big shout to everyone tuned in all across the crater, north, south, east and west. Sound of Magic's Double L. Come with them experimental beats. Do it. Big up yourself, Eltez. You can have that name for free. My bin like cap, my bin IP, Bo Penyang. Yeah, I'm that Farangistani, come with that lyrical slang. I'm same, but oh so different. MC double L, there's no equivalent. Big up all to the Thailand crew. What it cap? Sut your chillin' cap. I like that nah. Oi. Who's that Farang? Pud Mak Mak. That's where the General was born, on the beach of Koh Phangan on New Year's Eve. General Farangistan. That's where it comes from. That's the original. Big shout to all my Thai family, all my live family. Sabaidi Bo. Wadi my cap. Sujord, Alai Nak Nak. Big up King 00703. This tune is not by the Monkeys, and it's not by ABBA either. We might have an ABBA remix though. Might have been like up. The unfolding agenda ends more meat for the blender. Awake from your breathless dream. Yo, they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. Magics. So they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agenda. Endless means more meat for the blender. Awake from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrendered all ways and means to fight and combat a killer vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. The laxability to bomb back. I'll never take up arms against my brother soldiers. Tell me, are you on that? I write these dreams to push the extremes, and I'm tired of the blood blowing in streams and the fire in scuds and the luminous trees and the clouds in the sky, not cumulus. Serious, far from humorous. Biopsy results are tumorous, your outlook is dubious. And the bad news starts when you exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. It's too late now, you should have took heed or note of subliminal messages, looked in the cracks and the crevices. Use your brain to identify blatant menaces, blinded by Babylon's benefits. You know, it's different sets. We try to do it differently every week. Rise above. Imagine how good it would be if we put on a music event. Just imagine how good that would be. Oh yeah, big shout to Esoteric Night of Malta for the warm-up show tonight. He had What the Flock on there. What the Flock will be on next week with us.
Thing that looks after me, I call her my mom. She dressed in Margiela, she hot, she raised the alarm. Blowing money on these shots, we call it having a blast. So much ice upon my neck, I think I'm catching a draft. She said she wants to fuck with me because I'm fleer fresher. And when she did, she came before me like a predecessor. Internal youth, I live forever. Magic with the pen, I tell her. Your chest ain't all that I treasure. The money falls, fuck pressure. Winning, so it's only right that I accept my belt. Now what the fuck you saying? Spell check yourself. Trying to get this money, and we ain't even playing. Giant killers, dragon slaying. Going in, we got them saying.
How many is it?
They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. They know. I said they know, oh yeah. You see they never know the deal. The squad is here for real. We're looking for the pound and dollar bills. Yeah. They know, they know, they know. I say they know. I just got myself some new clothes, attracting all these new hoes. Girls come around our table cause we've got that juice and nouveau. I'm the shit, no new roles. Girls jump on my dick, want 2 goals. They wanna make a movie, but there's only room for 2 rows. This year we're making new dough, new style, new flow. Fans acting like some cats, like we're sending them some new crow. It's 2012, bitch, trying to get rich. Why ain't you though? You know time waits for no man. I'm looking at a hoopla. I ain't trying to be stuck in a loophole or stuck in a hood that's loose, bro. So I run around trying to get the money in quick, cause the money was coming in too slow. You realize and you know, the older, wiser you grow. That Roscoe is the realest in the summer, bitch, but still cold. Oh, they know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. I said they know, yeah. You said they never know the deal. The squad is here for real. We're looking for the pound and dollar bills. They know, they know, they know. Hello.
This is the beat, mate. Yo. It's like this. Listen. Yo. Poison dark, straight to the heart. Now a sound boy never wanna partake. It's not a game. You know, arcade shoot like a Cupid, cause them heartache. Cry me a river. It's your last day. I was a sinner. That's in the past, mate. We never talk no more. Right. Nah, you never wanna parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one mentioned, no one named. And I move on the track like a high-speed train that is never derailed by leaf nor rain. Relentless on a long campaign. Darts get fire with the pinpoint aim. My MET-HOD of delivery to bring you the pain. Poison dart, straight to the heart. And this rhythm gonna tear them apart. As above, so below. Yeah, and the first should be last. Poison dart, straight to the heart. And this rhythm gonna tear them apart. Magics, come with it. Sounding awesome tonight, it's Rise Above. Big shout to Auntie Covia. Shout to Sagehead, JB. Everybody tuned in, all the family.
Big up Godvag. The mighty Wim.
Is Wim in the chat?
No.
He will be watching. Big shout to Godvag. Vagilite. Yeah. Solidarity and cohesion. Together, resist a lesion. Thank you very much, Legistendo 7. Yo, dance my tear through armor plates. Accelerate at alarming rates. Wipe a smile off a charming face. Then stop the war by disarming states like whoa. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the mic lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpire, I slice through beef just like cheese wire. Rain on them with a heavy artillery. Painstaking wordplay, sickest delivery. I leave an MC in a seizure. Bulging veins, bust up capillaries. Enter the bloodstream intravenously. Rhyme schemes infect you seamlessly. My vaccine, conveniently. Fatalities are occurring frequently. Poison dart, straight to the heart. And this rhythm gonna tear them apart. As above, so below. And the first should be last. Poison dart, mate, straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy never wanna partake. It's not a game. In no arcade, I shoot like a cupid. Causing them heartache. Yeah, magic. Gosh. Thank you very much, Andy PG. It's not the same without a gosh. Magic's killing it with the grime. What have I got? More content, more substance, more high-grade wordplay live in abundance. We don't deal with assumptions. I eat sound boy for my luncheons. Word? More high-grade, more substance. Shit. Yo. We won't par for no reset. We're gonna break down that word. Rise Above won't allow the reset, no, not in a million years. We've shed a million tears, they promoted a million fears. I trust my reptilian senses, I use my mammalian brain. I combat the Schwabian forces, I'm bringing them ultimate pain cause I'm an agent of the awakening, transcendental 5D changing it. I chose to manifest now, right now 3D needs straightening. I remember my past life, and 5,000 before it. I've battled these demons 100 times, so I'm coming on and settle this score tip. I'm a worthy adversary, in fact they fear me. Every time I reincarnate on earth, their darkness can't come near me. Cause I shine too brightly, a higher vibration, daily, nightly, a dire citation. Try to indict me, silence, sell you, they wanna demic me. No, they can't endorse that. It's double out when I rise above that. I want to the court with a brand new format. I wipe the sheet on the floor like a doormat. Gosh! That really happened. Bit of gosh pox, pick up Gary Elliott. Big shout out to Oma Beats, we miss you tonight, bro. Shout out to Joe. Oh shit. I said like, deep in the jungle, deep in the jungle, knees in the dirt, next to the tribal leader. He's speaking the words of a healer, I'm feeling the words, yo, speaking the teacher vine. Mimo's a creeper, M-A-L-Y inhibitor, and the old vine can't mimic the sacred mixture. Boiled in vinegar, the recipe taught by the ancient visitor. Now I feel like I'm slipping away when my eyes look through to the clearing. The sun beats down on my faces. What's that in my peripheral hearing? Ingesting the chemical gateway, inspecting the neural pathway. Yeah, assessing my spiritual pain. Yeah, I came to this jungle looking for the shamans to learn knowledge, to get training. I've got questions, need explaining. Who manifests these thoughts we are making? We talk for days, but no words were spoken. The third eye's wide open, my 7 chakras awoken. Then the Babylon spell got broken. Come to this jungle, now I'm the shaman. I draw for the power of thunder like Raiden. It's no Mortal Kombat, I won't draw for swords, I'm not on that. Why? The vibration's high. Then I test day and I speak to the Buddha and Rastafari. When we chat to the prophet, he tell no lie. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn from the prophet, teach from the pastor. They most serve the same master. Too many questions. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn from the prophet, teach them pastor. They most serve the same master. Too many questions, one answer. Alright, we'll get back to the chat. Big up Kedawami Yassini. Shout out all the Bristol crew. Doing over beats on the either. Peasantal guidance, that's amazing. Big up Shinzo the Great. Better than 90% of USA rappers. Thank you very much, bro. Heavy. Yeah. Alright, it's like this. Okay. Since day one we've been going in militant. Not same, oh so different. Abstract sonnets, no equivalent. And double O's flows omnipotent. May I suggest a lyric proof vest? I got a bar that'll tear through your chest. Cause a massacre from my Kevlar. Your Kevlar can't protect. Anyway, back to the subject. Expose devilish acts to the public. Talk topics they won't publish. Instigating cold wars like Sputnik. Observe you with a satellite view. Heard the cattle these parasites do. Worshipping the gods of our conquerors. That's a blinded acolyte view. Methods are spineless, remain reminded. They drink blood and sacrifice you. And it's so misguided. Laws are provided to combat the chosen few. Yes, we rise above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Let's identify targets, light them up and lick them down. Carpet and beef, sprinkle and garnish with word, power, sound. I don't care if my rep gets tarnished. I'll do this till I'm dead in the ground. When they pollute your mind with garbage, do one thing, just hold it down. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Alright. Abstract Sonnets, he produced the Rise Above track. Right, we'll get Master Lee back in just a sec. Big up Ashley Styles. I'm not making it up. Most of this is all rehearsed lyrics. Some of it is freestyle, but most of it is written. I have some little reminders on my phone. I don't have those on stage though, so that's a different kettle of fish. Lyrical technique just like this. Ah, Cornish nasty. Is that like Cornish pasty? Cornish nasty. Big up everyone in Truro that day when I stood up against the Soviet Union. Thank you very much, Ashley. Yeah. I got a flow like a vintage wine, like a rinse it still gets better with time. Never pinch it or be stingy with the line. Gonna clinch it and go getting with the rhyme explicit. Bars on the beat complicit, no way spillage is crime. Look around, that image ain't fine. You'll get your own style, stop pillaging mine. Cause I got a flow like a vintage wine, like a rinse it still gets better and better. Very much, Matthias. Yeah, there were Rise and Shine. There were 2 new 32s in there. I tell you what, Rise and Shine is a wicked MC as well. Wait until we put him on the stage. Watch out for that. Watch out for that. Rise and Shine's got bars, mate. Big shout out to God's Own Spirit Limited. See ya. This one's emotional. Yeah. Hold on, wedge all for the Force. Like a Jedi Rebel Star Wars. This is the Magic's remix, but we draw for the Force. Jedi, Rebel, Star Wars, And then we slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-page drawers. Spraying out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old, quick draw, McGraw. Now fuck that, back to the Forces to power the minds and together of causes. Why? The massive raves together in hordes. Feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to the music in sync. Yo, beyond what you think, the body is a vehicle, it's more than flesh. Just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test, cause life is another part of death. And I'm done, I can't spill the rest. After this is a mad complex. Quantum mechanics, shame and flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. Scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section or any religious sect. I'm not gonna lie, that's a big concept. Grace to the cradle, willing and able. Won't conform to the norm of a label. Gotta be the genuine article. Every single molecular yarn. From the grave to the cradle. I'm willing and able. I won't conform to the label or feed the beast to put food on the table. No. Magics. Is that from Tom Deep Bay? Yeah. Amazing. I love my meme team. I love all of you guys. Holy shit. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that.
Right, I've got to give some shout outs.
Yeah, R.I.P. to Barrington Patterson, who was buried today.
Oh.
Gary Elliott. Just mentioned that it was Big Baz's funeral today, R.I.P. Yeah, so big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. This is Rise Above. Oh, that was a surprise. So, everyone's back. Inner Guardians, welcome back.
Salutations.
Salutations. Did you get a chance to walk the dog?
No, they're sleeping.
Oh, they're sleeping. Excellent.
Yeah,
Lee Gould is asking about t-shirts. The t-shirts that you order from the website are normal size. The free t-shirt that comes with it is undersized, so I will give you a size bigger than you order. There are double XL ones on there. But I think we're actually going to have to stop that offering, Mick, because I'm actually going to
We've got to sell so much merch.
I'm going to have to run out. I think I might have run out of free t-shirts.
Big up to Andy Brown. He's Digital Sun stealth t-shirt.
Yeah, from this one on, it's like 1 free t-shirt per purchase.
Big up,
not per garment.
Big up Freddie Stevenson. He's got Digital Sun.
Because obviously these t-shirts that I'm giving away tonight,
Digital
they're
Sun
the ones
t-shirt.
that were donated by Alex at Rev Gear.
That's right.
That's how I can afford to do this amazing offer tonight. Otherwise, that would literally, it would be costing Rise Above money, and that wouldn't be good business.
Don't forget, guys, get over to Rev Gear for all your fight needs.
Yes, absolutely. With Rise Above 10 code, you get 10% discount as well, Andy PG.
Nice,
See how we look after everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Big up Nigel Deaton. He's got a Digital Sun t-shirt.
Okay, right. Anyway, let's stop talking about t-shirts because I can't really give any more away free. That's probably enough. In the Guardians, we were talking about the monkey in the room and the happenings in the mainstream media and this sort of scaremongering around that's going on in the last week. Now, one story that I brought up was the simulated war game simulation for this outbreak, where apparently 250 million people died. Now, earlier on, I got a message from in the Guardians, not in our group. It was directly to me. It's like, I found it. I was like, what? It's like, I found the simulation document. And I was like, wait a minute, what about our simulated reality? Isn't it? No, the current simulation. He's like, read that and get back to me. Right, I'm just going to get it up on the screen because this is a great find. No one has been talking about this yet. Like I say, I looked for this document earlier on. I couldn't find it. But we have.
So this is big.
This is big.
This is big.
This is a proper Rise Above exclusive right here. In the Guardians, I'm going to hand the floor over to you for a moment while I just sort of peruse through this.
Yeah.
Now, how did you find this? Where did you find it? And what made you look for it?
Well, it's not hot off the press. I think it goes back to 2021. As we know, with Event 201, which predated 2020. So this is literally being passed around. I guess it's been hidden for the most part for a couple of years even. But it looks like this week it's broke out into the sort of narrow stream media. That's what I call it, not the mainstream media. And the truth community have now got hold of it and started to dissect it. It does need a certain amount of translating because it's kind of coded and it's fictitious because it's based on a simulation, very similar to Event 201.
Yeah.
So personally, I haven't had time to go into great depth with it. Quite possibly, it could be something that we could do as a collective.
Yeah, I tell you what I'm going to do right now is I'm actually going to put the link to this document into the chat. So anyone can get this, download the PDF and start looking through it with us if you like. It's in the chat right now. You can click on the link and you can get the document up and start looking through it. So I urge everyone, if you are on a PC or on a phone or whatever, and you've got the capability to do that, for you to do it. Because what we're actually going to do now is we're actually going to pick through this document together. We've never really sort of done this before.
Live research, guys.
Yeah, so we're all going to do this together. So what I brought up, let's just pop back to my slideshow. Let's just give it some context. The mainstream media told us this. New pandemic warning issued after 250 million die from simian pox in a horror game simulation. And I think they used the word tabletop war game, a genetically modified strain of monkeypox. The same disease outbreaking currently in the world. So they admit here in the mainstream media that what is outbreaking now currently in the world is exactly the same as what was in this war game tabletop exercise, okay?
The monkey's out of the bag.
So just setting the scene here. Now we'll go back to the actual document. Where's it gone? Bugger.
I mean, there are some very
Here it is.
key points that stand out, and it could relate to how they're actually going to roll this out, because as we've already sort of postulated that it could be quite difficult for them to do it, but if you look at certain things that they're using, so for instance, system of triggers, prompt no regret, anticipation actions, okay, and if listen to this, it will be chaotic and frightening, but you can't wait until you have certainty. You have to act with no regrets. So if that's going to be their sort of motto, that basically means they're just going to push through as a sort of triple emergency status, all kinds of ridiculous things.
Oh God, yeah.
That's kind of gives them
just
a
listen to the language.
free license. Yeah, and then it includes things like biosecurity, biosurveillance, the avoidance of travel and mass gatherings, graded warnings like hurricanes. So it's all predictive. So as an example, it doesn't necessarily have to even happen. They could say that, like, the threat of it happening warrants the actions they're about to.
Well, that's
take.
what they did with Divic 1984. The lockdowns were for everyone's safety, weren't they? Because this could happen. Because
it's known as trigger based plans, because of the risk of delay. So anybody that's done sort of event planning and things like that, you do have to have a certain amount of that, a degree of that, but that can't be the main driving force. It can't overshadow the actual existence or life itself. So if you imagine they're going to put it into hyperdrive, the sort of state of mind where the threat of what might happen if we don't take action, and it can't never be proved, because you'd have to prove a negative. You can't prove what never happened. And they'll simply say, well, it's because we took these actions that it didn't happen. But what will the actions look like? Well, we know what it's going to be like. It's going to be biosecurity. It's going to be biosurveillance, which is exactly what we already know. And it'll take them back on course for their ultimate agenda of conquering the inner terrain using external technology.
Yeah, everything we've been talking about. Detailing.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's a big gosh. Detailing and forewarning over the last almost 2 years we've been doing this.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, that they're using abbreviations like MPI. MPI can mean a number of things. It could be quite innocent, like new product introduction, national provider identifier. But I would say that they're probably using non-pharmaceutical interventions. Which could mean
Non-pharmaceutical interventions.
Yeah. So when they start using these kind of almost coded, it's coded language really.
Right. Yeah. So let's get down to this. This document is actually called "Strengthening Global Systems to Prevent and Respond to High Consequence Biological Threats." Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it says at the top of the page.
That's quite vague, isn't it? If you think
Very
about it.
vague. What does it say on the front page? Yeah, same thing. Strengthening global systems. So this is an NTI paper. Now, NTI are partnered with the Munich Security Conference in March 2021, which was, remember, that was the same date that we called out earlier on, March 2021, when the plan for the WHO and the WEF to come together was set. Just 2 months earlier, WHO and WEF cancelled their meeting.
That's right.
And they've actually postponed it to May this year. Oh no, sorry, no, that was this year. This happened. So yeah, March 2021.
Can I just on that March 2021? So that's the start of the season of sacrifice, and that's the solstice. Yeah, just putting that out there.
Yeah, right.
Just putting that
Okay.
out there.
NTI Bio. Let's have a look through.
And guys,
here.
just as we go through this document, at the bottom of the pages, there's names. Right? You know, take these names down, have a little dig in them.
Yeah, sheep farmer watching. I'm sure Dom's going to be taking notes.
See who these fuckers are.
Okay, so the authors, this is just some acknowledgements. I'm not going to bother reading that out. So the forward here. Over the past 2 years, the world has faced devastating impact that a biological event can have on human health, economics, political stability, blah, blah, blah. The people's pandemic has infected more than 250 million people, killed more than 5 million, and caused trillions of dollars in economic losses. Okay, so they're having a little boast there about their past achievements. Scientific and political leaders must take bold actions to safeguard global bioscience and biotechnology research. Listen, to safeguard the global bioscience and biotechnology research. It's not safeguarding people. You've actually got to safeguard the science and the technology. Interesting. So, to ensure that catastrophic accident or deliberate misuse do not lead to the next global pandemic. Deliberate misuse of what? Biotechnology research. So here they're actually saying they have to safeguard biotechnology research to make sure it's not misused to deliberately cause the next pandemic. Well, what's biotechnology? Isn't it like biodefense labs? Isn't that what they have in Ukraine? Like loads of biodefense labs. All of the big players have all got their biodefense labs there. This is getting interesting straight away. We're only on like the second. That's page 6. So it's here saying, you know, we've witnessed global travel, trade, urbanisation, environmental degradation can fuel the emergence and spread of infectious environmental degradation. So they're blaming again climate change on the spread of infectious disease. This is great. This is brilliant document so far. Vital opportunity. A lot of this is obviously just quite vague guff. I know it's going to get interesting in a minute because I've seen some of the dates. So they want to establish a new biosecurity entity. They want to make a new entity.
Want to bring in some kind of entity
dedicated to reducing emerging biological risks. Okay. Interesting. So we've got here the UN system capability. So they want to strengthen the UN, including the World Health Organization, UN Secretary General. Okay, so everyone's in on this. This is a big document signed off.
So Margaret A. Hamburg.
Hamburg.
Who's she?
Okay. Executive summary, March 2021, Nuclear Threat Initiative. Oh, so they're partnered with the Nuclear Threat Initiative as well. Some of the discussions, there were weak global detection, assessment and warning of pandemic risks. Really? I thought we got warned just before they're going to happen every time, don't we?
The exercise scenario portrayed a deadly global pandemic involving an unusual strain of monkeypox virus that emerged in the fictional nation of Brinia and spread globally over 18 months.
Okay, so
Ultimately, the exercise scenario revealed that the initial outbreak was caused by a terrorist attack using a pathogen engineered in a laboratory with inadequate biosafety and biosecurity provisions and weak oversight.
why would you engineer a monkeypox virus? What's the biological safety of the lab got to do with it if you were deliberately engineering it?
It does say further down that it was dispersed in a crowded train station.
Oh, wow. Hope
We've
Bruce
heard that
Willis is
before, haven't
listening
we?
to this. He could have warned us about this.
The
Like-
fictional pandemic resulted in more than 3
Well,
billion
Bono.
cases and 270 million fatalities worldwide.
What do you say in the Guardians?
Bono might know something about this.
Oh, what, in his purple train station? Do you reckon he might have been releasing monkeypox? Imagine that. Imagine if that was part of the ritual. Holy shit. So, straight away, right, we've got the monkey has been inserted into the story. The fictional nation of Brinia. Does that sound a bit like Britain? I don't know. Where has this monkeypox started? Did it start in this country?
want that
There
out?
is a map. There is a map. And it
Yeah,
does
yeah,
look
we're coming-
a
we're
little
coming
bit
to
like, Ukraine, maybe.
Yeah, we've got it. Hang on, we've got
Really
it.
good. Wait a minute. I think we should go through stage by stage. So what's
Yeah,
it saying
yeah.
here? It needs to bolster international systems for pandemic risk assessment, warning and investigating outbreak origins. So the WHO should be in charge and the United Nations. No surprises there. Develop nation-level triggers for early proactive pandemic response. Triggers. Okay, that's interesting. Establish an international entity dedicated to reducing biological risk. We've already mentioned that. Develop a catalytic global health security fund to accelerate pandemic preparedness capacity.
So just tax every country.
Well, yeah, that's basically taking everyone's wealth.
Triggers are used in hypnosis, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are. That's a very good point. So that, yeah, more about triggers is found on page 17. 17, half of 33. Coincidence. How many pages is this report?
It's not.
Oh no, it's 36. Bollocks. I thought it was 33. Really disappointing. Okay, so establish a robust, independent international process to tackle the challenge of supply chain resilience. So that's basically take over the global food chain, I expect. So this is all pretty standard stuff, as you'd expect when you're planning a pandemic. Okay. So about the exercise, in March 2021, we conducted a tabletop exercise on reducing high-consequence biological threats, in the third in a series of annual collaborations between NTI and the Munich Security Conference.
Just noting the date. So that would have been a year after the initial pandemic, yeah?
Yeah, exactly a year.
Yeah. Okay, so they've had 12 months to monitor the previous pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people's pandemic.
This is on.
It's obvious that it's more of a plan, isn't it?
I would say so.
Well, it's exactly the same as Event 201, yeah.
I tell you
So
what,
the playbook.
The best part of this is in a minute when we get to the timeline. This is when it starts to get really interesting. So we've got the scenario developed in consultation with technical and policy experts. The scenario portrayed a deadly global pandemic involving an unusual strain of monkeypox virus first emerges in a fictional country, Brinia, and spreads globally. Later in the exercise, the scenario reveals that the initial outbreak was caused by a terrorist attack using a pathogen engineered in a laboratory. Okay, I think you've already read that bit out. So the exercise was designed for participants to discuss requirements for international architecture related to science-based early assessment. We've already covered that. Here are some of the people involved. Nuclear Threat Initiative, Health Security Solutions, Global Health Security and Biodefense, US National Security Council, Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, Johnson & Johnson, Dr. Chris Elliott from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Of course.
Of course. Sir Jeremy Farrar from the Wellcome Trust. We've heard a lot about them as well. We've got Director General of the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Chinese CDC. I'm sure we know enough about them. The interim Vice President of the Biological Policy and Programs Nuclear Threat Initiative. You can look. We've got World Health Organization, African Centers for Disease Control. Everyone's there. Everyone was there. This is actually a bigger lineup than Event 201.
100%,
Much bigger lineup than Event 201. Event 201 was basically Bill Gates, John Hopkins, and the Rockefellers.
Yeah, and do you remember Bill Gates and that freaky video going, yeah, the next pandemic, that'll really get your attention.
Yeah, it's this one. I think it's going to be this one. Right. The discussion was organised into 3 sequential moves corresponding with scenario developments. This is where it gets really interesting, comrades. Followed by roundtable discussions of broader biosecurity and pandemic preparedness issues. The step-by-step approach to revealing scenario developments reflected the limitations of information available to real-world decision-makers, as well as the resulting uncertainty associated with pandemic of unknown origin. Here is the timeline. I would like to put everyone's attention to the left-hand side of the screen to the date when the attack happened. What does it say there, Anti-PG?
May 15th, 2022.
What day did Bono sing in the subway?
Was it? I don't know. Was it May 15th?
I don't know. But this is 5 days ago. Today's May 20th, 2022. Yeah. So this plan that was written in March 2021... This tabletop simulation exercise predicted that the bioweapons attack of the monkeypox virus happens on May 15th, 2022.
And they've literally just started it.
How long has this been going on for? About 4 or 5 days?
Yeah.
Exactly. Down to the fucking day. What did we say? We've said this before. Like, Event 201, Cadex, Dark Winter, Crimson Winter, whatever. The next one, they'll probably do it and it will just happen straight away because some of them, there are years to wait.
Yeah.
Well, it took a year. It took a year between March 2021 and then predicting May 15th, 2022.
Are we just going to live in permanent pandemics now? Like multiple, overlapping COVID 1984,
well,
fucking monkeypox.
We get a day off.
And we're just going to be in continuous lockdowns for the rest of our lives.
If Pfizer's Christmas miracle...
This shit's got to stop, guys,
has
honestly.
apparently got 158,000 known side effects. Or is that 150,000... known potential pandemics? Is that it's like,
you know what I mean?
But all I know is that this is uncanny. So thank you very much to Inner Guardians for bringing this to our attention. So it says move 1 scenario: the monkeypox outbreak in Brinia, 1,421 cases, 4 deaths, no international warnings or advisories, key issues, early risk assessment, blah blah blah. So June 5th, they're saying by June 5th, 1,402 cases, 420 cases and 4 deaths will occur. Then we go forward to 2023, January 10th. 83 countries are affected, 70 million cases, 1.3 million deaths. Monkeypox engineered to be... they find out that it's been engineered to be Brittany resistant. Wow. Wow. This is interesting. National responses, international supply chain challenges, benefits of predetermined triggers for national response. And then by May 10th, 2023...
So I wonder what their answer's going to be if it's spear resistant.
More spears?
Yeah, but I wonder they're going to have maybe some different tech.
Double spear.
Like the way they're going to administer whatever it is.
Well, I think
just beam it straight into the fucking brain.
The whole Spears project isn't the destination, is it? It's just a tool to get us to a certain destination.
Yeah, it's just a spear. It's just an instrument. It's not the end of the plan. It's not even.
This is why I've always been very cautious of putting everything on the Spears, because I think that's just a tool of many to get us to a certain destination.
I mean, at the end of the day, they want to put things inside us. Lord Schwab has specifically told us that we're going to be coursing with nanobots and stuff. So whether it's taken in through a spear or through food and drink is pretty irrelevant, really.
It could be a narrative where they actually admit or come to the conclusion that spears don't work, so therefore we need to go to a more extreme measure. So, as an example,
That's what I mean. Some other
if reality becomes so bad, then they can usher in their non-pharmaceutical interventions.
The Neuralink.
Yeah, how to escape this terrible reality,
Well,
which is obviously artificially manufactured, because it won't actually be because of this bioweapon. It will just be the actions with no regrets that are taken and forced upon humanity. The extreme measures, countermeasures.
Yeah, because all of these countermeasures and all of these, the outcomes from these trigger warnings, these have all been preset. They're included in another document which we probably can't get our hands on. You know, which is probably a lot scarier than this one. This is only for peasant consumption. Because by
Well, if you
December
think
3rd,
the monkeypox is bad, wait till you see the interventions. I should imagine the interventions would be far more scary than the monkeypox itself.
yeah,
Well, I mean, just look how worse the spear was, the spear serum, compared with COVID in 1984. It's just a mild cold for most people, isn't it? But then, like, people are fucking getting maimed and killed from having
I
the
saw a
spear.
picture. Someone lost both of their arms, both their legs, and
Yeah.
like, they were just basically fucked.
I
They
mean,
were-
like, what the fuck? You just wouldn't want to be.
But the other
able
thing to consider is how quickly did, in 2020, how quickly did things escalate from it just being kind of just a couple of news stories
Yeah,
to then
well,
literally
very-
went 24/7. So,
Mate, they
so
literally
tomorrow
flooded
morning we could wake up and it's 24/7 headlines and news.
Yeah, imagine if that happens.
And then we know what's going on. Like, we know lockdowns are coming, or some other kind of extreme measures are going to be.
Look, too many things are converging right now. Look, I mean, look at this document we've got right here. It's got a date 5 days ago for the outbreak to start. We've got the Wuhan hoax organisation and Lord Schwab meeting in 2 days to sign that preparedness treaty. It's not looking good. I mean, I don't care, because I'm just going to say, bring it on. Do your worst. I will just recatalyse that better. I cannot wait to talk. If this kicks off, imagine the memes. But they're already pretty good. Already pretty groundbreaking.
Speaking of which, I'm talking to Russ Kieran now. He's
right,
designing
was it-
Coviar.
Oh, right, okay.
No, he's not finished with
No,
it.
no, I need to show this one. Deep Bait Memes just sent this. Look, check this bad boy out. Jab me Gatesy one more time, and it's Donkey Kong with sloth.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to put that in the Telegram as well. That's definitely a profile picture. That's a profile picture.
But do you think do you think Britney Spears will do a concert in the country of Britannia?
Brilliant. Oh my God, Britannia.
Neighbouring which country?
Right, we need to get to this map.
Britannia Spears.
Yeah, we need to get to the map.
Yeah, because
the map's the best
right,
bit.
okay. So let's a quick recap. This is the monkeypox simulation tabletop exercise, the event 201 for monkeypox, and it actually predicted in March 2021 that the outbreak will happen, or the attack will happen, on May 15th, 2022.
A terrorist attack.
5 days ago. They're predicting 1,400 cases and 4 deaths by June the 5th. That's not very far away. 1.3 million deaths by January 10th next year, and 27 million deaths by May, and 271 million by December next year. So that's quite a lot. Now, yeah, basically, it's not a good outlook. That's deaths for monkeypox. Right, okay. Where's it? Let me just get rid of this. We'll get to the map, because that's when it gets really interesting. Okay.
Oh,
Right,
yeah,
yeah,
here's
it's
the
right
map.
here. Right. So this is the good bit. So this is like, I can't believe they've done this. The fictional country of Britannia and the geographical origin of the outbreak.
Brinica and Arnica.
So specifically, Britannian intelligence reveals that the engineered monkeypox virus was developed illicitly in the fictional country of Arnica's leading institute for virology.
Looks like fucking Ukraine, mate.
So Arnica, population of 75 million. What's the population of Ukraine?
I don't know, let's have a look.
Has a history of conflict with neighbouring Britannia. Does this sound familiar, guys? An independent Arnican terrorist group, the SPA, had worked with sympathetic laboratory scientists to engineer a highly contagious, deadly pathogen and disperse it at crowded train stations in Brinia during the national holiday, when much of the population was travelling domestically and internationally. The SPA have exploited the Arnican's government's weak oversight of its bioscience research laboratories. So Arnica, this smaller country on the border of Brinia, is full of bioscience research laboratories, right? It's blatantly Ukraine, isn't it?
Yeah. It's 44 million, the population.
Oh,
of Ukraine.
44 million. That's a shame. Okay.
Also, I need to correction. It's not actually the year of the monkey.
It's not.
It's not. No, I found the website. It's not. I've checked 3 other different websites.
What is it?
It is. Here we go. The next year of the monkey. It was year of the monkey in 2016. The next one is in 2028. So
Damn.
it's not. Just correcting our misinformation.
Yeah,
there,
we
guys.
don't want to put any misinformation. I bet we wouldn't get a strike for that.
Oh, fuck it.
Misinformation. You got to hit. It's not really the year of the monkey. So yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. This is really crazy. This is even crazier than when we came across what was that document? SPARS. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
I got that
Another
other channel
pandemic.
I got that other person's channel banned because I did what we're doing here with the SPARS document. I got a strike for it. Who was that? The Really Woke Show. That's it. So, I think we should carry on because this is like a gold mine so far.
Have we got a
If I-
code word for monkeypox yet?
I think we
I
should
think
do.
we're going to need it.
We call it Goshpox.
Any suggestions from the chat?
Yeah, we need something. Yeah, we need something from the chat.
Yeah, come on, guys, get involved. What should we have? What shall our code word be for the monkey divok?
Tiger prawn. Yeah, should we call it
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kongitis or something?
Planet of the Gates.
Planet of the Gates. Yeah, we just hand it over to the floor. This is supposed to be customer services after all.
Elephant box. Bill's money box. PG tips.
Yeah, let's call it PG tips.
That's Auntie Koviet.
Oh yeah, Auntie Covey, I reckon should have it with PG tips. All right, okay, yeah, from that here on in it's PG tips.
Someone else said Bono.
Bonobo. Right. So the final phase of the exercise was a roundtable discussion that considered the disparities in public health preparedness around the globe, and a need for more effective swabbing. Okay, yeah, that's all obvious, right? Summary of the exercise discussion and findings. Expert participants agreed the gaps in international biosecurity and pandemic preparedness architecture are extensive and fundamental. The thing is, though, like, if you've got a terrorist group that has convinced someone that works in a bioscience laboratory to make like a weaponized version of PG tips, like what do we need an international treaty to tighten up the security in bioscience laboratories? It's like it's a terrorist group.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. Okay.
Unless it's sponsored by a government.
Yeah,
That would never happen, would it?
Well, if you think about it, it's quite obvious that this is sort of like this is actually sort of like a parody for what allegedly might have happened in the official conspiracy theory of Wuhan, right? There was no terrorist group, but there was a foreign-funded group of researchers who were conducting research that basically was making a weaponized version of avian bat crown virus, right? Because that's what gain-of-function research is, right? You take a virus and you make it much more potent, because then when you are testing Britney Spears on it, the cycle of replication is a lot quicker and you save time and you save effort. That's what gain-of-function research is basically about. You take something that's already dangerous, you make it like twice as dangerous, so you can research on it quicker.
Yeah.
Apparently. So, yeah, I think that this is some sort of parody. You know, in real life in Wuhan, apparently, some Dr. Fauci-funded scientists convinced some Chinese people to make a weaponized version of coronavirus, but they might probably get medical misinformation strike for that. So we need a more robust, transparent detection, evaluation, and early warning system that can rapidly communicate actionable warnings about pandemic risks. Oh, that's definitely what we need. We need more things on the TV and the radio telling us that there are pandemics. I'll tell you what, out of everything in the last 2 years, which we definitely had a shortage of, it was things in the media telling us and warning us about pandemics. We could definitely have more than that,
It
yeah?
was fucking hideous.
Like, really?
33 hours in a day.
Yeah, for 33 hours a day, 8 days a week. They were pumping out Divock from every wireless TV box. Okay. So we face simultaneous challenge to responding to this pandemic and preparing for the next one. Yeah, you just can't prepare for them quick
I
enough.
don't
It's
think we should keep saying pandemic either.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, we broke loads of rules.
Yeah,
haven't
right.
we? Just reading this document is breaking rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to cult the language a bit more. Okay. So
The chances of this show being taken down.
sorry.
What's the chances of this show being taken down?
I'd say it's higher than 33% at the moment.
Can I play some DWE then?
No, you can't play DWE. We will definitely get taken down when you start playing those IKEA rappers around here, fam. Don't have IKEA rappers played on the show. Al Gore, he knows all of their songs. He already knows the lyrics, so he can hear them straight away. Let's see. Is there any more nuggets in here? What else have we got? Participants were stressed that the graded Pandemon warning system. Yeah, you like that one?
Pandemon.
The Pandemon warning system. They were stressed it just wasn't powerful enough. Analogues to be graded systems used for hurricanes and other natural disasters. Oh my god! So now we can have like a big horn or like a siren.
Like an old school, like an avalanche warning in the mountains.
Pandemon. Like everyone run away, run back inside.
Pandemonic.
Wow. Yeah, pandemonic. That's it. That's what we need. Pandemonic siren. Evaluating the outbreak's origins. That was one thing that he probably didn't do very well throughout the original People's Pandemic. Was evaluate the origin. Finding number 2: government should improve preparedness by developing national level pandemonic response. Yeah, this is all pretty much guff now. Oh, okay. Here we go. What is a trigger? Maybe this is a good bit. In national pandemonic response plans, specific readiness measures would be triggered based on factors related to potential severity of the outbreak, expected delays in situational awareness, and the time it would take to implement response measures and see results. So they're actually talking about the time it takes to implement these responses and how they will be triggered and the time lapse.
Participate stress that the national level decision makers must build trigger-based plans that emphasise that no regrets bias toward early action. So towards early action. So again, just lock everyone away.
No regrets. Shut the hospital. Turn all the electricity off. No regrets. We just must. Everyone must act immediately with as little information as possible.
Yeah, and just do it.
Right.
Just do what you're told, like a good slave.
You can see this is
It goes
literally
back to this,
recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it goes back to that proving a negative. You can see that they're always using the term security, health security. So with security,
it's always a what
basically
if.
you're proving a negative. So they can always say, well, if we hadn't have done this, X, Y, Z would have happened. But it can never be proved.
So, what is it? Masks, PPE for health workers, testing reagents.
There's the
oxygen
testing.
tanks, ventilators. Oh right, so you need ventilators for PG tips as well. Nice. Dog likes that. Bolstering pandemonic supply chain resilience. Okay. So that'll be like basically what that would just be like government agencies being able to sequester.
Just come in and rape you, basically.
Just
Come into your house and rape
Oh,
you.
you're all your things. We'll take those for the greater good, comrade. Yeah, sure.
Planet of the rape.
This is it. Nice.
Gosh, we've got some great terms coming out tonight. PG tips all round, comrades. So the international system for governing dual-use biological research is neither prepared to meet today's security requirements, nor is it ready for significantly expanding challenges. Well, it won't be if you keep throwing things like this at it. There are risk reduction needs throughout the bioscience research and development life cycle. Oh, so it's here. Look, biosafety labs levels 3 and 4. They obviously need higher security after what's already happened. I don't think it took a round table exercise to tell you that. So we're at page 18 of 37. We're only halfway through this document. We'll open the phone lines shortly and we'll hear what people think. Skype, riseabove-livestream@gmail.com.
Well, doesn't this tie in nicely with the reset? Because this is basically going to give them a license to do whatever and take whatever.
And you
Oh,
think
yeah.
this is just going to destroy more businesses and all of that jazz?
All to save us from the onslaught of PG
Again,
tips.
all of what if. It's just going to bring in communism under the guise of public safety. That's all it is. This is all
With
that
no
wants-
regrets.
Yeah, with no regrets. And then they want to hook you up to the Matrix. Physically hook you up. Oh, here we go.
So there'll be
We've got someone on the
Slow-
line here, Lance.
there'll be T-shirts and stuff with no regret.
Good evening, Bram. You're live and Rise Above.
Hey, brothers and sisters out there. Yeah, just ringing from Australia, actually. So the Soviet Union of Australia, and I'm in Gulag number 1, which is Victoria, the state known as Victoria.
Thank you very much for calling us. This is the first time you've been through to Rise Above, yeah?
Yeah, affirmative. I don't always get to you guys live stream because the hours, the difference in time. So just to set the scene, we're now almost 8:15 in the morning on Saturday morning.
God, you
So a
wake
little
up
bit
with
ahead
Rise
of you
Above.
guys.
God, that'll
Yeah.
set you up for the day, wouldn't it?
Wakey, mate.
Yeah, and Andy, that was awesome. Just to big it up for Magics, as you guys say up there, big it up. That was such a beautiful set this morning, just as the sun was peeling. So on the horizon, it was just starting to crack as Magics came on. So it was pretty sweet.
Awesome. Brilliant. nice little coordinated awesome there.
Yeah, you knew it, Magics. You had the Magics going.
Yeah, it was perfect. How is it on
yeah,
your side over there? How's it going, mate?
Well, I actually ringing in a little bit because of the last custom call in service, customer service, and you had an Australian ring in, and look, they certainly don't speak for the rest of Australia. It was absolutely.
I think you're referring
You
to,
go.
was it Helena that called in?
Affirmative, yeah, affirmative.
I've had an email. Was it you that emailed me as well, bro?
Yeah, it was, brother.
Okay, right. I read your email now. Okay, yeah, I'm glad you called in because we want to hear the other side of the story. So you're not the only Australian that was unhappy with what Helena said. So let's hear it, mate.
Oh yeah. So look, it depends on where you start and finish with this as well. It was an absolute emasculation of Australia, and also a couple of statements there where sisters in the truth community were also very intimidated by her.
Okay.
Look, I'm not going to make this personal, not at all. My heart goes out to Helena. We're all frustrated. We're all feeling the weight of the Soviet Union after 2 years of, I would say, the most intense psychological warfare on a human population, our civilian population.
Yeah.
It has been absolutely intense. And
Oh,
we've
man,
been
they've
the
done a
frog in the-
fantastic job.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, fucking oath, Andy. Fucking oath. So in terms of that one, I'm not really sure what she's after. Are we, as men, supposed to storm the castle and with pitchforks and stones? Because our construction team and other brothers and sisters down here in Gulag, Victoria, certainly did that last year. You guys did talk about that.
Yeah, we did.
Went toe to toe against the SS in black. There was a lot of information coming out that those that were in black were largely not from these shores, so made up of, God, who knows, Ukrainian, black sun wearers or whatever. Who knows where they were from? But there was a lot
So
of.
you're talking about those that were smashing windows and stuff like that. They've been we're all blacked up.
I've seen a lot of stuff about people being shipped in from China.
This is not unheard of at all. That these sort of black clad rioters are actually imported.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the rioters. The actual those
the
in
police,
uniforms.
on the police
Carry-
side.
yeah.
I seen they were like shipping
police.
in Chinese police and that, and then switching.
Yeah,
the
from all over the realm. Yeah.
I've seen that.
So
Was it last year or something?
Well, there was stories about in Canada on the border that Chinese CCP troops were getting trained.
Yeah, the military. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on that one, we've also had UN Humvees seen being transported up north through Gulag, New South Wales. That was last year. Again, all of this is really loose and hard to pin down. So, anyone out there that can verify this sort of stuff, please, use you guys as a conduit, really.
Sure.
There's lots of stuff too. I just want to make mention that I've been offline for most of the week, on and off, and I've come back on last night and realised that somebody's been spanking a monkey a bit too hard.
Yeah, someone's had their way with the monkey along the way somewhere.
Yeah. So I did write down some notes for this one based on last customer service, but I realise now I've got to make it a bit monkey friendly as well. So. I guess I don't know where to start, Lance. Do we sort of start with a bit of a spiritual, overview and chop her in, or do you just guys want the nuts and bolts? It's up to
However you want to do it, mate.
I guess just a quick intro, Bran. So in that space, sort of part of a small little community out in a regional part of Gulag, Victoria. Fairly remote. I've lived remote and probably on the fringes of society for the last 20-odd years.
Okay.
With family. We're a bit of a group. We call ourselves the Awildian Project. We're trying to establish a foundation, so largely to free ourselves from the tax slavery. In terms of that, what that actually refers to is an old Saxon word, Awildian, which means literally to become wild again. And that's reclaiming our sovereignty, and our ability to fend for ourselves as much as we can, and creating abundance, much like Tellinger sort of talks about in South Africa. And,
Michael Tellinger, yeah?
Yeah, affirmative, yeah. So really it's trying to create abundance for ourselves, and it's those four key critical factors which I believe, and I guess this is sort of my way of thinking, is food, water, shelter, love. Passio calls it care. I think most of what they're controlling us with is through those four key factors, which really stimulates our biology and our meat suits, as you guys call it. In terms of that, there's an absolute spider web of control. It's just illusion on illusion on illusion on illusion that's keeping us all in this state of fear and control and the human illusion. So I guess that's for me to say to you guys, I really appreciate your gig and the platform that you bring together. You really dive in and dissect the whole rabbit, which is what we need.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, my younger brother and I, so big up to him, he knows who he is. I was at the age of 15 when I really consciously thought this all smells like fuckery. And it really was looking at the financial side of things and realising we live in a giant pyramid scheme. And if people haven't figured that out yet, then, wow, you're a long way behind.
Too bad.
But the deeper and deeper we go into this, it just gets, web after web after web. And so, again, to sort of big it up, Master Lee, I have to say thank you for your patience in elucidating us on a weekly level. The perseverance that shows to convey a deeper spiritual understanding of what's going on is incredible. And big thank you for what you put on the table on this platform.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
And so in terms of that,
how can
Master Lee,
people in the chat have asked how they can reach out to you guys? And
I don't do the digital that much, and I sort of said that before. I've worked, and I guess my own background, I would call myself a polymath, an artist, musician, and father, husband. I've also, like all struggling artists, have had to, get a job, cut the hair, get a real job, all that kind of stuff. So I got I got myself re-education as a grey beard, and worked over a decade in park management, so park ranger, all the way through to middle management and government, which I no longer work in for obvious reasons. So yeah, I've lived all over Australia, lived remote. I've got a courageous family that have gone on that journey with me. We've looked from the outside in. Master Lee talks about the food system. In land management, we call it a trophic system or trophic system, and the universe is a food chain. I would 100% agree with Master Lee. So, again, bringing this back down into perspective of, again, what's going on in our realm, this is where we have to understand that, those 4 key ingredients, food, water, shelter, love, and if we can reclaim them, they don't control us, which is why they're constantly throwing these illusions, distractions, like the monkey spanking at the moment. So lots and lots going on in that space. Right at the moment, and I mentioned before, the last caller really demasculinised Australia. There are some great warriors of the truth here. No different to you guys up there in the northern corner of the crater realm. Down here in the southern corner, we have some incredible people trying to fight this on a nuts and bolts level, on a spiritual level, certainly through the digital space. I would have to say to the last caller, like, we live in a realm full of frequency of sound, frequency of light, the frequency of magnetism. Master Lee alludes to this time and time again, and it's bringing our frequency up to be able to tap into that and see that. So I would say to the last, and it's not a denigration, it's really putting my hand out and going, hey, if you're repelling people, it's about that shadow work, and this is where we're at now, right in the realm, all over the realm. We're in that time of shadow work, of looking at our own house cleaning within. Why am I repelling people and not attracting people? We've got a very small but close-knit community out here, and communities that we interact with as well. Master Lee did elucidate also that number of 8, and then groups of 8, and then 16, 32, and interestingly, synchronicity, that's kind of fairly naturally evolved for us out here. I do get where Helen is coming from. We are, how to put it, there's 2 realities happening in our realm at the moment. One is where people are waking up to the reality of our slavery and enslavement, and this is where, if you're looking into this, we have to realise this is intergenerational. It's come probably thousands of years. If you look at people like Michael Cesarian, Jordan Maxwell, Tellinger, the list goes on and on. William Bramley, Gods of Eden. Look, it just goes on and on and on. So if we think that we're going to overcome this in the role of a dice, I think that's delusional, absolutely delusional. We've got here through years and years and years of intergenerational enslavement programming. You guys bring this to the table every week. So the only way we're going to really fight that demon is, Master Lee absolutely brings us out, is going into the inner space and mastering that before we can master the outer space. So, yeah, look, there's a lot of work to be done there. But nonetheless, it doesn't mean that, no action or the right action. And Andy, you bring this up a lot, right action. And, it's definitely from Passio's work and many others.
Yeah, sure.
I'd have to say that the statement...
It's all about right action. The freedom of... The one main occult secret that they don't want you to know, natural law, in effect, if you want to really break it down, is the freedom of humanity depends on the morality of humanity. If we're a moral society in aggregate, we'll be free, but we're not moral. No one's moral. I'd say we have been demoralised, especially for the last 20 years. Like since the 90s and since the 2000s, man, they really just, me, I, satanic ideology, just not give a fuck about anyone. Does it help me? Will I come out on top? Give me all the money. Consume. And then that's it. It's demoralised.
100%. And interestingly, like synchronicity, what you're saying there too, brother, is that I was listening sort of last weekend, listening to some old stuff from Michael Caesarian, and it's pre-2012, and holy fuck, he's just so relevant to current day. And you know, the synchronicity of what's going on, and that absolute immoral. If we were living in natural law within ourselves, then you know, times that by 6, 7, 8 billion or whatever bullshit figure they give us, we wouldn't be in this predicament. 100%.
No, because even though there is a quote unquote great awakening, humanity is still going deeper into slavery. It is like, look what's happening with all the
the bifurcation.
Yeah, we're going deeper
100%.
into slavery.
So this is
You
also
you talk about the. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead, Master Lee. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned about the two realities that are sort of splitting away. Well, that can quite easily be explained. And there's one reality of the personality, and then there's another reality of what you could call the higher self. So the reality of the personality would be 1, habit, 2, reactivity, 3, automatic or automaton, 4, goals, and that's goals that are given as dangling carrots within this physical realm. And then you could have the 5 qualities of the higher self, which the first one would be individuality, and that is the key point. You'll see those with a slave-like mentality, they utterly refuse to accept self-responsibility of the individual first.
Adult babies.
Now that doesn't mean service to self, because only from real, true individuality can you get unity. So once you've established yourself or self-sovereignty or some sort of selfhood or mastership as an individual, you can then go into unity. From unity, you can have sensitivity. From sensitivity, you can have creativity. And from creativity comes action. And that action would literally build a different reality.
That's right, spot right there.
So one
absolutely.
line is being controlled, the other one's responsibility.
Self-responsibility.
And you got two camps. You could say you got 2 streams. You heard me say about the narrow stream media. So you got the mainstream media, which would be the broad way of the personality, and then you got the narrow stream media, which would be one of the higher self. You could also call it the middle path, or the narrow path. Yeah.
100%, Master Lee, and thank you. You mentioned there, you know, and the two realities, absolutely, and the vision I'm seeing at the moment in Australia, as we call it here, is there are two distinct camps, and one is obviously the awakening, which is, I don't think it's a broomstick we jump over, and Master Lee, you've certainly pointed that out before. I think it's something that we continually have to work at. Doesn't come easily. And I think just speaking for myself, I think that's, sorry, I'll just sort of regress back a little bit, but it's definitely one of ascension. Whatever step of the ladder of ascension we're evolving on individually and collectively as a group, we're definitely trying to raise our vibration. I think in that space, the other mob, what we call and refer to as the normies, and there is an absolute descending in consciousness and vibration there, and that lack of embracing the self, and it's all about gratification and that service to the system and all of that. In terms of that, I think for myself, I think that point where you really get to in your own personal journey is I know nothing. And to me, that was probably one of the most spiritual places to stand at. And this was probably about 8-9 years ago, where you realise, and you guys call it the rabbit hole. My younger brother and I, we call it the goblin holes. You go past the rabbit tunnels and the different twists and turns and exits to realise you've gone past the rabbit holes and you're now in the goblin holes. Everything that you thought before was a reality is an illusion. The human illusion just is a sticky spider web on spider web on spider web. And to stand there and say, I know nothing is probably the most liberating place to be. And that's sort of, I reach out to anybody who's struggling at the moment. It's not a scary place to be. It's actually incredibly liberating, because you realise that everything becomes a possibility. And Lance, you've brought that up time and again. Everything becomes a possibility. So, Nazis in Antarctica, tick box, possibility. Are we under a crater or a dome or flat or whatever it is? It's put it on the table because it's all a reality that we could investigate as a possible reality. And this is where we need to get to. So where that brings it down, I guess, choppering back down into a little bit for you guys, what's going on here in the Soviet Union of Australia. Look, there's a lot going on. It's not absent against this fight, not at all. People have got to understand how deep this goes before they can start, throwing stones from glass houses. This has been going on, like I said, intergenerationally. But when you also look into that, so what our understanding, and please, anybody out there that can fully verify this. So we went toe-to-toe against the uniforms in black last year, and what research seemed to reveal was it is a corporation, the Victorian Police, and it's a registered corporation business that is registered, to my understanding or understanding at this stage, to the Vatican. So, our governmental body that's meant to be there to uphold the laws and bylaws of our government in this state is actually an owned corporation. So to people out there that are feeling frustrated, like Helena, I totally understand. Going toe-to-toe with something like this is bigger than just punching and broomsticks. Look at the Palestinians for decades and decades. So we're in this. And for myself, I was like you, Lance. I thought this was early 2020. I saw this coming, but not in the way they've pulled the trigger. The underhandedness, the puppetry that's been involved has been. I take my hat off to them, to be honest. I don't have to like them, but have to respect.
Mate, they've done a great job. The dark occultists
absolutely.
and social engineers have done a fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy.
Doesn't mean I approve what they're doing. I'm just saying they have done a really good job of mind controlling the public.
It's pretty impressive, if anything. Definitely
Very.
impressive.
So in that terms, as soon as so I was sort of waiting. I thought they'd released the pandemic, and it was a bioweapon. Within a week or two, I'm going, this ain't happening. And then you start to think, what is going on? And bam, the first lockdown we have here in Gulag, Victoria. And that's when I realised this isn't anything about, a virus, but it is about destroying economy. What is economy? It's the flow of energy. Whether it's money or anything like that, it's currency, I should say. Currency is the flow of energy. So it was all about destroying the flow of independent small business and personal sovereignty energy. That was always the intention. And to people like Helena, this is the long game. I said that right from the start. Let's not run out in the first battle and get ourselves, rubber bulleted. And anybody who hasn't looked at a rubber bullet, I beseech you to research what they actually look like, how big they are. They are lethal. So
yeah, I've got one. I've got one. My dad gave me one from when he's in the Marines.
Yeah.
They don't think they're made of rubber. It's like ceramic. It's like getting hit by a small ceramic brick.
Yeah, with a little bit of marginal rubber padding. Yeah, jolly good. It's so
at very high propulsion.
Absolutely. So people have been maimed from it. I don't know all the stats.
Oh,
there,
mate,
but
people have been permanently disabled.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just talking about in Smelbourne, Gulag,
Right,
Victoria. So, in terms of that, yeah, Andy, like lots of people have had pretty severe trauma. But like I said, look, this is a long game. If we think we're going to run out in the first pitchfork battle against this kind of arsenal and more, that's just what they presented to us. And that was an example to send out to the rest of the crater realm. This is what we will do to you if you stand up and ask for freedom. Because, yeah, you can stand up and beseech freedom for Ukrainians, and you can, all of these things, Black Lives Matter, all of that. As soon as we actually ask for true freedom, bam, this is what's going to happen to you. So it was a huge message. And I have to say, the Canadians have gone through equally their fair share of this kind of...
Oh, mate, I don't know who's had it worse, is Australia or Canada.
Flip a coin, Andy, and I don't think either way.
Because, that motherfucker Trudeau he's enjoying himself.
Trudy. Look, so I also want to
blackface Castro.
Yeah, there's a genetic, a strong genetic resemblance there. Let's put it mildly. But even Zelensky with Mr. Soros,
he does. He looks exactly like Soros's kid.
Yeah. But bit of monkey sprog got out. But look, in terms of that, I would have to say as well, here in the colonies, I think we've been the canary in the coal mine in terms of what they're wanting to roll out. We're also about 6 to 8 months behind you guys there in the UK with the rollout of the Glorious Cure. So we're now really starting to get to a point, and I'm going to sort of dive a little bit more nuts and bolts. So partly health-wise, partly political-wise, if you want me to sort of go
mate, dive in.
I'll give average stats. So average figure of per hour call out. So obviously some hours are more, some hours are less. It's about 40 call outs per hour by the ambulance. So again, don't quote me on it. Look it up. If I'm wrong, I'll put my hand up and say I'm wrong. But,
so is that 40 call outs for Britney Spears related issues?
Well, one could only presume that, Andy, because it's the figures are so astronomically high, it's not funny.
Right.
So you guys got to understand there, we're a population of 26 mil. So what's your population of London City, Greater London City?
I couldn't tell you.
The whole country is 66
Yeah, the whole country is 66, surprisingly.
Yeah,
so we have
our whole country.
We probably have about, London, probably about 20 million.
Yeah, so our population is not much bigger for a whole continent than what you guys have in a metropolitan area of London. Sure. So to put that into perspective, 40 call-outs a minute across this continent is
massive,
huge. It's massive. We've also been hearing and pretty verified reports down in hospitals in Smelbourne that their capacity in ICU is just overloaded and overburdened. Ambulances, they've got half a dozen to a dozen ambulances waiting in queue for hours on end with people that have attended the concert, and they'll be sitting in the ambos for a good 3 or 4 hours before they can actually be wheeled into ICU. Out here in rural Gulag, Victoria, what we're finding is they're not ambulances aren't meant to respond unless absolutely necessary with sirens. So we're seeing them driving around. Ambos don't drive around unless they're proceeding somewhere. So you guys join the dots. And when somebody does fall off their perch from a concert ticket, they are sent down to some of the larger rural cities and also Melbourne, Smelbourne, directly via flying doctor service. If you guys aren't familiar with that, but we're geographically huge, so we've got flying doctor service. So we don't even go into our local regional cities. I say we, I'm not part of that contingent, but the Britney Spears cohort goes straight down to the bigger centres via flying doctors. One of the local morgues out here, another town that from where I live, but a mate who lives there, he knows the Undertaker family and Undertaker's son. They've gone from 1 to 2 deaths per week to, the rollout of the concert tickets. They went through to about 4 to 5 a week. Obviously, the second stab increased again. They're up to, a couple of weeks ago, they got 12 per week. They're sort of hitting 11 or 12 per week.
So it'd be like 2 a day now rather than 2 a week.
Oh, insane, Lance.
Wow.
So they... Yeah, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say that's like quite a big increase. So what's that, like 2 times? That's about a 300% increase, 250% increase.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brian,
pretty
can
much.
I ask? And is the media reporting on this or not? Is it just like being swept under the rug?
Probably a lot like you guys. You get little dribbles and dribs and drabs in the main. I call it big media, mainstream media, big oil, big tech.
Yeah.
So big media is dribbling bits and pieces out of it, but largely no.
It's never connecting the dots. You might say, "Oh, a sudden increase in cardiac problems. Oh, there are some blood clots," but it's still increasingly rare. No matter how much they talk about it, it's always increasingly rare.
I mean, Bram, we've had over here in the UK, we've had like advertisements on TV, like commercials for children dying of heart attacks, and when they're like straining themselves doing sports and stuff like that. It's so weird.
Yeah,
man.
affirmative, Andy. Look, I've got so my wife's originally from the UK. And she met an Aussie caveman and decided to, stay living in this part of the dome. But we've also got awesome mates up there, particularly a couple and their family in Wales. So they know who they are. Big it up. So we're pretty current with you guys. UK column, big up to those guys.
Okay, nice.
A bit like you, Andy. I haven't really plugged into them too much lately because we fucking know it all. The concert ticket was a way of.
I literally just roll my eyes now. I got a lift the other day from one of my friends, and he had the radio on, and the news came on. I was just rolling my eyes.
Yeah. It's like especially when you're around the sort of like someone that's still trapped inside the normosphere.
Yeah.
And they're going, oh fucking hell, oh no, Jesus, not
just
more. And you're
eyes.
like, oh yeah, it's difficult because like I had it when we were on the way to Mexico and we'd missed the flight and we were actually staying in this crappy hotel in the airport, and there were these quite well-to-do people came and sat next to us, and they were talking about how much they loved adhering to the Soviet Union really loudly, and this guy was like, oh, I went to Paris, it was disgusting, most people weren't even wearing a mask, it was awful, and I was like, oh my god, and I just started like tutting.
As if you judge a location on that.
I couldn't allow that to be put out around me. And eventually, like, she made me leave. She's like, no, we're going because you can't hold your mouth. You're going to say something, aren't you? And I was like, I am. He's speaking really loudly. And he's just putting out that pure, like, obedient Covietism into the room. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, Lance, it's incredible. So I was at a mate's place who is completely on our level, and I'd say they've entered the goblin hole, not just the rabbit holes. And we're just having tea. They're part of our sort of connections out here, and they had a blow-in turn up that night. And again, not naming names, but I thought through association they hadn't been to the Britney concert, and so I just started to mention the story from this other mate about the Undertaker. There's a few people that have started really dropping off the perch, and they were like, he had his back turned to me, and they were both like miming to me, shut up, he's had the stabby jab, and it's that absolute point of realization, and Master Lee, where you have that slap in the face again, like, oh fuck yeah, we're still back there. We still can't actually even present the truth on the table openly. And you just go, OMG, my God, we're still back there. So you just don't know. Yeah, and I guess, so I'm going to also, hand out to Helena too. I'm not about denigrating people, I'm more about solutions, but not being absent from the problem. And this is, like I said, happens systematically. People are absolutely under hypnosis. And I think that's the thing for all of us, is the massive frustration is, I saw something happening many, many years ago. We're coming to the pointy end of the stick. There is a level that they are going to get to where they can't control humanity anymore and they have to flip the narrative. I didn't see the underhandedness that they've gone with, like I mentioned before. And I think the first few months of this, we're really trying to convey this to our friends, our family, our loved ones, and we get, like Andy, you talk about, we get NPC'd. We just get that vitriol. Rah! Yeah. And it's still there. It is still there. 2 years in, we're going on to 3 years into this insanity, and now we're hitting the monkey spanking. Like, fucking hell, like, it's almost like I know about this, but it's like a turkey slapping of the normies. Like how many monkey slaps do you have to get before you are going to wake up? And I would have to say, and certainly revisiting some of Michael Zarian's work as well, I really have to say the stabby jab was about disconnecting us from the solar frequencies, disconnecting us from the Earth frequencies, the Schumann frequency. And I don't know if you guys have seen that recently, but the Schumann resonance is just going
breaking all types of records.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that happened, and I'll sort of bring it back to Australia. That happened through around the time of a ceremony that was held out at Uluru, or previously known as Ayers Rock, the dead heart of Australia, as we call it. It's on the ley lines, massive energy interaction with the rest of the globe. If you want to know more about that, I would suggest looking into Stephen and Evan Strong, our father and son team of archaeologists who are looking at the origins of humanity. And yeah, so out of Australia origins, if you guys haven't looked into that, this is why Australia, I believe, is hugely on the map of this agenda, is because I would say the original people, before we were genetically spliced, emanated from this continent in this corner. If you want to go a little bit further, have a look at the Ainu people, the traditional Ainu people, hairy-faced people of Japan. There's also, over the last 20 years, skeletal evidence and genetic evidence coming out of North, Central and South America that correlate to the original people of Australia. So this place is hugely significant, and there's a lot more information to be had. People like Casey and Jojo, who have largely woken up in the last couple of years, that are the Tartarian truthers, and again, other incredible warriors of the light here in Australia. People like Max Eigens, if you guys are familiar with Max's work.
Yeah.
He's been breaking this down for a long time. Campbell with autodidactic, Tartaria Australia. There's so just going back to the health thing too. So I'm sort of flipping a little bit, but in terms of that, Maria Z, independent media, I tend to listen to her from time to time. She's pretty spot on. I was listening last night to the 17 doctors. I think it's Conference of the Conscience. 17 doctors getting up and speaking the truth about what's going on. Pretty close to my heart because my cousin, our first cousin through our mums, she's a nurse who's no longer working because she didn't partake of the concert. So, she imparts a lot of the medical wisdom to myself and my younger bro. So yeah, like she's again a warrior of the light. So there are many people like Julian Gillespie, a retired attorney and possibly barrister judge. I don't quote me on his full title, but he's putting a case together to take this to the Supreme Court. So there are heaps and heaps of people fighting this here in Australia.
That's great to hear, mate.
You're not going to see. Yeah, thanks, Lance. But you're not going to see this on the big media. It's absent. So just to put perspective there, our media, at least 70% of it is controlled by Rupert Murdoch, owned and controlled by Rupert Murdoch.
No relation.
And I would say, yeah. No, I'm not joining the dots there, Lance. I think, no, you're well removed, brother. But yeah, look. So if people think you're going to get anything unbiased, we've got our CEO of ABC, which is like your BBC, Ida Butthole. She was the CEO of...
Nice.
Yeah, she was the CEO of Clio magazine, if you guys aren't familiar with it. So if you think you're going to get anything like this off any of those media, no, it's absent. So it's like Master Lee sort of talks about, you have to constantly reinvigorate your own awakening. You have to constantly step into that and search for those answers. And if you're not finding them, you have to self-reflect why you're not finding them, why your magnetism isn't drawing that to you. Are you the polar opposite on your frequency to what you're actually wanting to draw into yourself. So there's things like that going on. On a political level, we've just had the selections here in Victoria, or elections if you want to call it. So there's a whole, and we're going up for the federals and all that kind of stuff. So that's literally happening. We voted last night, my wife and I. Do I believe in it? No, I don't. Do I think it's staged? Yes, I do. It's all a pantomime. In terms of what that looks like, we'll talk about the Sheesh Mations. So all of our prime ministers here have all been part of the Sheesh Mation Society, using some of our Aborigine slang there, Lance.
Yeah, excellent.
Like that.
I'm fairly fluent, but now I've got to add the monkey spanking to it. So
We need to do a
I'll
new
have to
alphabet
upskill.
episode soon, I think, because there's so many new ones, mate. We could probably go right through the alphabet with it and have all new things now, I think.
Yeah, affirmative, brother, affirmative. But in terms of that one too, and look, you guys call it when you want me to
I was going to say, mate, in
my-
just a moment, because it's been almost 40 minutes now. It's been an amazing chat, but we do need to keep the phone lines open for anyone else. We were going to do 10-minute limits, but you've already gone 4 times over that. Mate, it's been awesome, though. It's great to hear that there is so much, like, grassroots resistance going on over in Australia. I've always had like loads of support from Australia, even before I started doing Rise Above. When I used to put this stuff in my music, and I used just to go to Asia and give out CDs and stuff, I always had loads of Australians. They would, I'd get these emails and phone calls and texts like months or years later. Bro, I've been listening to your CD. It really helped me. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's quite touching to know that so far away, right on the other edge of the crater, we've got people tuned into Rise Above. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, look, like I said, I don't always get to you guys live because of the time difference, but pretty much religiously, weekly, 17. So, sorry, my wife is just confirming it is 17 doctors. So, yeah, look, in terms of that, look, I've been listening to you guys pretty early on, Lance.
Yeah.
From it's about episode 15, 16. My younger bro put me onto it. And yeah, pretty much, the infancy there where Master Lee stepped in, and kind of really,
we really stepped things up again.
Oh yeah,
I'm still waiting for a night off.
Like I said, thank you,
Yeah. He hasn't missed a single episode since then. Yeah, not a single one.
Yeah, it's dedication. I know, it's incredible. And Master Lee, I love when the dogs bark. We've got three ourselves. We actually breed. They're a medium-sized terrier. I won't say the breed because I want to stay a little bit elusive in this space.
Sure.
But yeah, hunting dog, we use them. We're big on that, getting back to the biological realm, and probably just to wind it up a little bit because I know you guys want to move on. Yeah, I'll tell a story that happened to me, very quick one, last year. So I lost my job in government. So, yeah, long story, won't go into that. It was a huge spiritual path as well to lead me away from being squeezed with the glorious cure, which I'm never going to take. So I've ended up back on the tools, in the construction industry, largely working under the radar as much as I can, so I don't grease the wheels of our enslavement. And big it up, JD. I really like some of your work as well, and Sheep Farm. Quickly as well. But,
awesome.
I was working on this old building, dates back to the 1880s, which is an old building in terms of a house, weatherboard house, out here, unless you go down the Tartarian path. And just on the tools, I was actually listening to you guys in the digital world, and I'd seen it earlier. It was a little sparrowhawk flying around. Now I'm standing under this veranda facing the building, and I was just about to make a cut with my saw, and the sparrowhawk flies from my left to my right through the veranda corridor, and its right wing touches my forehead, which I at the time took as my third eye. And the initial thing that really transpired and bloomed in my mind was we really need to disconnect from the digital realm. And, that's sort of really sticking with me. So really trying to reclaim that 4 key elements: food, water, shelter, love, which is what we barter for, our time. Our time is our labour. Our labour is our life. our life is our essence, and our essence is that pathway to discovering soul, as Master Lee so eloquently put. So, yeah, just a big thank you for you guys. You guys have been a shining light through some of the hardest months of the Soviet Union last year in Australia. So, and that's all of you guys there in the Rise Above. And,
that really does mean
sisters.
more than you could know.
Yeah, man.
Honestly,
That's really nice.
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll leave it there for you guys. But
Brian, that was an awesome
call.
call. Thank you so much. All the way from Victoria, right on the other side of this realm. Thanks very much for calling us, bro. Rise above.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Rise
you
above.
guys too. Rise above.
Rise
everyone.
above, man.
Take care, bro. Our first caller from as far away as you could possibly be, apparently. Yeah, so it is customer services tonight, as we have previously mentioned. Obviously, we had a bit of a deep dive earlier on this emerging gorilla flu.
Man, it always astounds me when we get international callers.
It's mental, isn't it?
Yeah, proper crazy.
Like,
Man, he's waking up to Rise Above. Like, how
crazy.
fucking intense is that?
But I always think what it would be like, if we weren't sat here to look on your phone and see Rise Above come on live, like you didn't realise it was on. But then it's like first thing in the morning, because I've seen people, I know people in Thailand. They obviously watch. They're in Thailand. What are they? 5 or 6 hours.
That's 6 or
they're
7 hours
ahead. Yeah, maybe 6 hours ahead of us. So yeah, I think it's 7 actually.
Depends when we. Depends what part of Thailand. I think.
Nah, all
No?
of Thailand's in
Is
the same
zone?
time zone. Yeah. So yeah, when it's like midnight here. Yeah, looking at 7 o'clock in the morning. So 9 o'clock in the morning, you might be watching Rise Above if you're in that part of the crater. That's pretty quality.
So guys, do you want to? Anyone else wants to call in? There's the Skype on the courtesy of Sam Khan.
Yeah,
on
when
the
you
screen.
call up, you come through to the operator first, which is Andy PG. If you want to be a proper Karen and speak to the manager, you might get to speak to me if you're lucky. If it's a complaint, okay. So
we want to hear complaints about the Soviet Union.
But more importantly, we want to hear some complaints about this show. That's what we really want in the customer services department. It's what we never get. No one has ever phoned us up and actually been critical of the show. We obviously appreciate and we massively appreciate to hear callers like the last one, like Brian, who said the show's helped him through difficult times. We love hearing that, but we want to have balance in customer services. I would love someone that has disagreed with something that we've said to call up and debate us about it, or just have a discussion, especially over that topic that we brought up last week. The whole new age, is it safe to look into the occult topic? I'd love a Christian or someone from the Islamic faith to call us up and debate us about that. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Deep bait memes, give us a call. Yeah, because we were having this debate on Facebook. I said I wanted him to call in. Deep bait memes, if you're watching, call in and let's talk about magic and the occult and why you shouldn't do it. According to the Quran, I really want to talk about this. Interesting topic. Right, let's have this.
These have come in live.
This has just come in from Auntie Covia and from Deep Bait Memes. Planet of the Rapes. You said it in The Guardians. It's already happened. There it is. Brought to you by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Planet of the Rapes. And who let the... Oh, my God. Who let the pox out? That is so good.
Do you know what? I'm surprised we haven't seen a meme from Monkey Magic. Do you remember that show? Monkey Magic.
Is that the Kung
What's
Fu
that?
show?
Yeah. I'm showing my age.
Yeah, that's a little bit before my time, that show. I know that's quite old. That was on in the 70s, wasn't it?
Is that the one that they used for the Olympics?
What?
Was it the Chinese Olympics?
Oh,
Maybe.
maybe.
The animated monkey cartoon.
Well, there
Maybe.
is an animated version, but there's also one where they kind of dress up, I guess, in costumes.
Yeah.
But it was a bit of a classic in its time.
It was, yeah, quite a bit of a cult classic. And it was Kung Fu. Kung Fu was very popular in the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hot
Yeah,
was the
Monkey
big
Magic.
thing. Monkey Magic. If anyone's watching, we're waiting for a Monkey Magic meme to appear.
It will come.
We also had this sent to us mid-show from Russ Kieran. Just a bit of Covey art for no particular reason, just because we like Covey art. So, wow, is that from Monty Python?
If you really study it, though.
Wait, wow. Is that the cave in Monty Python where The rabbit. Is that?
I'm not 100% sure.
I know the multi.
Russ, if you're listening, message us, mate. I was chatting
Russ,
to him a
Russ,
minute
can
ago.
we have like some critique on this beautiful piece of caveat? Is that Val Kilmer?
Yes, it is. And I think you've got Gates there. This is the Queen. This is some four-legged spider. Obviously, Johnson's the primary.
I love how you two are singing in the
Yeah,
foreground.
you've got... And then, look, there's Matey there with a monkey in the bottom left corner.
Oh, that's Clint Eastwood. What? Any Which Way But Loose.
And
Wait,
here's
the
that,
film with the
is that the
orangutan.
PG Tips advert?
It is,
The commercial
yeah, it
monkey
is,
in the
it
right-hand bottom corner.
Russ Kieran, absolutely killing it.
Is that apocalypse or caveat? That's about apocalypse.
I think that's,
is it?
that's
Yeah, 'cause it's not
apocalyptic. That's
caveat.
apocalyptic caveat, I think.
Yeah.
But caveat can be apocalypse in a sense. But like I said, Deep Bait Memes last week showed us what apocalypse is all about. Because every picture is like an explosion. It's fucking sick. Really, really good. Let me just get to. I've got some other stories to talk about because there was a couple of other emerging stories this week that we hadn't actually covered yet. Because I think we've talked about monkeypox as much as we possibly can there.
PG Tips.
We need to. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, gorilla flu. Another good subject that was sort of started last week was this one. It's Bill Gates' bio milk. So, like the story is about the shortage of baby formula.
Yeah.
And obviously, Bill Gates is invested, along with Jeffrey Epstein, Richard Branson, Stalin. They all invested.
All the favourites.
They invested in this bio milk as well. Right. So here we go. We got some good memes.
It was made in Himmler's lab.
The recipe came from Hitler.
No, it was Himmler, man. Himmler was a fucking weirdo, like with experimentation. He was sometimes maybe some would say even worse than Hitler.
It's probably much worse. Bill Gates received 3.5 million in investor money for his lab-made baby milk startup. Then Gates Foundation paid The Guardian 3.5 million immediately. The Guardian published a hit piece criticising breastfeeding as bad for mum's mental health.
This is what I mean. The media, they're literally just paid off, like to just spout whatever dribble someone else wants to fit their agenda. That's all it is.
I'd love to see the actual paper trail for that. 3.5 mil in, 3.5 mil out straight to The Guardian.
So what is this, like 3D printed milk, or what is it? I mean, how is this?
It even said when they make this bio milk that they take milk donations from local women, and then they sort of like analog synthesize it in a lab.
Throw some nanotech in it.
Yeah, just another good
And
shit.
electrify it, or do it some weird process.
So here it is, NPC formulation. Cow and Gates Soviet Union first infant milk from birth, breast milk substitute. It's harmful. Over 2 months of experience.
Look at that, it's graphene.
Black milk. So the Bill Gates connection behind the dire baby formula shortage in the US. The United States is currently suffering a major crisis that is pushing the lives of infants in danger. Baby formula, an essential commodity required in the households with infants or toddlers, is running short. Sorry, I've skipped. Is running short in the United States. So we've heard about this, but people are obviously looking into the timelines a little bit more because more memes are being made and more information is coming out about the lead up to this happening, the shortage, and obviously, Bill Gates has got the solution.
So why is there a shortage?
Well, there's two.
Is this to do with these factories and going up?
There's two things you could say. The US's biggest baby formula factory has been shut all throughout COVID 1984.
Right.
But also, there's obviously a whole new market of people for breast milk formula that cannot breastfeed because they don't have breasts. They're called men.
Yes, very
Same
true.
reason that there's a massive shortage of HRT, human hormone replacement therapy, which women who are going through the menopause take, right? Why is there suddenly a shortage? Well, if there was a whole new customer base who have just started doing hormone replacement therapy, who didn't used to have a menopause before, they don't have a menopause now, but they need to take that. They're called men too.
Yeah.
So I would say that might be something to do with a shortage of these female specific products that are suddenly becoming in short supply. Maybe I'll just put that on the table with the rest of the rabbit. So this is good. Bill Gates invests in a pandemonic. He invests in Britney Spears. Then a pandemonic happens. Bill Gates invests in lab-grown meat. The food shortages happen. Bill Gates invests in lab-grown breast milk, and then a baby formula shortage happens. We can obviously see a pattern emerging here. And here are some timed articles to prove it. 2020, Bill Gates climate change investment firm bets on lab-produced breast milk. So that was June 16th, 2020. Bill Gates and Richard Branson are betting lab-grown meat might be the food of the future. That was back in March 2018. That's actually on the 322 date, if you see there, March 23rd.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something from Gavi. Obviously, we all know the forecast that Health Chancellor Gates has made about Britney Spears concerts versus pandemonics. So, yeah, and on the left here, is that Phil Mitchell crossed with...
I don't know.
Crossed with Greta?
It looks a little bit like Putin, Greta, and
Phil Mitchell.
I think there's definitely a bit of Phil Mitchell in there. It can't just be Putin.
Clean-shaven Phil Mitchell.
Drink corn syrup baby formula, bigots. Don't know where I got that from. Here's like a depleted NPC. Please, I need some baby formula for my infant child. And this guy, I can't remember his name, he's a US senator. Clearly you are failing to grasp the importance of sending aid to Ukraine. Yeah, so $40 billion, we'll send that to Ukraine.
That's a lot of cheddar.
That's a lot of baby formula.
Yeah.
I wonder how soon that bio milk with a Q is going to be on the shelves.
With the Schwab tech in it.
Oh, imagine that. It's not going to bode well. As if that formula's probably already filled with really nasty shit.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, like really bad. Probably made by Nestle and companies like that, Johnson & Johnson.
It'd be interesting to read the warning sign on the jar or tin or pot or whatever it is.
Definitely.
Of the side effects and
side effects
of the milk Q.
The Pfizer effects.
The milk.
Of bio milk. It's like something out of it's like that sausage milk out of
Sausage milk.
Yeah. Oh god. That's out of Xavier, that really weird animation thing that I sent to Master Lee, that really esoteric animation. Sausage milk. This vending machine that serves sausage milk. Really weird. Anyway, I've got to play that on the show sometime. Here's a good one. By the way, the phone lines are open. If anyone wants to chat to us, it's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. You can call in on Skype and come through straight to the show. So, old Eric Clapton has been in the news again. They've really been rinsing him. Virulent anti-Britney, Anthony Clapton, Eric Clapton, 76, who's branded the Britney Spears rollout mass formation hypnosis. He falls sick with the virus, and he's forced to cancel shows. You see the problem with this headline?
Yeah.
Do you not remember what happened to Eric Clapton?
He took it and he couldn't play the guitar.
He went to the Britney Spears concert twice.
Yeah.
And his fingers froze.
He said he didn't. They wouldn't play like he used to.
Yeah. So, not only is he an anti-waxer, he's a virulent. I mean, isn't that?
He's even had a taste.
Isn't that the word virus? Virulent. So it's like strong. He's a strong anti-waxer.
We've got somebody.
We have got a caller. We've got a caller.
Oh, it's Clara Warren.
Don't use the pen. There you go. Hello, Clara. You through to Rise Above?
Hello. How are you?
Really good. How are you?
How's it going?
I'm good, thanks. I thought I'd call in because I feel like I've been a bit distant just lately. Wow. I've been distant ever since my son... Well, I messaged you, Lance, when my son was in hospital that day. It kind of spanned me a little bit, and I was like, whoa.
I'm sure.
Need to take a step back from everything.
Yeah. Yeah, family first.
Just been speaking about this breast milk thing. something I looked into is something women produce, and it's called prolactin. It's like a chemical in the brain, and obviously it's like a hormone, so obviously that's really high when women are pregnant. It helps them produce breast milk, and obviously some women produce this a bit too much, how you can get those women who randomly produce breast milk. But obviously that can be affected by things like medication and stuff. So obviously if you put the 2 and 2 together,
Yeah.
obviously we had the stories last year with women's breast milk being toxic, and obviously it wasn't producing the antibodies and stuff it was supposed to be. So obviously it's all the chemical imbalance, it's all been completely messed with, ain't it? I reckon that's got a lot to do with that side of things.
Well, yeah,
Definitely,
because also
100%.
if you read the side effects, it actually said like not to breastfeed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because in the thing I showed last week, it just said Pfizer said don't breastfeed. Well, what that meant is it actually told women, if you've been to this concert,
don't dance with a divok and then breastfeed.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's all of these
They
little
did
things
say
all
that.
all add up to the big
And then
thing.
if you remember, because obviously it was a conspiracy when I can remember speaking about it myself, I was telling people not to breastfeed. I was telling pregnant people not to go near, you know, after going to see the Britney Spears and stuff. And then I think they said, there was a period where they said you shouldn't breastfeed for a certain period of time afterwards. I think there was a lot of switching and changing around what they should and shouldn't do with that.
Yeah.
Well, you think about it.
They did switch
If
it.
these things do contain the Schwabian nanotech that spreads itself and can infect other people, then they want the mother to breastfeed, don't they? Because then the baby will get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't
Well, it's that- I
you
think-
don't breastfeed, they'll just give you Bill Gates bio milk.
Yeah, and then you'll
So
get that.
it's like,
yeah.
so it's like
and you get the
I
Schwab
think
tech
the
through
issue
that.
is these days is a lot of babies you'll find, like, I've noticed babies these days, you'll find like literally about 7 in 10 babies born, they've all got allergy problems, and basically these babies, they have to get prescription milk. And I've got a big feeling they have this vitamin thing when they're born and stuff. Most babies are offered it these days. And I've always said, I'm swear blind, it's something to do with this. And it's creating something, because these babies, they all suffer with eczema. They can't drink normal milk. They've got dairy product problems, skin problems, health problems, always poorly, always on antibiotics. I think
100%.
It's just going straight down that path. But this is definitely like, this whole breast milk thing, it's made me laugh really, because I was like, this has been like an agenda that's sort of switched back and forth. It's like, are they going to roll something with it or not? And then obviously we get Bill Gates gets his hands on it, doesn't it?
Oh, of course. So that's what they do. They infiltrate everything, don't they? But 100% what you're saying about allergies, right? There wasn't this level of people with allergies like 20 years ago. No chance. People are developing allergies
there
like
weren't.
really late in life, just randomly. And that just wasn't a thing
No, I
before. And
can
then their kids
tell.
are being born, yeah, like you said, with loads of different allergies and have to be on
I've got one
medications.
child. Yeah, I've got one child who's completely organic, never had a pharmaceutical, never had a pain relief, weren't born in a hospital, never visited a doctor's, never visited a hospital.
Yeah.
That's just proof. And obviously with Leo on the other hand, obviously when I had Leo, I felt kind of coerced into things. Back then it was, if you don't do this, you don't get to send your child into education.
Oh, yeah, but that's all fear, isn't it? That's the fear base.
That was like the excuses. And obviously all this information, no one ever told me all that. I never knew all this stuff. It was only when I went through what I went through with Leo. That was obviously when he was 8 months old. So obviously he was intoxicated. So having a child that was intoxicated and one that wasn't, like, there is a huge fucking difference. I've got one child who's never fucking ill and one who he's got a good immune system, but he picks up a lot because he licks things and touches things, and he's got a lot of sensory issues. So if there was something to catch, he's probably going to catch it, whether it be mild or anything else, you know. But no, definitely having an organic child and one who unfortunately wasn't, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, 100%.
Huge difference.
Sorry, I just had to defumigate the room. Like the cameras were actually looking blurred. It was so smoky in here. Honestly, it's not a joke.
I've only smoked one
But no, I
blunt.
felt like I've been so distant. Obviously, with what happened at the hospital that day, I think that I felt like that day at the hospital, that was my test. That was, shit's going to hit the fan for me here and now, and they're going to do something crazy. I'm going to end up locked off this ward and not being able to see my child and classed as a conspiracy theorist.
I said this in 2020. One of the most scary things you can do these days is go to the hospital.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm like, Andy. Like, ever since I went through things with Leo, I'm so funny about anything. Like Leo, I've never prescribed. He's never taken drugs. Obviously, they've tried offering me all kinds of things with Leo.
Didn't they tried to give you midazolam or something?
Yeah, they did.
For him, yeah.
I sent Lance the photo. Do you know what was strange? Because I don't know. You remember me coming on the show? I think it was about a year ago, and I was telling you all about how I lost Leo's surgery down to a PCR test.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, I had to fight for that surgery back, and I had an amazing paediatric surgeon, and then an anaesthesia lady helped me. They helped me fight for Leo's exemption for the testing and things, and it took so long. If I told you the whole story, like, this is a children's hospital, so I was waiting, and when I
all
rang
because
up,
he wouldn't have a PCR test.
Yeah.
It's madness.
And obviously with Leo, basically, he's severely autistic. He's got no speech, so he can't consent. And to do something like that with Leo, you'd have to pin him down. And I was telling them, I refuse to physically restrain my child for you to traumatise him, for them me to bring him back 2 days later and fiddle with him again. You know, it's just, I didn't agree with Matt.
No.
And then they agreed that he shouldn't have a PCR test. There was even saying things like he should never wear a mask, he should never have to do nothing. So obviously I got the surgery back, but I had this feeling, and someone was like, Clara, you're just being negative. And I was like, no, I planned my whole surgery. I chose the drugs Leo was going to take. Me and Leo, we've got this thing, you can't knock us out. Leo woke up, unfortunately, too soon once before with a surgery, and it was really traumatic.
Right.
And when I have surgeries, it takes like 2 doses of anaesthetic or 3 to knock me out, like it don't knock me out. And then I wake up really, really fast.
Yeah.
So obviously I chose the drugs and completely chose the plan I wanted for his surgery. And I was under the impression these people who I've been working with and who would help me fight for it were going to be there because, you know, I've fighted for exemptions. You've got all these rules going on. You're basically bending the government's rules. And I figured out that the hospital, they still do things like send the things because they will still pretend to the government that they're following protocol. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, because they still want their funding.
You clearly see that side when you do these things. And I had this feeling, I started getting these phone calls because I rang up and I says, I've been waiting a whole nother year and there was like, you're not on the list. I was like, I'll ring you back in 5 minutes. I was like, just here's his name, look into the details, look into everything. And she rang me back and she said, because I chose a morning, and basically the mornings had been prioritised for cancer patients and people who needed to start treatment. This is like a children's hospital, but I was going over there for Leo with dental. But I was scratching my head and I was thinking, well, this is a children's hospital. I'm thinking, how many kids have got, how many special needs kids right now have got cancer?
Yeah.
And obviously thinking at the same time, unfortunately, you know, special needs children have unfortunately been under this experiment a lot longer than your mainstream children.
Well, don't forget, they were the ones that they gave some children who were deemed really super vulnerable. They gave them a lighter dose of Divock.
Yeah. Before mainstream children start, when people are coming out, oh, now they're doing this age, I'm like, no, you're misreading it. They've already been doing that age because they've been doing all the vulnerable ones.
Yeah,
obviously,
exactly.
I've been seeing that happening as well because obviously I'm kind of around that lifestyle. So that confused me. And I was like, well, I'll take an afternoon. I was like, my son's suffering permanent damage. I'm trying to save his teeth. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's had this, he's been having this care going on for the like past 8 years. He's basically destroyed a lot of his own teeth through his sensory issues, but obviously he's been suffering that much. And when you suffer with certain things in your mouth as well, it creates other problems. He was ill for about 6 months. The process when I started taking him out of school. So I booked the surgery. The women rang me, everything was going smooth. And I just had this feeling. I started getting these phone calls this man started ringing me and speaking to me about the surgery. Now, I'd basically planned to have Leo slightly sedated before anything with ketamine, recreational drug. I was like, I'm going with the old school stuff. You know, I want to use that. I don't want to use the pharmaceuticals.
The Matt
So I
Dazalam.
chose to have that. And I had this feeling I was like, they're not going to be there. Something's going to have happened. I've not heard from them. The past few weeks lead up to the surgery, they'd not rang me, and I was getting worried. And this man starts ringing me. Well, first he started ringing me, talking to me about the PCR test. And he basically said one's going to be sent in the post anyway, even though I weren't taking it. And I was like, right, okay then. And then he rang me a couple of days later and he started asking me about Britney Spears. And he basically said to me, because he's exempt from being swabbed, is he got his full passport? And I says, no, he hasn't. And he says, has he contracted Rona? I went, no. And he was, has he ever had it? How has he recovered from it? I went, no, he hasn't ever had it. It was like, wow, really? And I'm thinking to myself, well, how would I know? Do you know what I mean? Like, how would I even know? What a stupid question. But then he started asking me. So obviously I started getting scared. I was thinking, oh no, I'm going to lose the surgery again. I think I've cursed myself. I did say, you know, it's going to go from not being tested to not having that. Well, basically it was the end of March and the rules were all ending the 1st of April. So I was still a few days before everything was dropped. So obviously as I was going to the hospital, I weren't allowed to take no one, and it was in a different city. I was so scared because I knew I had to go on my own, and I knew once I had him in a drugged up state, if anything was to happen in the hospital, or, you know, I've had mums, some of these mums that have been in these situations in hospitals where they've not been able to get back to the kids. I've had some of these mums ringing me in bits, asking me what to do and stuff. So I had these fears at the back of my head thinking, this could happen to me. You know, I'm classed as this conspiracy theory. I'm here because I've fighted an exemption and they know what kind of person I am. I'm exempt from everything. I ain't even wearing masks in hospitals. Like, I've not complied with nothing.
So you've already put a target on your head.
Yeah.
And
So
by default, your kid as well.
Yeah. And at first it all felt like it was as planned. I had a private room, but I was locked on a children's ward. So I'm there in my own room with Leo and we're just chilling. And he comes in and I'm sat there and he's speaking to me and he mentions, I don't know whether we should say that word, Maz, the drug.
Matt Dazalam.
And he sat there. Yeah, and he said to me, he went, so I've got it here. He's basically having the 50 mil of ketamine and I went, midazolam? He went, yeah. I went, no, he's not having that. He's just having the ketamine. He went, no, you've agreed. It says here. And I was like,
wait, so not only...
No, I was, where do they fucking got that information from? Do you know what I mean? But
they were going to mix midazolam with the ketamine?
Yes.
Oh, wait
I
a minute.
sent Lance a photo. It was like just over 8 mil of midazolam.
Ketamine is a disassociative anaesthetic.
And that Matt Dazalam would have shut his heart down.
That is like a killer combination.
Well, listen to the whole story of how the whole thing went. They were fucking shitting their pants after the surgery. I'll tell you what, you could see the frantic on the face because this is how it planned out. Obviously, I started, the first thing that come out, my mind went blank. I got really scared and I said to him, I went, that's a dangerous drug. He went, no, it isn't. I went, it's an end-of-life drug. He went, no, it isn't. But all that was going around my head is it's dangerous, it's end-of-life. But no information could come to my head. I was like, shit, what do it? And I'm talking to him and I thought, if I continue speaking the way I'm speaking, I went, this is my test. I was scared I was going to somehow lose him or... You know, once you're in that hospital care and locked on a children's ward, social services, you bang any minute, you can just be shut down. Do you know what I mean? As a parent,
yeah, because all the mechanisms are in place.
Issues.
Yeah.
So I had to basically play the sheep. I knew instantly in my head. I had to play the okay. Then he's just fully coerced me, and I was like, wow, that sounds really amazing. Okay, then let's go with it. When he's gone out the room to obviously collect, because obviously I had a whole plan with the drugs and stuff as well, he's left the room and I put a message on Facebook and because I couldn't remember nothing, I was panicking. I couldn't even remember anything about midazolam. Everything had left my head. I was thinking, do I just get Leo and go? Do I just leave? Do I run out? I asked a friend to send me some information. I even messaged Lance. I was like, what the fuck, do you know what I mean? But then
Yeah, I remember.
he didn't come in the room, another nurse come in the room, and she had the biggest syringe I'd ever seen. The ketamine syringe was fucking humongous, like, honestly,
So they were going to
it was
give him a good
huge.
old dose.
Yeah, and then the other one was midazolam, and she said to me, she went, I'd give him the ketamine first, and then midazolam second. But I'm thinking to myself, shit, what the fuck do I do? What do I do? So I started to give him that, and I realised I had squirted it in really fast. He about choked on it. I was like, oh, sorry, I will slow down. She was like, that one don't taste as bad, but it's still quite bad. And then she was like, I'm going to leave you to do it. She was like, I'm going to leave you to your plan. I don't want to distress him or upset him. In their mind, I think they think Leo's going to turn around and kick their heads in or something. I don't like, because of what's happened in the past when he's woke up and stuff too soon and different situations. And then I'm sat there and I'm thinking, well, thank God she's left the room. But then at the same time, I'm still thinking in my head, I need to run away. I need to get out of the hospital. In my head, I was thinking, they're trying to kill my son. Like, they're literally trying to kill him. But then obviously I've got a sink in the room. After I'd messaged Lance, I got the midazolam and I squirted it down the sink. When the guy come back in 15 minutes later, he was like, oh, did you manage to give him both of those? I was like, yeah. He was like, oh, well done. He was like, oh, well, hopefully he'll be sleepy in about 15 minutes. I was like, yeah. Obviously he's had this 50 mil of ketamine, and obviously he's as strong as an ox when it comes to things like trying to sedate him, and he just ain't knocking out. I'm like, please, Leo, next time he walks in the room, please just close your eyes. And we ended up having to give him some more drugs to like get him to go down, and then still as was because I was allowed to go to the surgery room. Leo, this one being virus, everyone else was wearing masks. I took Leo to the surgery room. He was dressed in a tracksuit, but he also had his dressing gown from home and a big weighted blanket. I was in my normal clothes with my coat on with no mask. But as we wheel him down, the little Bobby still kept peeping an eye open. And even they were looking at me really shocked, because in their head, but do you know what got me? Why I'm telling you this is because they was going to let me give him that drug. So do you know, if anything could have come of it, they would have never have gave Leo that drug. They left me to give Leo that drug. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you were the one that administered it.
Yes.
Pass on the liability.
So, yeah, I've gone down to the surgery room and the man is trying to gas him. And obviously I know how hard it, because they're still, he's like blown away. And I'm thinking to myself, shit, does he know what I've done? Like, do you know what I mean? Does he know what I've done? Like, does he know I've put the drugs down the drain? And I was like, I've realised what he's doing. Leo don't breathe through his mouth much. And I ended up gassing Leo. So I fully sedated Leo myself. And then because of the situation, I refused to leave the outside door. And what I did is I was so scared. I didn't want to go. I was angry with myself. I'd got to that point that it was too late to be able to him out of the hospital. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because he's already sedated and
of what was because Leo's bigger than me now, and that I was like, I can't even pick him up anymore and carry him,
let alone when he's a dead weight.
Yeah. So obviously it was traumatizing. It was really horrible. Keep looking up at the window and watching him tugging away and stuff at his face. And unfortunately, because of the neglect and how long they'd left him, unfortunately, there was a lot more damage, a lot more needing to be done. And now there's things that we're not going to be able to do for his mouth in the future to be able to help that. So obviously I was fuming. I was raging. I can remember needing the wee, and I really needed the wee. I had to go out the doors. I weren't allowed to go into the surgeon's toilet. And I've gone to the toilet and I've started panicking because I couldn't get back in the room. And I was like, why can't I get back in? Why ain't they buzzing me through? Because normally you have to wait for an alarm to go off to go back down to the theatre. But then luckily my buzzer went off and Leo was being wheeled out. But they was all frantically panicking, all hovering around him. They were scared and it weren't breathing properly. And I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? Do you like panicking because I'd left him for 5 minutes to go for the wee? Mm-hmm. And obviously he'd come round and he just wanted to hibernate, but there was blood everywhere. And obviously they was getting ready to give him more drugs. And I was speaking to one of the nurses because I was like, I've sorted him out, got him comfortable, they can see his breathing, got him to sit up. And a nurse started speaking to me and she started looking at the notes and she was like, oh, how come you're here on your own? I says, I weren't allowed to bring no one because of the rules, and I'd already fighted for an exemption. So obviously I didn't want to push no more. And I don't know whether she knew some of the others that were speaking, because she knew I wanted to be in my private room. They wanted Leo to stay down in recovery, Joe, because they was like, he's had such a heavy sedation of drugs. They were scared like of him breathe, and she was like, do you want me to get you up to your private room? So she got a porter and she wheeled me up. A surgeon come and sat me down and told me the extent of the damage, and she told me I weren't allowed to leave the hospital. There was going to be coming round with more midazolam, more ketamine. He was literally going to be drugged again to stay in longer, obviously because of all the work that had been done. Another woman had come in, and I was just looking at Leo like, please get up, Joe, because normally he springs up. I was so surprised he'd actually gone back sleep after the surgery, but I thought, that ketamine is probably in full swing motion now. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And fortunately, Leo did get up, and I managed to get him on his feet. And that same nurse from down on the recovery, she managed to get me out of the hospital before the other nurse come back and discharged me.
Wow.
So it was just like, it was the main thought of, I was just sat there, and the realisation was they are actually giving this to children. I was like, this ain't an hospital for elderly.
So just smashing out midazolam.
Smashing out midazolam in a
From what I know
children's
about
hospital. Do you know what
ketamine,
was even freaky? Do you know outside the finger room there was this big religious poster of Jesus saying, Jesus has a place for everyone, like right by. It's really old. And then there's a thing about Princess Diana. Obviously, it's got a lot about the royals. And then I start looking at the outside of the building of this hospital as I've come out in my car, like looking at, because obviously it weren't my city. This was in Sheffield. I drove to Sheffield for this surgery. And I was just like, oh my God, like it just screams like
genocide.
Yeah, it screams like genocide of children. It really, really creepy. Really, really freaked me out. It was really horrible. But after that sort of spanned me mentally, because when I got back home and Leo was recovering, I went through my paperwork and I found a big white envelope and it had midazolam on the top of it. And I'd written down loads of stuff about midazolam. And one of the main things midazolam does is it stops people creating new memories.
Yeah, you can't form new memories.
So it's like yeah, and obviously you think Leo's got neurological problems, like, do you know what I mean? So for Leo to undergo something like that and have something like that could set him back so far.
If you were going to abuse someone or maltreat someone in a care setting,
exactly, what a good drug to give them.
Exactly, yeah, especially if people did have learning difficulties, or if at the other end of the spectrum. Yeah. They were elderly and already suffering from dementia and already had memory problems. That's just like throwing a black blanket over everything, and it does slow your breathing down. So when you've had an anaesthetic like ketamine, which is used because it doesn't slow down the heart rate or the breathing,
it's definitely a better drug to use there than all the other stuff they use.
Yeah, but
definitely
because of the effects that ketamine does have, if you mix it with something that does slow down your breathing and your heart rate, that is very dangerous. That's why there are certain cocktails which are used to end people's lives. There are compound effects when you put certain things together.
Yeah.
No, that's
it's
crazy.
It's just shocking.
Yeah, I remember that day when you messaged me.
That made me realise there and then my levels of what my role is now. Is I've always been overprotective anyway. That really scared me. I was like, fucking hell, I can never take my eyes off my kids again. Do you know what I mean?
Did you message me when you'd actually were supposed to administer the midazolam?
Did that? Yeah. I messaged you with it full, didn't I? And then I put a story on 2 minutes later with it being squirted down the drain. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, get rid of that before they come back. Just dispose of that quickly, comrade.
Lance, at that point, I wanted to run out the hospital. In my head, I needed to get out and go. Do you know what I mean? And it's sort of like become to that point. It was that all. I don't know. Do you know what? It don't matter what I'm saying. As I suppose is, I obviously knew about midazolam. I clearly had a big sheet of paper with loads of information on, and I'd done loads of investigating on it. But in the heat of the moment, in that point in time, and thinking to myself, this is probably my test. This is probably going to be one of them traumatic situations where they're finally going to get some sort of control over my kids, because I'm here trying to pull the control away from my kids. because I've just took Leo fully out the special needs education system and got rid of his ECHP plan and stuff as well. Luckily, with this surgery and stuff, that helped me sort of keep him out longer. So at the same time as going through all that as at the hospital, it's why I've been a bit distant as well, because I've not been using my phone number because it's tied to the system. I've stopped using my house phone. I've started switching my Wi-Fi off. I'm waiting to get a new phone. I've been stalked. I've had people from school trying to turn up at my home, like unannounced. Like, I ain't even been able to smoke a joint in my own back garden, like worried that some authority person's going to turn up at my house. Like, it's been really crazy, do you know, because they'd not clocked eyes on Leo for such a long time.
You're
Even
just
though
thinking
he's
it's a matter of
legit
time
out
before
school
someone turns
now.
up with a clipboard.
Yeah. Since June last year, if you add it all up in weeks, Leo's only done 5 weeks in school. He did 1 week in January. He kept getting poorly. He'd go every time. Obviously, I had my suspicions. I always said that when I was on the show last year, and I was completely right about all my worries. Like, they're all... Obviously, when the rules changed as well, it was basically you only stay off if you've got Pono. If you've got anything else, just be there. And obviously, my son was getting really poorly. I was starting to get really worried. So I've used all these other reasons, and I've had to use ammo sort of to protect myself because I didn't know whether they were going to come back at me in a negative way. As of so far, because I've sort of used, obviously my son was abused before the pandemic by an escort to and from school for nearly 8 months, and she got away with it, and she still works at the school. So I was having to face my child's abuser every day. What to drive past me like every day. So I had quite a lot of ammo to sort of come out, but at the same time I was doing all this with a healthcare system as well. So I've been watched very, very hard as well. So I've had to be very out the way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Sometimes you've got to keep a low profile for your own good.
The other week I had to pretend I was away just so no one could turn up and see me. And in the morning I was like to the kids, I was like, come on, the car's packed, get in the car, we'll go into the Peak District. And kids are like, what the hell? I was like, we ain't even staying in the house. I was like, come on, let's go. I can't cope. It was too much. But obviously all that sort of settling, I think it's all, I'm going to say it's swinging in my favour, but the system's so hard. It's so difficult to do anything. And obviously they made a lot of money off my son. So with me taking all these steps, they're going to stop gaining from him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
But no, we're a lot freer now, and I ain't got those worries on my back anymore of people just turning up. I think I'm sort of in a good place. I think I've got over what happened in the hospital mentally and got myself in that headspace of a mother, as obviously I know what my role is now, and I've had to learn and accept that I am this 24/7 mum now. Wherever I am, the kids are. Whatever I do, the kids are doing. So, yeah, I've been a bit distant. But I'm going to change all my details. Obviously, I've got the new Facebook, but I'm changing all my details, my emails, my technology, everything. So then I'll only be sort of keeping in contact with the right people and keeping the whole system side of things well out of things. So obviously I don't really want contact with people through those contact details. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Well,
it's crazy.
We might not have heard from you for a while, but we've certainly we come up to speed now. That's a mental story, and I'm so glad that
trying to dose kiddies up with midazolam.
Yeah, you've come out the other side of that, and it went down the sink.
Like literally, I'm starting to feel freedom now. Like when people speak about freedom, and I sit and I think about it, and I'm like, I've got both my children with me 24/7. We're happy. My son's making progress, more progress than he's made in years. He's trying his hardest to talk every day. We're living our lives how we want to live our lives. We ain't got to be nowhere or do nothing, or there's no time scale anymore or planner. Like, yeah, it's nice. Things are starting to go nice for us now.
Freedom.
Slowly. I know something might bite us in the bum coming out of this system process, but I'm ready for that.
Brilliant. It's good to hear. I'm really glad you got in contact with us again tonight, Clara.
Yes, and I've been sharing the laptop as well, so I've been watching Rise Above on the TV with no chat as well again, which has been miserable. And I want to say
no.
shout out to Sam Carno as well. I noticed he'd reached out to me the other day when I was on my phone and checking on things for the first time in weeks. And I'll have a catch up with you soon. Bless him.
Yeah, big up to Sam. He's a diamond because he's sort of like the glue that holds everything together behind the scenes, being an admin in the live chat, looking after the Telegram groups. Yeah, big thank you to Sam.
Yeah. But all you girls out there, if you can get hold of some prolactin, some kind of vitamin, you should be able to sell your breast milk. High current, Sam.
Yeah, right.
Sell it to Farmer Gates.
Yeah, no, whatever you do, don't sell it to him. He'll weaponise it against
Sell
us.
it to the Schwabian agenda.
All right, well, it was great to hear from you, Clara.
Yes, I'm gonna shut off now as well and go to bed, but I'll be back on the Telegram as well. I'm back in contact with everyone more. So
Okay, brilliant.
It was lovely catching up with you, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Likewise. All right, rise above.
All right,
Rise
Rise
take
above.
care. Bye.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Lovely to hear from Clara.
Yeah, that's a hectic story, man.
Yeah, absolutely mental. Until she just reminded me about it, I'd sort of forgot about that day and that little message conversation we'd had. Crazy. So, oh yeah, where did we get to? We were talking about Eric Clapton, weren't we?
Clappers.
Oh, clappers. So, they're obviously telling blatant lies about Eric Clapton here. And also, it's probably quite important to point out that it doesn't really say much for the Britney Spears concert if he's been to two. And now,
He's had a taste.
and now he's come down with Crown. On the right-hand side here, this is from Yahoo News. I picked this up. This is from today. Shoppers evacuated from Sainsbury's after people collapse with breathing problems. I looked in to this. The whole place was evacuated. 7 people had breathing problems all at the same time in Sainsbury's. Where was this? In Longbridge. I'm not sure where
I
Longbridge
mean, the
is.
chances of that, it's got to be 33 million to 1.
I mean,
At
how
least.
many people are in the store? 100? Is that a lot? 200 maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Depends how big the store was. But, I mean, 7 is a lot to, have
only
breathing problems
2
at the
people were
same
taken
time.
to hospital, but 7 people collapsed. So what could have caused that? I wonder if any of them had monkeypox. I mean, PT tips or gorilla flu.
What was the official
Pento
cause?
chisel,
No, there is no official cause. I read the whole article. Nobody knows.
radiation maybe.
7 people collapsed, 2 people taken to hospital.
I mean, if there's nothing, frequency.
Quite localised inside a hospital. It could have been a gas leak or something. I don't know. But I thought that was quite interesting.
So this is Lord Schwab, a Salt Bay, and he's sprinkling the matey from the Goonies with, what's he got? He's got Robo Musk there, Zelensky, Divok Spears. What's that? The ice cream.
Ice cream with Will Smith's head
Yeah.
as the chocolate ice
Ukrainian heart flag, sun cult, black sun symbol,
Lovely.
the virus.
cream. Lovely bit, Lord Schwab
Oh,
there.
we got the phone ringing. Yeah.
Oh, it's Hog Down Munch. Welcome to Rise Above.
Please
Please
don't munch. Please don't say.
fuck or bugger.
Fuck or bugger.
Yeah.
Oh, bugger.
Welcome.
Fuck.
How's it going?
How you doing, brothers? You good?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
Good, man.
I had to call up, man. I couldn't resist it. But I'll tell you what callers you've had tonight.
Yeah, we've had some great calls tonight.
What a show. It's just been so organic tonight and just off the cuff and just real.
Glad
So
you enjoyed it,
respect.
mate.
Oh, just amazing. I mean, the last call, I've got a disabled child. And we got midazolam for him, like his rescue medication. And yeah, it's bad shit. It's really bad shit.
Mm.
And we've been there in the hospitals and that, and we know exactly what she's talking about. Not recently, not during the euthanasia stages like now. It wasn't quite the National Death Service when we were in there many times. Although the amount of times you've got to step in and watch them every second because of shit they pull. It's just awful. So I really, really feel for her. That's just unbelievable. What she's sharing there, and the fear and the terror that must be in her heart. It's your kid, man. And again, they can't defend themselves. Even the special schools, like my boy, we've travelled to school and stuff there. I mean, they want us to PCR test him, and they'll just cop out sending letters home to parents telling you to PCR test your kid. I think, hang on, you're a special needs school. What the fuck, man? How? If I said to him, next time they ask that, I'm going to literally tell them, you know, I'll tell you what, yeah, we'll PCR test him. We'll come down to the school and do it there. Yeah? You can demonstrate to us how you PCR test our son, and we'll have a social worker present and we film it. How's that?
Yeah, take it to their doorstep, mate.
Because even their shitty guidance says it straight, man. Their crappy statutes, it says it straight. Any child, even a child with needs, is distressed. You don't do it.
Yeah.
They're exempt. They don't even read their own bullshit.
I haven't even seen a video of anyone get properly nasal
Swabbed in
and
the
not
nose.
and not be very uncomfortable.
No, me too.
Very distressed. I told everyone I had to get. I got nasal swabs in July 2020 when I did that show for the Prince of Bahrain. I got paid a lot of money, and I had to get nasal swabbed. And the doctor that was doing it, I looked him in the eyes and I said, "If you put that too far up my nose, just not just inside my nostril, because it's a private doctor."
Yeah, I remember you saying.
He had his own like sterilised swab. So I was, it wasn't like a government thing or anything or a council thing.
So it wasn't one with George Soros nanotech on it.
When he put up my nose, and it was very uncomfortable. It was very distressing. I grabbed his hand and pulled it out. Almost, I had his arm like that, and I was like, "You what?" And I was surrounded by MMA fighters, and they all like stood up because they thought that I was going to kick. They thought I was going to beat up the doctor. I was with all these MMA fighters, and they were ready to like suplex this guy because they'd been swabbed as well, and they didn't like it either. And a couple of them had seen Rise Above, and they were like, "Whoa, I don't know about this." I was like, "I don't know about it either."
No, because it could have the Divock on it or the nano swab.
Yeah.
Or you don't know what these fuckers have actually got.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. To do that to a child, it's very distressing, and it's painful. I said after that, I said, "You'll never put in that in my nose again." I said, "Do it in my throat," and he jabbed you at the back of the throat every time afterwards. We had a sore throat.
You.
Yeah, literally jabbed you at the back of the throat. Bastard.
You'd literally have to pin my boy with about 3 or 4 people to do that to him. You'd have to. No way.
Highly traumatic.
No way. I'm not violent, but I'll tell you, it's primal when they touch a kid like that or they try anything like that. When he was a baby, they tried to lumbar punch him in hospital because they thought he might have meningitis. Because we used to be in that hospital all the time, man. And I'm not joking. We had to hold him while they tried to lumbar punch him. And I just want to kill him.
What is lumbar punching someone?
But it's like a spinal tap. Like you got to put a needle into the spine, get spinal fluid.
Ooh.
And he was like a baby. He's so wriggly because of the condition he's got, man, as well. I try to warn him. He's really, really wriggly. Because you're a first-time parent, as far as they're concerned, you don't know fuck all. Don't listen to it. Oh, sex bots are there, man.
Yeah, sex
I
bots.
didn't bring the sex bots, man. It's not me.
It wouldn't be Rise Above without the sex bots now, would it? Come on, those sex bots, mate.
If the admins can deal with those naughty ladies.
Their date bots last week, they weren't. It wasn't like XXX sex chat. Last week it was like, come on a date with
So
me.
they want to go for a meal to a nice bistro.
Yeah. Go on a meal with
for a picnic.
With a sex bot. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I just wanted to kill him, man. And I'm not violent at all. I don't condone violence at all. I'm a peace-loving guy, but it's just primal. It really is. It's horrible, man, what they're doing in places. And the midazolam, she's absolutely right. Ketamine and midazolam, that is just a cocktail of death.
Yeah, that's a see you later.
Literally.
That's a see you later combination.
Have you seen the sheet for high-risk covert
What?
people? They got like this thing on the site that people at high risk of covert. It looks like a eugenics wish list, man.
Yeah.
They say learning difficulties. How the fuck does learning difficulties make you a high risk from covert?
Well, I'm sure that I saw what is it? Do not resuscitate order for people.
I remember.
For people with learning difficulties, it's like, wait a minute. What? So if someone with learning difficulties comes into your hospital and they stop breathing, you're not going to resuscitate them. That's code word for letting someone die.
Eugenics.
Eugenics, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My next door neighbour, she's a paediatric nurse, works at Royal London, worked at Gosh. She confirmed it, man. They were doing that shit. People over, I can't what age it was, and kids with special needs and special needs people and people with learning difficulties do not resuscitate. And it made me laugh because my missus got the letter to say she could have the Britney Spears early. She got like preferential front row seat treatment for the Britney for the concert because she's a parent of someone who apparently is high risk for COVID, our boy. So she could have jumped the queue, man. But I wasn't allowed to go. So one person gets done, but the other one doesn't. So that makes scientific sense. Trust the science.
Yeah, right.
Not that I'd go anyway. Fuck Britney, man. She's shit. But on top of that, like, literally, she gets it first to protect him, but that same service puts do not resuscitate on him if he goes in with anything.
Yeah.
So there's your contradiction right there.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just like they're just full of it, man. I feel sorry for everyone that's in there because I know there's people in there that are working in there and they know what's going on, man. And they're just fearing for their jobs, but I don't know what it is. But I don't know how they sleep at night. Some of them, I really don't.
I think they probably don't sleep very well at night at all. I would imagine there are a lot of people that haven't installed that level of psychopathic cognitive dissonance to be able to go into work every day and to see these blatant contradictions in the protocols that are basically allowing people to die or euthanizing them. You know, this has been going on for a lot longer than the Soviet Union. I remember my granddad, like he died in like 1991. So I was 8 years old when he died. I remember him joking about be careful when you go into hospitals. They've got quotas to finish people off.
Yeah,
like he was saying that back in the late 80s. Like that's for some people that has always been a fear of hospitals. It's like they've got a quota for finishing people off. It saves money.
Well, it's true.
It's national health. That people you could say pessimistic people have probably always thought that. Yeah, they finish off old people. It's cheaper.
Useless eaters, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I went to the hospital to see a consultant about cortisone for an old injury, and there's a bit of a surreal scenario. There was an old gentleman sat next to me. I wasn't speaking to him, but as soon as they called my name for the consultant, he nudged me and he said, "Don't take the injection." I said, "Pardon?" He said, "Whatever you do, don't take the injection. It will kill you." I went to the consultant and anyway, long story short, I didn't take the injection. But I found it quite strange that an old gentleman would say something like that. And this would have been around about 2018, I think. Yeah.
Maybe that's where the fear of needles comes from.
Yeah.
It's like, after people take the needle, normally they die.
I mean, who was this guy? Was he an old conspiracy theorist? Was he?
Yeah.
Guardian angel.
Could be.
That's
very strange.
I think.
Maybe he was just a procedurally rendered warning from the realm.
Yeah.
Who appears at the perfect time, like that mushroom prophet who was rendered.
He just jumped out the bush.
Yeah.
You
No
never know.
NPCs are bad.
Yeah. Not all NPCs are bad. In computer games, some NPCs come bearing fantastic gifts. In fact, some NPCs are actually vital to complete missions.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I always ask the question: is the cosmos or the realm conspiring against you, or is it conspiring for you? Because quite often we always only take notice when things go wrong. We seldom remember all these small things that go in our favour. I go with the idea that you can actually kind of tune in and resonate with the conspiracy for you.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something that needs to be pondered on with that, because you don't ever notice, unless when things are going really, really well, like, something great is falling in your lap or something like that. But when you're just on a general level of operational effectiveness and things are just going fine, that's fairly underappreciated most of the time. Just general good health. Nothing's going wrong. No one ever thinks, maybe the universe is conspiring for me
instead of against
me.
Yeah, I mean, you could take it from something mundane like going to the shop and there's somewhere to park. I mean, you could go there and there's nowhere to park. But we always remember the times when we got nowhere to park. But we don't appreciate when we turn up and there's a parking bay there and we just park. It's almost like we assume that it's a given. You could also take that to the other end of say, well, the mere fact that you've got another breath, the cosmos is conspiring for you.
Sure. Yeah. Be thankful.
You could get that parking space, couldn't you? Go to the shop gets robbed and you get shot. You know what I mean? But if you couldn't get the parking space, you survived. You just don't know, do you, at the end of the day? But we always remember the bad things. We don't remember the good. Always look at the next problem. We don't celebrate the victory. We just have what we come through as well. That's the other one.
Yeah, or for instance, if you say miss a train or flight or bus, you'd be sort of cursing because, you know, the universe has conspired against you. But you don't know, had you have caught that bus, train or plane, what might have happened. Not necessarily on the plane or train, but, you know, if you'd arrived in a certain location at a certain time, you'd be in a different timeline. You don't know what would happen after that.
Well, I think about it like this: if I go away and do a job at the weekend, and I drive to a different city and do a show, which I do most weekends, if I made a mistake at that show with my announcing, or if I got a parking ticket or drove in a bus lane and got a fine, which happens almost every time I go to London or to Bristol or something like that, they've got the cameras. Not every time, but when that happens, it really pisses me off. You know, that mistake I made on that show, oh fuck, I was televised. That, you know, that's going to linger. You know, more points in my life. You know, that really gets to me. But when I think about it, all of the mechanics of getting in a car, driving a couple of 100 miles to a really built-up area that you don't live in, going and doing a job, whether it's my job, which is quite high pressure, or working on a building site, which is quite high pressure, when you've got things over your head and you can chop your fingers off, whatever you're doing, there are many different things happening, many different possibilities. And when everything is working absolutely fine, you get back from that mission, whatever it is, my example, whoever's example, if nothing bad happens, that is so underappreciated. When everything's just seemed, you know, with all of those interactions just went okay.
It's just seen as the mundane.
Yeah, the mundane. Yeah. I suppose this is what the whole Zen ideology is a little bit about. It's about actually mastering the basic modalities of life, movements, cleaning, doing this, doing that, and looking for the beauty in it. Something I've always been really interested in, that sort of, you know, the Zen gardening and how how just like the sumo wrestlers eat their food. Have you ever seen the thing about sumo wrestlers? Like they have a whole ritual just about cleaning the rice bowl and doing it perfectly, and it's like,
really?
It's really sick, really enjoy that kind of stuff.
So the Kabbalion talks about using the higher laws against the lower laws, and hermetic principles and stuff, innit? Same sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I think.
Sorry, go on, Mr. Martley.
Well, it's fair to say that when you pay attention to the detail of your existence, it'd be fair to say that the realm conspires for us, to help us, to assist us. Also, if you look at your body, think of all of the organs and the blood circulation, the heartbeat, and the breath. When you think of something like, I want to have a cup of tea, you go to the kitchen, you make it. Just think of everything that's going on. It's a massive conspiracy in your favour.
Yeah. Just the mechanics of you like picking up a cup of tea, the way that your brain works, the neurons firing to the endocrine system and the nervous system and all of the sinews and the muscles and all of that calculations and the algorithm. If you wrote it on paper, just moving your arm to pick this lighter up here, if you wrote on paper all of the things that happen, it would be like the Bible. All of those little mechanics that just happen from my brain to my arms to make that happen. It's one of the most. It's just amazing if you think about it.
That's organic tech.
Yeah, but this is why we are the envy of technology. We are way superior, as long as we're functioning in a useful manner.
This is why I've always thought it very interesting, and we're going to go whole rabbit here. The idea that the parasite or the demiurge or whatever we want to call that potential
djinn.
force, that it might actually be something that is technology, synthetic, AI based, not organic, something that is like envious of us.
Envy is a sin.
Interesting concept.
Yeah. I
Different
think it just
AI.
after what Master Lee said there, that we are the envy of technology. It really made me think about that. That the agents of darkness, they could actually be serving something that isn't organic or spiritual. It's
This is
actually
why
technology.
This is why it amazes me that some people choose, or maybe not choose, to be so destructive. You know, we've got so much potential. We could actually live in a utopia very easily. Or
Yeah.
simply, maybe not easy, but it is actually simple. Just do no harm.
Well, do as little harm as possible.
It's the simplest thing there is, but we're habitual creatures, and this realm and the system they've built, the game is to train us to build habits that aren't simple, to overcomplicate what is simple. So we're habitual creatures, all these habits, we're like junkies to crap, basically, aren't we? We're selfish, or we're fearful, or, you know, like literally, we look out for ourselves. I mean, it's proven that the more tech we have, the weaker and more useless we become.
Yeah, mate. And the physical weaker as well. The more technology is. I mean, like, hardly anyone swings an axe anymore or does any manual labour. It's all done machinery, and do you know what I mean? Obviously, some technology, I'm not saying get rid of all technology. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, yeah, you are right. Over generations and generations, with more tech that's used, the body's going to get weaker and the mind's going to get weaker. Like, you know, everyone's got a calculator now, haven't they? On their phone. The kids even get taught maths in school. Like, how did...
I always remember, like, I think my generation was the first one to not be taught how to do their times table by repeating it. And my mum always tried to teach me how to repeat the times table and like the repetitive things they would say in the learning class to learn the times table. She said, you won't always have that calculator. But the problem was you will always have the calculator.
Yeah.
And I always used to say, I said, no, in the future, it will be even easier to access this calculator. Back then, the calculator, some of those desk calculators are quite big. You know, you could get a small pocket calculator, but they were expensive back in the mid-90s or the early 1990s. But I always said, no, Mum, in the future, we'll probably have calculators in our watches. Because back then, a really expensive watch, like the cutting edge, you could get a calculator in your watch if you were rich back in the 90s. That was really cutting edge. But you can even get
Casio watch.
Yeah, you can even get a TV back then, I remember.
Waterproof as well, isn't it?
You what?
It's going to be waterproof as well.
Oh, yeah, 50 metres resistant, comrade.
Well, this is not a judgment. This is not a judgment. It's more of an observation. But for those of a certain age, you'll possibly be able to remember that you could remember telephone numbers. I would hazard a guess that most people cannot remember right now more than maybe 2 telephone numbers.
Funny you should say
Put
that.
down their number.
I can remember my original house, no, the house I grew up in.
I can remember
that telephone number.
3.
I've probably got about 3 or 4.
Oh, well, no, I can remember my own mobile number. That's the only mobile number. I can remember being able to remember people's mobile numbers.
Oh, yeah, me too, mate.
Because when mobile phones first came out, you could only store 10 numbers on a SIM card.
There was still an overlap with, like, you know, fixed phones and...
Yeah.
So people were using both.
I mean, if you want to go Einsteinian, then there you could say, well, there's no need to remember things if you've got technology. This is why I'm not saying it as a judgment. It's just more of an observation. But I would hazard a guess that we probably use less of a percentage of our mental capacity. And
Absolutely.
even if you look at say GPS systems, I mean I use them, but often I will turn it off as I get closer and start to use visual observation skills. Like,
Yeah.
is there a church on the right hand side? Is there this
Yeah.
pub on the other side? And think about it. We used to do it perfectly fine years ago.
Yeah, I've been forced to do that because I think I mentioned to you, someone or something has actually disabled the GPS on my phone. I've like factory resetted my phone, done everything. The GPS won't work. I can set a location and it shows on the map, but as I drive in the car, it doesn't update with where I am. So if I'm going somewhere, it's useless. I have to stop, set the location. I have to look at the map, look at the names of the roads, and then remember it. And then as I drive along, I have to remember the route that I've seen on my phone screen. So it's actually teaching me to read a map again.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, I was going to get it fixed, but it's actually been good for me because now I'm like reading road names. I'm actually being much more aware of my surroundings rather than just waiting for the annoying voice to go turn left.
Mate, about 10 years ago, I flew into San Francisco and I had to drive. I was going snowboarding in Lake Tahoe. Flew into San Francisco and then I had a 4-hour drive to Lake Tahoe. And I booked a car with a sat-nav in it because I'd never done the drive before.
Yeah.
And I got out of the airport and the sat-nav didn't work. I had to pull into a garage and I got a physical map. And it got me there fine.
Yeah.
And I'd never read a map before, but I got there fine.
You know, one of the greatest secrets of being able to navigate around this realm is the real understanding of the numerical system. And I have mentioned this maybe a month ago with regards to I'm trying to piece it together. I'm not really saying too much about it at the moment until I'm happy with some of the tests and experiments that I'm able to do with myself directly. With regards to the accessing of different psychic fields using numbers and movements. Now, the dark occult world understand this, and I think there is an agenda to take us away from the ability to even count or be able to correlate numbers with movement. So you hear me talk about the map not matching the terrain. And I would say a huge proportion of the dark occult world is to hide the true map and the ability to navigate around this realm. And I don't just mean physically, I mean like in terms of mental space.
Yeah.
A mental state. So if they want to control your mind, that would mean they have to put your mind in a particular position where it's under the influence of certain, say, frequencies. Now, to undo that or to escape from that or to actually experience freedom, you'd have to know how to, A, get out of that space and choose what space you want to go to. And like I say, I don't necessarily mean physically or physical location. I'm talking about a mental location or a psychic location. Now, these are the secrets that have been spoken of, but very few people have been able to crack them over the years because it's been very, very hidden. This is like the esoteric of the esoteric.
Occult knowledge.
It's not at all unrealistic to think that with a little bit more technology, a little bit less authentic information, that people could lose a skill like being able to navigate even more so than they already have.
Yeah, and I would say that a lot of this type of coding that I'm speaking about would be hidden in books like the Holy Bible and many other sacred books. If you know how to decode the numerical system for the movement of the psyche or the state. It's encoded.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of sort of occult numerology is woven into the Bible quite heavily.
And anybody that's done any sort of beginner course in meditation, usually the first exercise that is taught is counting of the breath. And I don't think that's an accident or coincidence. that's almost it's almost like the entry level to being able to move from one state or space to another or something else. But it's something that I'm working on. Like I say, until I wouldn't say completely figured it out, but until I've got a good grasp on it through direct experience, then it's going to remain a project.
Okay.
And potentially, if there is anybody else out there that is interested in getting involved with this project, then contact me.
innerguardians@gmail.com. Hog Down Munch, I've just remembered that you're still on the line. You still there, mate?
Just chilling, man.
All right, we have got Zendog trying to get through, and he's a new caller, so is it all right to drop you out, mate?
Yeah, I just want to say big up to the Inner Garden Massive on Disco, as I call it, Discord. Love you all. You're fantastic. Sheep Farm, everyone. God Veg. And all the
And that's
Rise Above people.
Inner Garden. That's Inner Garden, not Inner Guardians.
Oh right, so you've got a Discord called Inner Garden.
Yeah, man.
Oh right, I didn't know about this. I need to get on Discord then. Okay, all right.
Yeah, just get in there, man. Get in
All
there.
right.
You're well.
Is Godvag in there?
I wish.
The mighty Wim.
I thought you made it sound like Wim's on there.
Get Wim on the show,
So
man.
what? You're on it. Wim said he will only meet us in real life, in the flesh.
Really?
Yeah, he said if I can ever meet you in the flesh, I will come to the studio and talk. But he doesn't like talking over the internet.
Could you imagine having Godvag in the studio?
Imagine
like having Mark Passio.
Imagine how great it would be to meet Godvag in the flesh.
We'd pay for the tickets, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well,
You know when it's got to happen.
never say never, comrade. Anyway, I can't talk about that. So yeah, Hog Down Munch. Thank you very
Awesome to
much,
hear
mate.
from you,
Good to
brother.
hear from you, bro. And see you in the dojo.
God bless, man.
Rise above, mate.
Rise above.
Should we call Zendog? Because we haven't heard from him before. We need a new caller. You call him. Bang it. Is that a connection? No, it's not.
Connection is.
I'm sure he'll call us back in a moment. We have got some new memes from Auntie Koviet.
Oh, here we go. Hello, Zendog. Oh, no.
Zendog.
Hello there.
Hello,
Hi,
you're
guys.
through to Rise Above. How you doing?
I'm very well, thanks.
No, it's not a connection. I'm sure he'll call us back in a moment. We have got some new memes from Auntie Koviet.
You need to stop the There? You still there?
He's got an inception now.
Yeah, you've got an inception moment going on there, mate. I think you've got the stream still playing in the background.
Okay.
You need to talk to us just like it's a phone call.
Yeah, you've got to imagine you're on a phone call. Stop the stream from playing. I'll just turn that down while you sort that out, mate, because that's going to proper inception me if I keep hearing myself talking back to me. Yeah, so basically, Zendog, you need to stop the stream playing and just hold the phone up to your ear with the Skype and act like it's a phone call. Let's see if it's better. Zendog.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better, mate.
There we
Nice
go.
one. Where are you calling from?
Sorry about this. I'm calling from Scotland.
Okay. Our first caller from Scotland.
Just interested, guys, if you've ever had, with what you're doing, have you ever had attacks from people like, in the other side coming at you?
We've been called white supremacists and
I have online. I've had a lot of. I've always had a kickback from what I do online. Obviously, not so much now because everyone sort of knows what we're about, and if they don't agree with us, they stay away. But I mean, yeah, I've had someone shout at me in the street that, oh no, it's him, the tinfoil hat and stuff like that. But I find that funny.
Okay.
I just say, yeah, I'm the king of the tinfoil kingdom. Like this is my land. Bathe in my tinfoil. No, it hasn't. Not so much. Not as much as you'd expect, Zendog. I don't think. Not as much as you'd expect.
No, me neither. I mean, I can
I've had a
take
couple
my
of death
tinfoil
threats.
hat off.
I've had a couple of death threats on email.
Have you?
Okay.
What, recently?
Yeah. But I sent it over to the OSINT team, and from the email, they was able to get a photograph of their front door.
Oh wow!
So
Did you send it back to them?
Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, saying that, I had someone. Yeah, good work. I had someone on Facebook Messenger a couple of weeks ago send me a message just saying, "You weird, fucked up. See you next Tuesday. You must smoke crack. You are a complete weirdo." And then fuck you. But then they instantly blocked me before I'd even got a chance to reply, which I was really upset about. I just said, please call customer services and let's talk about this.
That sounds friendly.
And yeah, obviously I had that blue tick rapper Nova Gimp who called me a white supremacist because I criticised Black Lives Matter. But
well, the thing is,
this
whole kind of technology structure, it goes both ways. So those that would attack, they have to be very, very careful. And I'm talking, like, say, from government level, because it's actually quite easy to use the same technology that they may use to attack you to go back on them. So as an example, and this is a bit of an advert, for £95, if you get hold of an email, you can get the IP address, their address. From that, you can get where they live. You can get a picture of their car. You can get a picture of their wife, their children.
You can.
for £95.
For £95, I can get a picture of your wife and children. Yeah, well, I suppose now anything that you do online, there's obviously a trail.
Breadcrumb.
Yeah. So, does that answer your question, Zendog?
Well, in a way it does. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, let me turn you up a little bit, mate. Yeah, carry on.
So, the reason I ask is, well, I'm very quiet, actually. I'm a Zen Buddhist, and I've been teaching meditation for a good number of years. And I started out when I was 18 as a spiritualist medium. I was told all this was going to happen 34 years ago. But I've just kind of been doing my own practice in the background and not really, like you guys are putting yourselves out there. I don't.
Sure.
Last year, I got targeted by local Freemasons. Sort of moved to Scotland, and basically what happened was my parents both had the sort of jag, as we call it up here, and they died within 3 weeks.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? I mean, it's the heartbreaking side of being aware, isn't it? When your relatives are not, they're obviously, they don't listen. So, but anyway, my dad died within 3 weeks, and he had to die in the hospital on his own, even though he tested negative, for COVID, whatever that means. We weren't allowed to go and be with him. I was deeply upset. A lassie I was seeing at the time, I sort of, shared some of the grief and, went into probably a little bit more depth than perhaps she was able to take on board. But the next thing I know, I think she'd actually recorded the conversation we had. And the next thing I know, I'm being targeted by the local police.
Wow.
Yeah. Who... just weird. I know it's going to sound. It's. I think this is the position that they put you in. It's kind of like. Basically, it ended up they arrested me twice. First time with the taser team, even though I'm a monk and I live on my own, and the second time they came with an armed police, six machine guns, full body armor, helicopter, the works.
Just for you.
Just for me, just for me. Made up loads of spurious things, and obviously, both of them were wrongful arrests and wrongful imprisonments. But there's nothing I can do here in Scotland because you have to prove that actually there was maliciousness in what was done. It's a very different law system up here. I hadn't realised that actually what I was doing when I came here, I was sort of wearing my heart on my sleeve because I run a meditation retreat. that actually my recording, which I didn't realise was being recorded, was so close to the bone about everything that Master Lee talks about as well from the occultic side of things. Had got to the attention of obviously some very prominent Masons within the force, and it seems as though they just decided they were actually going to try and destroy my reputation here and target me at the lowest point. Both my mum and me died. My mum and dad died, and I missed both the funerals as a result of this police action. So, it was really, I suppose, in some ways, I've not really talked about this, and I've not had a chance to really talk to a lot of people about it because, as I said, I keep very quiet. I'm just watching what's going on with all this. I'm not, unaware as to what's going on in the world, but I'm not as vocal as you guys are. So it just made me wonder if you had similar sort of experiences to that, because I don't understand why I would have been so prominently targeted in that particular way.
Maybe you were the only one in that area who was like that. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I can add something to this. So in terms of personal protection, there's many different ways you can do it, but there's two main ways. So you've got overt and covert. So, for instance, if you're living a covert life, you're more vulnerable than when you're living an overt life. So there's a threshold. So once you go past a certain point of exposure, it actually makes it more difficult for them to do anything to you. Whereas if you're living, say, in the shadows or covertly, then it's very easy to be targeted and surrounded and isolated. So I actually had the same problem myself. So as an example, when I started being vocal and coming onto platforms, there was a threshold point where I did become very vulnerable. But you reach a point of no return. So it's actually better, more favourable for my own personal protection to keep going forwards and be more open than more covert.
Yeah, I can sort of attest to that, because this is the reason that Inner Guardians first got in contact with me. It's because he saw what I was doing actually before we started doing this live show, when I was first making speeches and making the sort of documentary videos called Coviet 1984, because I was trying to expose what was happening.
Talking about Serco.
Early on in 2020, talking about Serco. And Inner Guardians approached me because he said, you've put a target on your head now, and you're going to have people, trying to come after you. But I sort of took it head on, and obviously I was talking about it openly, posting about it, making videos about it, and I did sort of put myself in the target position deliberately, in a sense, because I was in a position where the police actually came to my house and warned my parents that if I spoke at this particular gathering in Truro the next day.
They went to your parents' house.
They went to my parents' house. Who are in their 70s. I haven't lived with my parents for 15 years.
We were streaming live.
We were streaming live from here. They knew I lived here. They went to my parents' house and sort of warned my parents, or tried to intimidate them. Said if Lance goes tomorrow and does that speech, he's going to be arrested. And my mum said, you better get ready to arrest him, because you won't stop him. I think she said something like, I think you better be ready for him. But yeah, so I mean, I was under sort of like observation for best part of 8 months. I couldn't go within 500 meters of a protest without them coming up to me and saying, first name turn, Lance, what are you doing? Where are you going? And I'm like, so. But
that was right when it was trendy to shut down protests for COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah. But I don't know. I stuck it out, and I went to court, and I won. And after that, I haven't had any problems. Maybe I don't know, but I think, I mean, not that you were going out of the way.
You've also got to factor in.
Go on.
Master Lee?
In the Guardians?
Yeah, my system's buffering.
We're
under attack now.
You were saying you were going to...
we're under attack now, I think.
Right, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, right, I think in a Guardians...
So you also have to factor in... You also have to factor in that there's physical and non-physical forms of attack. So let me lay it out this way. Those at the top of the dark occult world, they do not have meetings in the physical. They will conduct their meetings, their transmissions, interactions on a non-physical basis. I won't go into detail as to how they do it, but I'll let you kind of guess. And then you've got the low level, which will be your street policeman. That will be a low level Freemason that will be tasked to give you a little bit of harassment, so on and so forth. So there is a spectrum. Now, I actually did some exchanging of kind of ideas with an occultist who was, I would say, a grey occultist, because he had a deep knowledge of the dark occult world, but also the light occult world, and he would kind of gravitate between the two. And he actually gave me some techniques that enabled you to access on a psychic basis as to who was observing you on the psychic, non-physical aspect.
Yes.
So we've already spoken about biosurveillance, biosecurity, and these are all things that are going to become very, very normal. But you've also got like the non-physical type of surveillance, where there may be thought forms, there may be egregores, there may be entities that are created to monitor and do surveillance and target individuals. And that may come in the form of them being able to access your thoughts, your emotions. It also means that you may experience like bad luck or weird synchronicities of bad luck or misfortune. So they can be tasked with that job to do that. So being a targeted individual doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get beaten up, kidnapped, thrown in a cell, and harassed in that way. It could also be on a more subtle psychic level. But there's with every problem, there's always a solution. So there is ways to counter that. Obviously, it's not out in the public domain because they would deny that it would exist in the first place. So you have to kind of get the solutions from the esoteric side. Now, I've actually, my occult friend, he actually taught me the techniques, and I was able to observe, and this is going to sound a bit kind of crazy to probably the majority of the population, I was able to psychically observe a portal that was left open where a group of individuals were able to access my psyche.
Right.
And with certain techniques, you're able to close them and dissolve them. Now, the thing is, it's a simple game of once they know that you know, that they know that you know, then it has to end.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, once
and
the
that's why we
observer
would call
becomes
it,
the observed, it's all over.
yeah, and this is how you would possibly describe the dark occult world, because not only is it occulted, but it's occulted in the dark, so it's kind of double occulted. But once it's seen, once you expose them, either with yourself psychically, and once again, it's very simple, but it may not be easy. It's actually a very simple process or exercise to do. I could possibly teach it to somebody within 5 minutes, but it's not necessarily easy to do it. It's all based around intent, using inner functioning of the imagination, for one thing, because you have to be able to visualize what I'm describing, fueled with the intention. But not only that, you need to have the knowledge of the technique, but not only that, you need to have the understanding or understanding of the technique. And the true definition or the differentiation between knowledge and understanding is that anybody can have knowledge, but if they don't have knowledge that is completely embodied in their intellect, their emotions, and their physicalities, then it just remains knowledge. It becomes understanding once you can allow that knowledge to go into the intellect, the emotions, and the physicalities, and the actions. Then it becomes understanding. And then once you have that, you have the power to use the knowledge. If you don't have that, you just have knowledge, which can be pretty useless. It can actually be quite harmful to have knowledge without the understanding.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. I tried my best to explain it in quick terms.
No, I mean, it's not easy to talk about any of these things, is it really? I mean, and I know that I've been under psychic attack as well with things. Thankfully, I've done enough practice over the years to recognise all this. As I say, I started out as a spiritist medium when I was 18, so I'm kind of aware of spirits, and I've received a lot of guidance. If one thing, it felt very much like if you know the stories of Buddha, when Buddha's sort of before the moment of enlightenment is 3 days, 3 nights, is plagued by Mara. It felt very much like that actually the darkness was testing me to such a degree at my lowest points. Losing both your parents in a way when you're aware of what's been happening, kind of took me to a point where when they invaded into my space, which was my sacred space, there was actually nothing left in this dimension to kind of hang on to. There was only left an inner space of light. So in a way, what they did was help me, probably. And this goes back to what you were talking about earlier on in the conversation, Master Lee, where you were talking about sort of looking at the way that the universe sometimes actually works in your favour. Really, I could have taken this in 2 different ways. I could have been demoralised and collapsed by it. And I'm not saying that I didn't for a while. It was very deep what they did to me. But actually, it strengthened me up to such a degree that I feel actually more resilient in my understanding of truth and the living truth and the light than actually it was before. So in a way, it's done me a spiritual favour. That's how I'm sort of working with it right now. But
the universe rewards courage.
Yeah, and I suppose the other side of this is, and the reason why I reached out this evening was, it's been a year of being left alone, but at the same time, I recognise that what you said, just being in it's all right having awareness. And there's not a lot that I can actually do personally to change what's going on in the world. It's a massive, great thing. I often wonder, how are we actually going to change any of this? It's all right sort of protesting and all these things are going off, but we know there's a much deeper story that's going off here. What can I actually do? Even if I was to speak out, what could I contribute other than it's another candle that's lit and shining light into the darkness. So, but I suppose in reaching out this evening, it just gives me a connection to some other people like yourselves who, at least now what's happened to me. So
this is exactly why we have customer services. It's to hear from you guys. It's to give the opportunity for people to tell their story. Okay, to get things off their chest. So we really thank you for sharing that with us, and we want to hear we want to hear people's stories of how they've navigated through this, because this is a testing time for all of us.
Because it's different for everyone as well.
Yeah, everyone has had, we've had the analogy. Oh, we're all in the same boat, but not really. We're all in the same storm, but in different boats.
Yeah.
And the way we navigate through it is different.
Coincidentally, me and Mrs. in the Guardians had this very same conversation today, where we were talking about being able to express, being able to share our experience or experiences within this realm. So, as an example, in esoteric circles or groups, there's importance placed upon somebody being able to express themselves or share just by words, just by talking about their experience. And what that does, it's actually like a cleansing process, because you're bringing something from the inside out, or you could say from darkness into light. So you're shedding light, and it acts as a cleansing. So, for instance, if you give yourself a 24-hour cycle and X, Y, and Z of bad things happen to you in that 24-hour cycle. Now, unless you deal with it and are able to bring it to the light or shine light on it, it will just remain a wound, an injury, a trauma, be it emotional, psychological, or physical. So by shining the torch on it or shining light on it, by using the technique of sharing with others that are going to be understanding and not use it against you, then that's how you kind of that's how you do your washing, that's how you cleanse your psyche, your essence, your soul. So yeah, this is a very good technique. And afterwards, as long as it's done in the correct way, if you go into the high street and tell everybody your problems, it's going to multiply the problem. But doing it with the right people in the right place, in the right space, with the right state of mind, and with the intention to cleanse, then actually it will empower.
Yes. Yeah. I'm completely in agreement with you there. I mean, it's lovely to actually, I suppose, come out and share that with. I mean, I have friends who I've shared it with, and actually, weirdly enough, I used to teach police meditation. So a lot of the police friends I've actually told about this were just absolutely horrified and shocked. And I have to say that not everybody's got a good sort of opinion of the police, but the police that I've worked with have been absolutely amazing, beautiful people. And I never thought I'd end up teaching meditation to police, and get into the heart and learning compassion and things like this. So, but
it's exactly the people who need more meditation, I think. Absolutely, yeah. Anyone in a high stress job is in need of a bit more meditation, I think.
Totally, and they found it as much as a kind of a strange thing that happened to me as I did, really. So, it's just nice to be able to share it with people who understand what the game is that's actually going off at a level where you don't have to kind of like go over what are all the elements of this game. I mean, I'm only new to your channel. I actually came in through listening to Sheep Farm and.
Okay.
And so forgive me, I don't know a lot of what you've done in the past, but
no problem. That's all right.
Thank you very much for allowing me this space to share what happened to me, and thank you for your advice, Master Lee, and for hearing my story. So thank you, guys.
Zen Dog, thank you very much for calling us, mate. And don't be a stranger in the future. Rise above, brother.
Rise above.
Bless you, and as well.
Take care, mate. Right, how are we doing? 4 hours 30. I think we should wrap it up. It's like 1:30. Let's wrap it up. Have you got a couple of tunes to play us out in a minute, Madge?
Yeah, man.
So, monkeypox. Let's see how this one pans out over the next week. So next week we won't be talking just about monkeypox. We're going to be talking to What the Flock TV about monkeypox.
Yeah.
We'll be trilling the
and other stuff.
The gorilla. Yeah, mate. We've got lots of things to talk to What the Flock about. His whole Janus theory. Do you know about this?
No, I'm not familiar with any of his work.
Once you know
I'm going
about,
to check a bit out this week.
Mate, once you know about Janus, trust me. I'm going to talk to him about energy harvesting, and I want to talk to him about what the realm is as well. We're going to have a proper multiple whole rabbit on the table next week when we've got this guy. I reckon you've got to watch some of his videos.
I'm going to do it.
You won't be disappointed. Inner Guardian, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I've got quite a few actually, but I'll stream it right down.
Yeah, give us a couple of minutes of final thoughts.
So regarding the next thing, if it's the monkey pox, it's going to be interesting, right, to see the power of the observer effect. Now, if you go back to the first or 2020 pandemic, I would say that there wasn't many people observing that unfold. So they kind of had an easy ride with regards to rolling it out on the general public. This time round, there's a whole army of aware people that will be placing their attention using the observer effect upon the manifestation of this thing, next thing. Now, knowing what we know, and we know that there is an effect that can be made by the observation of an individual and the collective and the many, it could be quite interesting to see them try and pull it off. And I would almost hazard a guess that this is the war. It's not to be fought with guns and knives and stuff like that. It could be a war on awareness and the ability to observe and make an effect. So they know that we know that they know that we're watching them.
Yeah. This is, I think, yeah, I'm totally agreeing. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
It seems like a desperate move. And we're going to be...
Or part of the confusion plan.
Yeah. But either way, there are now millions and millions of trained eyes.
Yeah.
Who know exactly how the parasite thinks. Or how it doesn't think, how it reacts, rather.
And what's that saying? Something like, trick me once, shame on you.
Fool me once, twice. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah. So this is kind of like round 2. I would say if they're going to do it, this will be like round 2. And it'll be very interesting to see what effect we can make upon their ability or capability to roll this out without any resistance.
Memeticians at the ready. My meme team are going to be so busy throughout the next couple of weeks. We need to be watching all the narrow stream media 24 hours a day, constantly watching and waiting, anticipating their move. Memes at the ready. It's going to be epic. It really is.
Yeah, and just finally, humans have many states of mind, but they have 2 general minds, you could say. So there's the mind of the personality, and then there's the mind of the higher self. So we have to keep remembering to try to function from the higher self as often as possible, especially when it comes to this type of, you could say, spiritual warfare. So if we had enough numbers who are observing this using the higher self as opposed to the personality or the lower self or the lower aspects of a human, because the main problem and the way that the dark occult world are able to do what they do is because they manage to get humans to operate from the personality, which is linked to the identification or identifying, the projection, the harvesting via the personality. Once, and you could say self-sovereignty, selfhood, that would also be the higher self. It would be the 3rd point position of, or the observation post or point. So you're at the top of the pyramid, not the bottom. And if we can get enough people to be in that space, then we can have an effect.
It's a numbers game.
Yeah. But we can only convince others to take that position if we're in it ourselves. What we can't do is be in personality and try and provoke people to raise their game when we're stuck in personality or the lower self. So remember what I said, individuality, it starts with the self first. Only then can you communicate and really encourage others to take the same position. And from that, you get the sensitivity. From that, you get the creativity. And finally, you get the action or the activity.
Boom. Wow, this is show 66 and it's customer services 6. This is show 666. It's about manifesting. The spiritual war is on, guys. That was the final thoughts from Inner Guardians. Over the next week, you're going to see a lot of bite-sized Rise Above dropping from our new editor, Rick. It looks really slick, and I want to see everyone. Slick Rick. That needs to be his name, Slick Rick. Yeah. Slick Rick, the editor. We're going to be dropping bite-sized this week. I want to see everyone sharing it all over the place. Let's get as many people at the top of this perceptional pyramid that Inner Guardians is talking about. Yeah. Let's share the shit out of this bite-sized content. Let's get as many people on our altitude to observe what is going on in the coming weeks. Let's see if we can make a difference. This is Rise Above. See you guys next week with What the Flock TV, and Magix is going to play us out.
Rise Above.
We're on the track.
Rise Above.
Rise Above, Master Lee.
Rise Above.
Oh my God.
raw. Oh my gosh.
Have it, raving out in a 90s jacket. Dubstepping sound system skank. The UK taught me the jungle is massive. Noises, tricks, it's a bad, it's a savage. Babylon can't stop me dancing. Some say that I sound is champion. Come to the underground, it's where it's happening. Shout out to the ones that speak up behind the event or in front of the speakers. Do your thing, man, follow your niche. Cause seen it, we're in the scene. Cause beat up, I'ma finish on my drink and fly. Something's telling me it's written in the sky tonight. Something's telling me that I'ma have a vibe tonight. The time is now, the time is right.
Let me finish up my drink and fly. If you're feeling this, that's right. Cause it's written in the sky tonight. And here is where it feels right. So let me finish up my drink and fly. If you're feeling this, that's right. Cause it's written in the sky tonight. And here is where it feels right.
I said now we be getting down with the big bad sound. Come around, we bust the whole club up. I swear down, man, I ain't leaving this town till we turn up, turn up, turn up. If you're in town, the rest coming out, come vibe tonight with the stubbers. Come one community, communities, sisters and brothers.
I saw the shit like raw, the back was raw. Them red lips had me like raw. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh.
Sound of the Magic's playing us out.
I saw the shit like raw, the back was raw. Them red lips had me like raw. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh. And the way she walked, the way she talked, the way that she's just so informed. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh. So I saw this girl from afar like raw. Girl, you're raising the bar. I'm gonna go try making a pass. This bloke's gonna go take his chance. She caught a man off guard. This girl, she's breaking hearts. Got me doing some racist starts, playing the game, so I'm taking part. Raw, she's the ace in the cards, queens, kings, jacks, jokers. She don't care about funds and loafers. She just wants some hugs on sofas. My cards are close to my chest. This girl's gonna give this love stress. She needs all of me, no less. But I don't do chill when I don't do rest.
child and mash on the place. Bunch of man says praise. Chop. Lord of mercy. Watch it girl and what me say? Y'all me know say, no man a look you want me no in on the race. So as no matter what you do, must have to get less. Coulda run till you run right out of the place. In the still out the night, me take you where without trace. True, you are the address in wherever take the place. Like your mama consecrate your body with grace. Boy, you could looking for a while and look here. Remember about your band when you decide to share more. Can go together like Buddha and beer. Rosy round stone and that stand clear. Oh, one giant to have to have you near. Oh, one of a kind, no man like you are rare. Baby, don't go now. Only pull up and cheer me, yalla. No man a look you want me no in on the race. So, yeah, no matter what you do, must have to get less. Coulda run till you run right out of the place. And it's still out the night, me take you where we don't chase. I'll start a man and me see each up on your can. Get fi realize that you every man a feature. Here as I've give for me say non-stop lecture. All I've got is love. Baby, baby, take my hand. Cry without intermission. Love when me a carry will forever expand. Then you whine. True could never be ups and shine. Woman just unleash your passion. And let take you
me just a muggle up the lane in a rope gold chain. Hey, me and me girl named Jane. Bang bang, get it bang bang, get it bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang.
I want you carry this on the road for me. And don't take no time from the body. Just do what me tell you for the same style. And make sure say everything work according to how man say anything for work. See? Take back yourself and bring back yourself in a one piece. Make sure see you reach. Hear me? Lord of mercy. Hey, Lord of His mercy. Lord of mercy. Driver. Don't stop at all. Drop this Arizona round a Albemarle. Driver. Don't even itch. Collect a little food there and come back quick. Driver, just remember the damn speed limit. Cause if you're running the fence, my friend, that is it. I've got an Excel phone and a singular chip. Any problem you can reach me on this. I pounds them and buy when a tons man a ship. Green like grass, brown like chocolate. FedEx and UPS I make several trip. And me life savings are right on this. You can drink and beer but don't you dare burn a split. The scent of the marijuana make your light uplift. Even though it compress and tie down in a plastic. Don't deliver it and going up drastic. A barrel gun me bust and me and you know we can't stick. Me want change me zinc and put up the chroma stick. Tired receive Red Bull a straight hypnotic. So driver, me say don't stop at all. Drop this Arizona round a Albemarle. Driver, me say don't even itch. Collect that little food there and come back quick. Driver, just remember the damn speed limit. Cause if you're running the fence, my friend, that is it. I beat this man a rum in a no but now because my girl want wear Victoria's Secret dress. Some no love here so you feel put in pampas. Billy a informer with federal charge. Remember, don't care nobody in me yard. So what me love and me no respect coward. I dep on a mission man hustling hard. No get to you through them and suffer and starve. Hustling ability we learn that a yard. No feel your brain big, no bother drag yard. The last boy when try that dead like that. Sell off where you have a make we set new record. Driver, me say don't stop at all. Track this Arizona roll a Albemarle. Driver, me say don't even itch. Collect the little spenny and come back quick. Driver, just remember the gas speed limit. And if you're running the cops, my friend, that is it.
You in tune to the sound of Magics. Playing this out on a Friday night, Rise Above. Rise above when I'm here. Rise above when I'm here. One hand in a glove when I'm here. Magics is deep when I'm here. Double LMC sound sleek when you're here. Big up Roll Deep. Big up Killer P, my brethren. Big up Flowdown. Oh, Madge. Alright. I'll spit us out. Yeah, there's a war going on for our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that, or anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in many formats, but time is one thing you never claw back. You're playing GTA, well, you're flushing your focus away and I'm cruising for a 3D illusion. Why do I need your game to play? This is real, are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. The burning is killing me, use my aura, discharge ability. I discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross a border. Yeah, Magics. Last couple. Shout out to George, Lee Redpath, No Cap Popeye, Elizabeth Clayton, Auntie Covia. Magics is killing it. Dangerous statements. Third degree burns and monkeypox patients. Dangerous statements like third degree burns and monkeypox patients. Studio to the stadium, your basic levels I'm raising them. I drop knowledge to expand the cranium. Free your mind, bruv, never explaining them. No games. Oh shit, it's too late. It's too late for me to spit bars. Lovely sounds for the Magics. Next week, What the Flock TV. Don't forget, we'll be back at 9 PM. Remember, keep the weekend of 9 to the 12th of September free. Listen up for updates. If you love Rise Above, make sure you keep that weekend free, 9 to the 12th of September. Get ready for an adventure.
I could round up 100 niggas in the trenches. Going against me, that's stupid. Beef with me is expensive. I hope you trust in your friendships. Gonna need a full clip, something extended. No way, I'm not your father. If I gotta put him in care, better know that's something intensive. Man, I go 0 to 100. Man so passive aggressive. Pull up outside and something offensive. I do not care what the ends is. Fuck who's in fashion. I do not care what the trend is. I step on the stage, it's murder. BBK might headline the festival with the fans jumping the fences.
Epileptic.
We need less bots in here. Somebody clean out the bots in here. Sweep up the floor of the bots in here. Magics. Yeah. We need some more bots in here. We need some more bots in here. This is Rise Above. We need more bots in here. Eating a rabbit up in here.
Don't need no D-R-U-G-S. Oh no, don't operate to me, 'cause I won't say yes. The Candyman can't complain, 'cause there's plenty colors running through my brain.
Clear out those monkey bots.
Fuck the police, just grab the police. Fuck the police, man, I drop the police. And fuck the police, crank at the police. Ace in the J, don't back the police. Back the police, the contract to the police. Don't serious, better contact the police. Jim, fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Big black, fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Big black, fuck the police. Why the dinner? Jump, dinner, right, dinner. Ace in the J, I think I'm a problem. If you got a problem, I knock your head up. Why the dinner? Jump, dinner, right, dinner. Ace in the J, I think I'm a problem. If you got a problem, I'll take your neck up. Don't like the blue law, law. You got me up down. Black and blue, back the black head, blue law. Let's use for blue law. Are we gonna pay you in blue tuna? Ace in the J, I said ace in the J.
Knocking back the liquor, don't already know I like the gal a little ticker. Anytime I flow, I get a little sicker. If you wanna follow me on Twitter. Don't know man, I sparkle, no glitter. Just cause you see man taking a picture, don't ever think that something won't hit ya. Blood, don't think I won't box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Box up at you, back box up at you. Blood, don't think I won't box up at you. More time, I just wanna have a good time. In niche by the DJ beat just behind. Like I said, girl, when I bump and grind, so you might see me and a female wine. If so, don't ever get on the hype, cause I got the sign of the gal in life. When I act stupid, I'll just lose it. Kept something easy to box up the
Yo, left and right, bust the red light, go straight, then I'm gone. Breezing, believe it ain't nothing long, fully leaving. And I ain't meaning my song. I ain't gonna get a chase and shake. I'll keep my shit calm, won't make a mistake. I'll gas and gear it down for the brakes. If you do that, then you know that when the chase is on, I don't ever move fast. Don't care if there's a car on my ass, I'm keeping it calm, but getting busy with the gas. If it gets sticky, gonna bring it to the grass. Breezing or hot, 2 rules on the path. Traffic or not, man, I squeezing past. Speeding without a P3 pad, like this is my game and I've conquered the max, okay. Am I gonna stop for the cops? No way. Click the seatbelt, switch on road rage. They can't handle my swerve, but I keep looking up for the government bird, no plane. Believe that if I see that, no plane. I'll steamroll, man, no train. Man get sucked cause they got no brain. Look, hear what I'm saying when the chase is on. I bust left and right, bust the red light, go straight, then I'm gone. Reason, believe it ain't nothing long, fully leaving. And I ain't gonna get a chase and shake. Keep my shit calm, won't make a mistake. I'll gas and gear it down for the brakes. If you do that, then you know that when the chase is on, I don't ever move. Don't see me swinging corners for fun. I'm keeping it smooth. When I move, ain't gonna run. Petrol's high, might just drive till it's done. I swear, if it's a race, I'm up front. I'm there. In first place, I will come. Man, I'm doing this norm, so you're dumb. I bet you see me in the pew, man, doing the vet. Shit, but I don't give a shit. All I know is when I chase is on.